ヘルという私は実在する。さあ、私を殺してみろ。
远方的流水曾将我带入一个温暖的怀抱，在很长的一段时间里，他们将我的到来看作是上天的礼物。巧合、命运诞生了无意义的希冀，人们相信是我为他们带来了收成与希望。尽管如此，我依然对周遭的一切产生困顿与不解。水中的鱼儿似乎更能让我感到亲近。直到那日，灾难再度降临，我终于明白，是沉默让鱼成为了任人宰割的动物。为什么鱼儿不能说话呢？回答我的只是无尽的深渊与黑暗。
当神明的馈赠降临于世，信仰使神的子民重获新生。神曰：“勿听。” 莫要让外界嘈杂的纷扰搅乱了自己的心神。神曰：“勿看，莫要让污浊的景象蒙蔽了自己的双眼。”神曰：“勿说，尔等吐露的污秽言语将会给善良的人带来苦难。”神。 岂是如是道来？此乃神的旨意，此乃人的意志。
Anna. Girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined.
踏过荒谷和大漠，肩负着族人的使命，去往异乡。阴谋与命运交织着。当星辰落下之时，毒蛇露出了尖牙。忠诚与背叛的戏码拉开序幕。火光将反叛的计划化为乌有，刺向毒蛇的弯刀，在烈火间把双手灼烫。然而，救命的稻草不过是又一场狩猎的预谋。而若不甘心成为猎物，只能自己勇敢伸手，触碰飞鸟 与神医。
Legend has it that it was once home to a prince. The prince had a puppy. But one day, the puppy died. The prince was inconsolably distraught and offered a reward to anyone who could resurrect the dog, saying that he would be willing to give anything in return.
They believed that a goddess would be reborn as one of them every generation. And as long as the goddess danced for the Lord would be blessed by the heavens. And at the sacred ceremony, she danced and prayed for rain. Soon, rain indeed fell.
Hey. It's your turn.
美的化身，圣洁的海中女王。人们把你视为恐怖的灾祸，然而美，无人可以立下善恶的判词。光鲜的皮囊下，是一个个污秽而自以为是的灵魂。请让我记上这份小小的晚餐。请享用吧，让我一睹您的真容，洗净他们的罪恶与污浊。
然而，被带到这里后，我明白，绅士们只是需要一个体面的玩具罢了。可笑的是，他们根本没有风度，永远只渴望更多的臣服。滚烫的巨浪似乎在告诫我，不要再对任何人好脸色。我需要一个新的身份，我想要回家，或许只有那个地方才能带来希望。
A dream of light.
Did you get the invitation? Up for a transaction? Trick or treat? A zombie, a witch, a vampire. You can be whoever you want to be. Are you ready for the dance?
Here's the deal, it's Halloween. You can choose to be anyone you see. Laugh or scream or dance with glee. It will cost your life, nothing comes for free.
You can impersonate the disguise you seek for a trick or treat.
Let me hear you scream.
You can trade your soul just for a thrill, chasing down a kill till midnight, ready for a celebration filled with ghosts and ghouls. No one is herself now.
That's our only, listen closely, most importantly, one and only.
But remember, every wish comes with a price.
Halloween.
Happy Halloween. Are you ready for the dance?
古老的炼金术从未湮灭，它是智者的迷思，是愚者的狂欢。愚者们从废土中攫取虚假的财富，在躯壳中催生畸变的形态。这些狂妄虚浮的技法，亵渎着炼金术的名号，却忘了精准的调和搭配艺术的重塑，才能绘制超越自然的奇迹。然而，这扭曲自然的代价，又有谁能承受？
这个世界上美好的一切，曾经都是我绘画的灵感。可是，他们都慢慢变得不可爱了。
哼，平凡人呢，他们才不敬畏艺术呢，因为他们永远得不到它，表里不一，贪婪无厌，聒噪无用，根本没有人能与我讨论艺术的真谛。当这里已经无法给我带来新的乐趣时，我只希望那个乐园能带给我前所未有的灵感。
哦，我亲爱的孩子，欢迎来到理想世界。在这里，金钱、权力、爱情，就像缤纷的糖果，唾手可得，满是甜蜜。
请问，你们见到过我的朋友吗？
朋友，在这里，你才能找到真正的友谊。在这个世上，又有谁能够拒绝这热烈又甜美的芬芳呢？
清醒一点，不要沉溺于假象。
我亲爱的孩子，瞧瞧你都在说些什么？这里难道不是世界上最美妙的地方吗？ 这是一场神奇的运动会，获胜者将获得一次抹除人生遗憾的机会。比赛吸引了来自世界各地的选手。
比赛即将开始，请各位选手做好准备。
他们都曾经成名在望，却离至高荣誉只差一步之遥。若没有当初的遗憾，今后的景象又将会如何？
Southeast Asia IVC 2021 preliminary stage. Pochspice here with a one and only Rin. How are you feeling, Rin?
I'm feeling great. I'm from the NAEU community, and being here is a great and wonderful thing because I can learn from it, and these teams have been fighting their way all the way here, so we can expect high caliber gameplay from them.
I'm excited. IVC is always a time to rejoice for the Southeast Asia community, and I'm so excited because, it's bigger and badder than ever. You saw the intro, and, we're going to have a lot of weekends. I hope you can block them all out. Again, guys, do promote this. I think we're going to have a Discord, a link up to be more, for you guys to be more informed and to be part of the Southeast Asia community. But we're in for a treat today because we will have 4 matches in this preliminary stage. It is the finals, and we already spoke about this format, and I'm super excited to see the cream of the crop rise to the group stage.
Yeah, there are many great teams out there. We can expect wonderful Survivor and wonderful Hunters. And, it changed up this year, so we can expect different metas, It's not the same meta this year, so we can expect like lower tier characters kicking in and change the game. And you have to be creative on winning these strategies because you cannot play the same meta over and over. So I'm
especially
expecting
now
many
that we've
great things.
Exactly, especially now that we've adopted the IVL banning system, right? So it really opens up more creativity when it comes to the survivors. And we talked about it with our fellow co-casters before, that it's just such a great time to be an Identity 5 fan because the meta constantly keeps evolving. And guys, right there in the bottom, join the Discord community, scan that QR code, or go to discord.gg/identity5 for you guys to stay informed with everything related to Identity 5 here in Southeast Asia. And I'm so excited because, there's the meta, there's new banning pick system, and maybe Southeast Asia can develop its own meta. Last year, the Bloody Queen was still all the rage, the violinist, but now, last year's...
It changed up.
Yeah, last year's meta is completely different from this one's. Anything exciting for you? Anything stand out for you, Rin?
Yeah, it's always changing, Many times we see that, it's like the same meta, then we get like then the Explorer coming in, now the Sculptors.
And just to add, let's get to that thought in just a bit because we will be seeing the rules coming up, so do watch this video for you guys to be informed with the IVC format. So let's check it out.
Welcome to the Identity 5 Championship Southeast Asia 2021, the professional tournaments for Southeast Asian detectives. This year, IVC Southeast Asia 2021 has been upgraded to a new level with esports integrity. More games to watch, more teams to cheer, and more rounds for detectives. The IVC 2021 has been divided into 4 stages. The preliminary stage from August 2nd to August 8th. The wildcard stage from August 14th to August 15th. The group stage from August 20th to August 29th, and the playoff stage from September 3rd to September 12th. The registration will be open in-game from July 22nd to July 25th. The 128 teams will be selected to participate in the preliminary stage based on ranking tiers. In the preliminary stage, 128 teams will be divided into 8 groups and will compete against each other within the group in a single elimination best-of-3 format. The winner of the 8 groups will advance to the group stage, and the runner-up of each group will advance to the wildcard stage. In the wildcard stage, 8 teams runner-up from the preliminary stage will merge into one group and will be competing against each other to find the top 3 teams to advance to the group stage. There will be 12 teams in the group stage. First, let's break down where the 12 teams came from. 8 teams from the preliminary stage, 3 teams from the wildcard stage, and 1 invited team from the Call of the Abyss 4. These 12 teams will be divided into 4 groups. Each group will compete in a round-robin best-of-3 format with the top 2 teams from each group to the playoff stage. In the playoffs, each team will be placed against each other by seeding and will be competing in the best-of-3 double elimination format, and the grand final will be played in the best-of-5 format. The IVC 2021 will be using the same map selection and point calculation method as the IVC 2020, except for the ban pick. This year, we have adjusted the ban pick rules. For the best of 3 round, round 1, the hunter bans 1 survivor from being selected. The survivor then selects 2 of their characters, after which the hunter bans yet another survivor. The survivor club does not need to ban any hunters. Compared with the former rules, an increment of 1 survivor bans will be added per round. That said, for the second round, there will be 3 survivors and 1 hunter ban. And the third round will have 4 survivors and 2 hunter ban. For the best of 5 format, the first 3 rounds will follow the same ban pick pattern as the best of 3. For round 4 and 5, the Hunter Club bans 4 survivors from being selected. The Survivor Club then bans 3 hunters. After the Survivor Club selects 2 of their character, the hunter bans yet another survivor. The tournament prize pool will be a whopping 1 million Thai baht, and the IVC Southeast Asia 2021 champion will have a direct seat on the Call of the Abyss 5. Hope you all enjoy, and don't forget to watch the Identity 5 Championship Southeast Asia 2021. See you there.
Powerful voiceover there. Great instructions. I'm actually friends with a voiceover artist right now. I don't know if you know, but he's a pretty cool guy. What do you think of the format now?
No, I think the format is great, you know, because this year we're banning so many different hunters and survivors at the same time, so we cannot be using the same old method, you know. We had to resort to new and creative ways to win. So I'm very excited to see different characters. Now I'm very excited if there was like a Gardner or Enso, you know what I mean? What are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, I think it's gonna breathe creativity, especially when it comes to the mind games early on, because of how you have to alternate. Usually right off the bat with how we're used to seeing competitive Identity 5, it's usually, all right, hunter, survivor bands, then hunter bands, then we just go straight and pick everything and select the talents. But right now, there's a bit of a mind games that go on. You can definitely try to bait or try to mind game your way to the selection that you want, especially if you're the survivor or hunter team. So really excited to see that. Are there any characters specifically that you're looking forward to see? I know you mentioned Gardener. I think that's your main, but you also mentioned Entomologist.
Yes, that's very favorite. You know, like, Entomologist is a good mobility character. We know that her bees can help her travel to places very quickly. You know, she can harass, not the best harasser, of course, but you know, she can stall that amount of time. But like you said, the mind games of different characters, and that plays a key aspect because, you know, when teams face each other, we can look it up. It's the same team, same hunters, stuff like that. But now it's different. So we're going to see different things and unexpected things, maybe. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, I'm also looking forward to seeing how they're gonna fare, especially as the round goes on. And since they already have to start off with 2 survivor bans, that's going to be pretty tough because usually we see a mechanic ban, a mercenary ban, if ever. But now you can actually have both of them banned in the first round. I think that's why it breathed new life to Entomologist being in the meta, Explorer, Prisoner. These kind of, I would say, you know what, these substitute in a way, but as we watch them in competitive scenes, they can definitely get the win. And now shifting attention to the hunter, are there any hunters that you're excited to see?
You know, we've seen Anne, Bloody Queen, and Sculpture like that, but what if we see like some evil reptilian gameplay, you know?
Let's go.
You know, it is a possibility, you know, like these tiers characters are being pushed down, like the meta are being pushed down to bring new light and spotlight to different other characters to give them the showcase, you know? Because the idea about Identity 5 community is the variety of the characters there are to play, and that's what makes it so great, you know, with different abilities, making the game exciting as always.
And just to note and let everyone know, in this preliminary stage, Naiad and Toy Merchant will not be available to use. So we just want to let everyone know that, because I'm pretty sure once they're in the meta, I want to see how they would fare in the competitive scene. Now, going back to what we're talking about, the hunters that we're looking forward to seeing, honestly, I expect to see a lot of Galati. I expect to see a lot of Sculptor, a lot of Bonbon. But you know what? Bloody Queen is still like rearing her. You know what? The season of the Queen. Long live the Queen, right? She's always constantly there, especially in the best of 3.
Yeah, she's a really safe pick to play because, you know, she was branded as the Thai hunter because she can get those, you know, safe ties, if not those wins. So, you know, picking her is a very safe choice. Now, going back to the Sculptor talk, it's like, you know, Sculptor is a great character, you know, very high mobility, you know, shutting survivors down early on very well without, you know, at ease.
Yeah, if I was talking to some of my friends about it. Sculptor's a hunter that has camping, has chase, and also has map presence. That's all three that you look for in a hunter. So she's not my friends always joke around, she's not the top tier character. She is the bar. She is the one that usually all these high level plays go to, and usually in the second round you see them respect banning that sculptor. But it does take a lot of skill to master that type of hunter and be so precise with those with those statue shots.
Right, you know, going to talk about her statues, like her statue does take a lot of practice. You know, you can't just spam them, expect for the best, you know, that's like lower tier gameplay. But we're at a higher tier gameplay right now where we can expect many great things, you know, like those statues can cut survivors off, knock them at windows and pods. So yeah, many great things.
And as we're talking about different hunters, let's talk about the hunters that we would probably see in the third round. We talked about Bloody Queen. I know you mentioned Anne. What are your thoughts on Anne now in this competitive scene?
You know, Anne is still a possibility. It's good for like to stop harasser. You know, it's a pretty safe choice to stop harasser. You know, like it's picked to stop like forward in the scene, wilding on the scene. Because, you know, she can use her cat and utilize and, you know, pick up a survivor from the balloon. And, you know, wildling and forward can't do much unless they, you know, they strategize very well and prepare themselves ahead of time.
Yeah. She really made her presence felt in Call of the Abyss 4, and I'm excited to see her in the later rounds, especially with, you know, she's known to really get the job done if like teams want to secure that victory. They don't have to go for that 4K. Some people say that she replaced Bloody Queen as the Thai Queen, but we're just gonna find out. And speaking of different metas, we were talking about the Dancer and the Thief. I'm excited to see if any of these will come up today.
Yeah, because, you know, Dancer got like a new skill, and, you know, I'm very excited because it's like a very cool skill. You know, you can like push ahead, like get some safe distance from the hunter if they're swinging at you. You know, I want to see that new gameplay of that, and that'll be very exciting if I can see that. And also Thief with his new stunning abilities, and I think there's just really cool additions because they're pushing like lower tier survivors higher up with adding these new skill and adjustments to them, you know, giving them that showcase that they deserve, rightfully deserve, actually.
Exactly, and it's like we were talking about this as well with Xeaora. We were saying that if you watch Identity 5 last year, especially IVC, the meta has completely changed. So there are going to be teams that are familiar with some of the people that have been following Southeast Asia's scene competitively, but rest assured that they have definitely evolved with the meta and probably picked up different characters, traits, maybe game plans as well with how everything is going. Because right now it's from the meta of Dream Witch to Bloody Queen that was last year when I first started seeing everything competitively. Now really all the hunters are being favored as chip shot hunters. They want to get those double hits in, chain hits, and it seems like also people have adjusted to and figured out a way how to counter the Bloody Queens and the Dream Witches. And you gotta love how the community is just pushing the meta forward and just breathing new life to this game.
Yeah, like you mentioned about those chip damage hunters like Bonbon and Sculpture are very great hunters because, you know, they can like shut down many rescuers. You know, like, you know, if you ban Mercenary right there, it makes it very difficult for rescuers to save against a Bonbon and Sculpture because, you know, your Mercenary is like your main, you know, strongest rescuer out
exactly
there.
Tough
so
guy.
Without him, could stuff that.
Okay. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we will be cutting into our first match. We have been talking about this, the meta lately, and I'm sure we're going to talk more about it because Mercenary, my guy, he lost his elbow pad. We got to talk about that in just a bit, but here's the schedule for today, ladies and gentlemen. The first match we'll be witnessing is MP MadPenguins versus LT. After that, at 4 o'clock, it's going to be GH versus ADM. Third match is going to be CZ versus COM2. And last but not least, we are going to see GS versus KCN.
And yeah, so many of these great matches will come, and I'm very excited to see these teams play because, you know, they are fighting for that top spot and they came really far. So, you know, these high tier caliber gameplay is very expected from them.
And speaking of high caliber, here's the head-to-head. Yeah, here's the head-to-head matchup. Yes, go for it.
Oh yeah, Dream Witch and Sculpture right here, very nice. We already seen the meta, and it's very expected. You know, like the win rates right here show for itself: 74% and 87%. Many matches.
What
very
stands
great.
out to me here is the average normal attacks here. We have 8.15 on the sculptor side and 7.64. Again, you know what, those that's a number that definitely stands out for me, because it seems like Farfalla is one that just goes for the kill right away. But now we're gonna see the survivors of both these teams. First, we see Elcee versus Pluckname. Mercenary and forward, very in the meta now. All like you. In competitive, you always need to have a stunner in your lineup if you want to just buy more time for decoding.
Right. Rest assured, like, you know, these stunners are presented, you know, to make up for certain mistakes early on if it does happen. So forward is a very good choice.
Now moving on here, Anchan and X. We do know that the Seer is part of that international lineup, but the batter, that's definitely something that I want to be seeing. I want to be able to see the stun rate on his batter hits. The Seer though, you can see the decoding progress here. The Anchan able to have more than 100% decoding. X here, probably one of the ones that kite early on. So that's definitely something to take note of, ladies and gentlemen.
From the lineup, we can see that both teams utilize Seer. I'm very expecting on how they utilize Seer if they are able to pick Seer themselves, like how each team would approach Seer in their own strategies. What are your thoughts on it, Poch?
Yeah, I think that Seer is definitely always going to be a constant presence. I mean, at the start, he has that radar just to see and kind of call out where the hunter is at. And also another one that is going to be part of this meta is the mechanic. We saw Seer with that Seer Sun, OWO. There's actually a meme going around here. It's either UWU or OWO. So which is better? But we are seeing excellent, like the numbers speak for itself. These Sun and Lavender definitely have very skilled mechanics on their side.
Yeah, Mechanic is proven always to be a great decoder. You know, she got that nerf, but she still have many great utilities for her because, you know, she can decode and rescue at the same time or kite. So she is always there.
Exactly. So that's definitely going to be in the thought process of the banning phase. Probably, yeah, just negating that mechanic pick, because what I've noticed with Southeast Asia, whenever they pick Sculptor, they usually want to go for, they cancel out the Cypher Rush. And now we are going to head into the picks and ban stage, ladies and gentlemen. First match we're going to see is MP versus LT, and I'm so excited to see how these teams are going to face off now.
Yeah, it's the forward ban already. So that's amazing. Getting rid of that harasser. Is that right? Like, yes.
Yeah. Definitely,
oh, the map is Red Church too. Very nice.
Oh, okay. So probably the second ban they're probably thinking of is Priestess. So this is actually what brings the meta into play now. Is MP going to secure that Priestess coming into this matchup?
Yeah, Priestess is, you know, a very safe choice for Red Church because, you know, whether she kites or not, she can assist the kiter very well in Red Church. You know, the looping, placing the portal in Red Church, it can stall a large amount of time for the team to decode. So Priestess is going to be picked right here. Very nice choice.
And as you were saying, you know what, the mechanic did see her fair share of changes and nerfs, but she's still very viable. So we are seeing a mercenary ban. So this is going to be tough. Anchan and Sun have to think wisely because they have their assist character, which is the Priestess, to give backdoor strategies, and the mechanic as well. But it seems like they're going for Gravekeeper and Seer.
Yeah, that is a great choice for a Gravekeeper. So great rescuers out here, you know, a great alternative to Mercenary because Gravekeeper Shovel is so good that it can take any types of hit and travel very nice distance. Do you think the Hunter will be Sculpture if this is really the pick? It looks like it's likely.
Yeah, I think Sculptor could definitely hunt these characters down, especially like spotting out the Seer or Mechanic would definitely be a good pick-off for the Hunter. So again, MP really considering their choices here because yeah, this is the first match. Again, it's a best of 3, but they do want to start with their best foot forward. And MP, a known team, they were here last year in IVC. They also went to the COA qualifiers. So best Vietnamese team around, guys. So you are going to see some high-level Survivor gameplay here.
Yeah, I'm expecting really cool stuff from MP then, because they have really such good team composition right now. It looks like they will go for that Gravekeeper and Seer right there. Oh, Dream Witch? Is it Dream Witch? No
Considering
way.
it,
I was expecting
considering the
Sculpture.
Dream Witch. Well, then again, right? We mentioned that Sculptor does take a lot of skill, but also does the the Dream Witch. So this could be very interesting.
Yeah, Dream Witch skill cap is very high because it takes a lot of practice to master her, because you have to have great awareness of your surroundings and map pressure. Lacking that could cost you a big time in a match. But I was expecting Sculpture because it could chip the Seer very well, take down Mech really nicely, but the Dream Witch it is.
Yeah, I mean, Dream Witch is also one of the constant hunters we've been seeing, especially if Farfala's hunter main is the Dream Witch. He wants to be able to use that right off the bat, because if he gains the respect of MP this early on, they could ban the Dream Witch for match number 2, and the Sculptor will still be available for him to pick.
That is true. And Dream Witch is a great character for this map because Red Church is a fairly small map, and making a small map gives it such extreme pressure for Dream Witch to utilize. And that's a great pick right there.
Yeah, and honestly, you cannot slip up on this Dream Witch. There's so many matches where this Dream Witch from a snowball turns into an avalanche and really dwindles the resources. So MP really has to be aware with where the leeches are going to spawn, how to change the win condition. Should they go for healing? Should they push for objectives? And constantly rotate around this map, because one of the biggest strengths of this Dream Witch is map presence when she gets her leeches down, though.
Yeah, I mean, their team has to stay composed. I mean, without like a single mistake about not unleashing or healing when needed to be, it could cost them that match. So they have to strategize very well and precisely against this Dream Witch, because this Dream Witch is here today and we're expecting very high tier gameplay.
Can I just say this is a really long red carpet? Like they're on this constant runway right now. It's so cool. I just love how the levels of production keeps going higher and higher every IVC, and it's thanks to everyone watching, thanks to everyone in the back. And we're gonna start things off in Red Church. What are your thoughts on Red Church, by the way? If I may ask, what is your favorite map?
My favorite map is actually Sacred Heart Hospital. Yes, it is a survivor-sided map, but it's actually a very nice detailed map. But Red Church is also nice because there are many good places to fight for survivors.
Yeah, and just with that, we are heading into the match right now. We are seeing that the Priestess is already making her rounds around the map, but we are seeing now Farfala trying to find her first target to leech, going over to the shack area and on finding the most optimum target. Who do you think will be the most optimum one?
I think going for that mech would be nice, but I mean, she is skipping Seer and going for the mech right away. Mech does not have the greatest strength in kiting, so it'd be nice to go for her. Plus, she has the greatest decay. Also, look at that Tomy skin. Very nice.
Yeah, it's amazing. That's one of the greatest things about Identity 5, but now tried to sandwich her, pushing her to the graveyard area, constantly switching back and forth. This is what it takes to be a tie-level Dream Witch, ladies and gentlemen. The constant multitasking, but you see that the survivors are already constantly communicating. They're pushing for that, and look at that owl.
Very nice owl, but that does eliminate that owl, so she has no resources to use later on. Very nice hit on there for the Dream Witch.
And usually we see Patroller or Blink, and Farfala choosing for the Blink wants an early down, very aggressive start. So let's see where this mechanic will be running off to. Trying to seek, oh, there it is, the portals that you were mentioning, Rin.
Portal. Yes, Priestess Portal are very utilized here, and it's to buy distance and time, and they are using it excellently.
Speaking of distance, that mechanic is already making a full rotation around this church, and we are seeing the Priestess getting leeched. This is what Farfala needs to be doing, right? Just constantly putting pressure on all these ciphers for them to just negate objectives.
Yeah, like you said, if she does get that full pressure, leeching many survivor as possible, it could cause a problem for the survivor side. Very nice down right there from the Dream Witch. She did an excellent job, eliminating that owl early on, getting that early hit on, and, absolutely taking down that mechanic. Very nice.
And this is what's scary about the mechanic, right? Her puppet is still out there decoding, so the Cypher Rush is still on. We are seeing the Gravekeeper utilize the shovel. It's complicated. They have to force the save now.
That's another great thing about, Gravekeeper. He can come in safely, no matter where he comes from, because that shovel can provide that protection. Very nice hit from Dream Witch. Pulls off that safe rescue right there.
Ooh, yeah.
Unfortunately, getting hit again.
Luckily, it was 50%, but we are seeing them try to regain their resources here, trying to just unleash themselves. Gravekeeper again going to that burrow state just to make sure he has safe passage. But this mechanic's last effort will be falling down now. And he hits the Gravekeeper, constantly shifting priorities. This is what the Dream Witch presents, ladies and gentlemen.
Her map pressure is insane right now. Now, if you guys notice, there are 3 leeches out there, making Dream Witch pressure very insanely strong right now. They have to unleash at this point, or it could be a very difficult situation for them.
But if you notice also, 3 of the last ciphers are already touched. So again, it's still a constant back and forth here. Seer does have wanted order. Mechanics bot is still running amok. And it seems like they're going to pop that cipher. Oh my god. Trying to go for the save, Priestess.
Wow. Priestess taking that hit to get that save off nicely right there. Trying to body block, but slightly missed. Yeah.
But look at that. Look at the cipher progress. 99% one, 69% on the other one. It's constantly pushing. I think they might push for the end game and push for the exit gate war.
Yeah, like you said earlier, Mechanic Robot is something to notice because, very nice. Pop.
They can't push for it just yet. Mechanic's gonna get picked up.
Taking that save it. Very nice. Very. Unfortunately, getting down as well. Pop. Very nice pop right there. Whoa.
Look at that. Can she struggle free in time? The mechanic will be chaired. Detention is in the air, and now they have to decide which gate to go for.
Now, something to keep note is that they are still leeched. 2 of them are still leeched, so they can't just push for that gate. They have to unleash before they go. If they go to the gate, they will be pressure there. So they have to keep distance. Very nice blink from the Dream Witch right there, getting that Priestess down.
Holy
now, it looks like
smokes.
Seer is going for the gate because, he is not leeched, so he is safe right there.
He is. So, yeah, this is going to be quite tough. They have to manage the resources here. Seer does not have an all-utilized Gravekeeper. Does not also have any shovels to use, so he does have full health, but that doesn't matter because detention is going to be a factor. Lower left screen sees the Seer trying to seek salvage a passageway for all the survivors, but yeah, like you said, Rin, they are not touching that exit gate because they know that the Dream Witch is there. Wow, nice juke by the Gravekeeper.
Wow. Now, the thing about Seer is that he's still trying to push that exit gate. He is not giving up. Now, it's a decision, will he push it all the way? Like you said,
Teleport, Rin. They changed the teleport. It's ready. They're going to push for it. Exit gate is open. Can he crawl?
Can he?
Oh my gosh. But look at that. Yeah, just the Gravekeeper trying to body block. It's going to be a 2-2.
Wow, that was insanely close right there from the Seer.
Oh wow, holy smokes, ladies and gents. We have this furious start to the first match. LT taking MP to the limit here, tying things up.
Something to know about the match was it was very quick. The momentum was always going. Like, Dream Witch was not letting anyone breathe. Like, she was constantly on every single survivor. Like, the only one that got to breathe was Seer, and he pushed that exit gate. It was very good. Yeah, he didn't have that.
And you still felt like the Dream Witch is a constant threat, right? And that's, again, we were wondering how come not Sculptor. That's why Farfalla is one of the scariest ones to make it here in IVC when it comes to Dream Witch, because MP survivors are definitely no one to look past, and showing us how the Dream Witch is supposed to be played. Constant pressure, shifting back and forth, dwindling the resources of the survivors to the point it was kind of like a choke point already till they had to force the exit gate pop, and it was already like a checkmate scenario in because the Dream Witch had detention. So excellent stuff.
Yeah, excellent stuff from the survivor side as well, like you mentioned. Their composition was great. They popped it at the moment Seer went down. And that changed the game really greatly. Like, if Seer got chaired, it could have been a whole another mess right there. So great composition from them.
And also chemistry, like you mentioned, the priestess and church just setting up her portals right away, giving an exit door strategy for that mechanic. Actually, that mechanic kite was kind of looking dicey at the start because it was a good hit. It was also a leeched mechanic, but luckily the priestess was able to give safe passage going through the church and then back to the top broken. So again, MP, their synergy is so on point.
Yeah, on top of what you said, like, mechanic robot was great, like you mentioned, like even if she was shared early on, her robot was still decoding and they got that cipher rush down really nicely.
But I mean, I'm just also trying to recall, because honestly, that's how neck and neck things are. Because if you think about it, the Dream Witch really went for the most optimal target, which was that mechanic, and it was just a constant back and forth. The tides of winning kept changing back here and there, and here we have the match data, ladies and gentlemen. Excellent, like triple digits on the side of Zero, Elsie, and Snow Queen, but you got to give it up to Lavender for almost kiting for nearly a minute. But it's really hard to actually determine because, again, it's a Dream Witch, right? So it's constantly like, shifting attention. So again, these numbers are actually lower than expected, but rest assured that this mechanic kited way longer. But looking at Farfalla's side here, 15 survivor hits. This Dream Witch is mad. Wow. Sheesh. Pallets destroyed 3 and 7 knockdowns.
The Priestess decoding was actually really good. 230% for that team. That was a really good match for Priestess right there for decoding. Priestess was constantly pushing Cypher, and that's great on her part because they did get that tie. So that was really great stuff.
And considering the Seer being a support character, right? So the fact that she got 230% decoding and was still able to set up her portals was something that to highlight on the survivor side. But it's still a 2-2. It's a tie. We're still like back to the drawing board. And this looks like a match. If it's going to be like this, we could see game number 3.
Right. It's great stuff from both sides. They play excellently. The composition of the survivor side was great. The hunter awareness was off the charts right there. Dream Witch hitting everybody, leeching everybody at once, not letting anyone breathe. It's really good stuff.
And it also kind of, I would say, like with this new picks and ban thing, it kind of showcased the Gravekeeper, which we usually see in game number 3 or game number 2.
Right.
But now it just the forward and mercenary ban. They really had to salvage whatever survivors they had left, because a forward Dream Witch could counter forward in terms of like just switching the puppets, but still the forward's presence would be felt. So it was a great job on the Dream Witch side banning that forward, just so that she would not have to worry about getting stunned.
Yeah, Gravekeeper is a great alternative. Mercenary is that great rescuer. He's always in the spotlight. So seeing Gravekeeper early on is very nice because, many people like Gravekeeper. Safe choice, going shovel, getting that movement speed increase, going to rescue. As we can see in the match, he took the hit from the shovel, then took another hit and get that safe rescue off. So that was very good on his part.
Yeah, and that could have been a dicey situation, but the Dream Witch, like applying the pressure early on that Gravekeeper, just forcing that rescue even further, just so that he won't get that speed to just go to the chair, eat that hit, and just go for the instant rescue. Right. So really excited to see how they're gonna switch things up, because from what I know, LT, Thai team. They also have a lot up their sleeves in terms of survivor, and also MP's She, a very known hunter, did bring Anne in IVC 2020. So I'm excited who She will be using.
Are we gonna see an Anne? Are we gonna see an Anne?
Maybe in the second or third, but I mean, like you mentioned, Sculptor is still available, so I'm not sure. Right. But yeah, I just want to give a quick shout out first to Aurora. Big shout outs to you, giving us some of the details of the players today, as well as Nell. He will be casting tomorrow, so we do hope you send them your love, ladies and gentlemen. Also, join the Discord for you guys to stay up to date with everything related to Southeast Asia Identity 5. It's discord.gg/identity5, or scan that QR code for you guys to get instant access.
Yeah, seeing that Anne early on, if we do see it, does that mean we will see a Prospector? Prospector can be utilized against an Anne very well if played correctly. Prospector is a great character, very well-rounded, I must say. So very excited if we can see a Prospector.
Hey, when I was I had the privilege and actually the the honor of casting some community games, courtesy of Nell, and there was a lot of prospectors here in Southeast Asia. So I'm excited for you to see that, Rin.
Yeah, no, Prospector is such a great character. I mean, like, with those 3 mags, yeah, 3 mags, you know, but it takes a long time to charge. But, you know, if you use those mana correctly, you can change the tide of game. You know, many prospectors that use him correctly could get dungeon very nicely as well.
And always a constant threat, especially at the late game. Just thinking off the top of my head with a Wolves match that I watched with 487 using the Prospector to safely escort, just a constant threat for the hunter, especially when it's already going for the Exegate War and you're rescuing. So just the utility of Prospector, I feel like, is definitely going to shine, hopefully in this tournament, but it has been shining in other communities as well.
Yeah, Prospector is really loved because, you know, he's great everywhere. Early game, mid game, late game. He just, you know, as long as you have a Manic somewhat, you can do many great things with him.
Yeah, I'm excited to see if that's going to be the case. How about Batter? We saw that, I think it was Team LT that had a Batter in their lineup. What do you think of that character?
No, that was actually very surprising to see. You know, it just was so random. You know, you see the meta, then you see pull up with a Batter. You know, Batter is a great character, you know, because when a teammate takes a hit, he gets that speed boost, you know. If he hits the ball once and mess up, he can use his strength, right, and use it again right off the bat. So he does have that great mobility, great harassing ability as well.
Yeah.
Do you expect any survivors?
Yeah, exactly. So let's see if the Batter will come into the mix coming into this second half of the first round, ladies and gentlemen. And also, I think Nell and I were talking about the top stunners. We would categorize them. Again, we kind of ranked forward as the first, and then again, it's a toss-up between Batter and Prospector. How about you? What do you think?
You know, Batter is just a great harasser. I would say that he's a better harasser than Prospector. Prospector is just well-rounded in everything, decoding, you know, stunning, rescuing, stuff like that. Just well-rounded.
That makes sense, yeah, for sure. Especially, you really have to you have 3 mags, and you have to make sure that you utilize them to their full effect. So excited to see the picks and bans, and it seems like the mechanic will be banned on the side of She's Hunter.
That's very smart because we can see in the previous game, you know, even mechanic that was shared early on, she still made progress with decoding. So, you know, banning her is a very safe and good choice.
Yeah, I guess she wants to. This could actually opt for a sculptor, if ever. You know, she really wants to get her presence fully. You do not want to feed a sculptor. Get her presence to 100%, just so that she can have more statues to harass you with. Maybe she's thinking about, all right, I don't want to worry about early Cypher Rush. I'm gonna ban that mechanic.
Yeah, on top of what you said, like with her full presence, she can become very deadly. You know, she can have that slow start, but as soon as she starts getting presence, she can shut down survivors so easily, especially like Seer and Perfumer. We will see a Seer pick already, so it could be a potential sculpture right here.
Could be, and just we also have to talk about that chisel she has in this map. Yeah, she has. You're never safe anywhere in this map against a fully fed sculptor.
But then again, like, when are you safe in Red Church from any hunter? You know, they're like really scary.
Well, that's true. Wow, Priestess. Okay, does not want to deal with any of those exit door strategies, but it seems like they're opening things up to the international lineup plus the Prisoner coming into the mix.
Wow, will we see that 4 right here? 4 was... Okay, yeah, Prisoner. Wow, great alternative to that mechanic right there. You know, I'm very excited. You know, now we're seeing many new characters. You know, now we're going to see that Prisoner plays right here. We're going to slowly grasp into many different characters.
Yeah, and I know that if you guys watched IVC last year, it was pretty much the same. It was pretty much the same lineup usually of the survivors early on, but once the bans come in, it's there's more diversity. But right now, at the start of the round, we're already seeing this diverse pick. I think the only thing that was the same from the last round was the Seer. They didn't have the mechanic, they didn't have the mercenary, they didn't have the forward nor the prisoner. So it's great that there's character diversity in this lineup.
Yeah, they are switching it up. You know, I'm actually very curious on the strategies of, you know, prisoner right here. Yes, that would be a confirmed prisoner. Very nice. You know, Because, you know, Prisoner can be played in multiple ways depending on how you want to play him. So I'm very curious on that strategy from this Prisoner from Snow Queen.
Let's see. Especially a Prisoner having that shock that we've seen a lot of people utilize in clutch situations, and she seems to be going for this Sculptor, the first one of
like you
today.
Very nice. You know, their decoding is not the best probably because of Mercenary 4, but I mean, Prisoner can make it up. Hopefully he can.
They try their best, right?
Yeah. You know, if Sculptor actually finds Seer early on, that would be great as well. You know, Sculptor against Seer is a very good advantage.
Yeah. So yeah, there's actually for me also, she could actually snipe out the Prisoner too. Either of the two is actually pretty good. 2 out of the 4. I think she's gonna take that, and she's definitely considering the Sculptor. And honestly, like if you see like high level Sculptor plays, she can use the statues to block the stun of the forward.
Yes, yeah. So we have very high expectation from this forward right here. I mean, we will see great stuff from both sides, but you know, Sculptor is a deadly cause for many of survivors out here, especially Seer and Perfumer. So yeah, so Seer got to be careful out here.
100%. I'm actually kind of nervous looking at this lineup now. Again, they do have the capabilities of going for and getting a lot of survivors out of the gate, but now that you mentioned that the Cypher progress will have to rely on a really good kite, because as you mentioned, Mercenary and Ford don't have the best decoding, and that I think that's what she wants. She wants to be able to hunt, you know, take her time, take the Sculptor take their time in just picking off the most optimal survivor.
Also on what you said, I mean, if their decoding is that bad, I mean, if she does get to pick off Prisoner early on, that would be great for her because, you know, Seer has normal decoding, but Prisoner does have that accelerated, so has to be careful on who she picks early on.
Yeah, it's going to be quite tough, especially with the spawns of in this map, and you know that forward coming into the mix. Sometimes you see a lot in high level that the forward doesn't carry Tide Turner. They just want a kite. So I'm interested to see who the first target is, and we're seeing it right now.
They're already wow.
Oh, it's the forward.
Going for the forward already. Wow.
So yeah,
do you think she would just apply pressure to the forward, or will she dedicate on it?
That's the thing. I think she did bring Blink, so again, even if she did bring Quenching Effect, oh wow, gets the stun. Very nice on X.
I mean, dedicating on this forward would have to get him down early on, or just, you know, messing with him so he can't, you know, cipher until she finds someone else. Does find Snow Queen instead right there, going for that Seer, you know.
Yeah,
wow,
this is actually a good.
Already 50%.
That's insane. That's what the Prisoner actually brings to the table here. And also, it's like that forward did buy a lot of time. Now, Snow Queen, you are seeing that she does. Snow Queen has that owl. Oh, and excellent.
Right counter the combo. Very nice timed owl. Did not take any risk with that Sculptor.
But look at that 1/4 already presence built. Snow Queen now trying to transition to a better part in this map. Looping around this pallet.
Wow.
Oh, gets the regular hit.
That was so good. Almost made it, but could not make it enough.
And
you know, that was
considering
very good, you know.
It was. It did give the team a little more time to push those ciphers. All are past 50%. And now we see that the forward running out of the church area just to make sure that, you know, it gives tinnitus just so that this Sculptor would just stay here. But what's important is trying not to feed the Sculptor because, again, it's going to be quite tough if she's fully fed and you're going to try to rescue. Elbow pad?
Right. Ooh. Well, very nice. Very safe rescue. We'll try to go for no. Burke got away, slipped away very nicely right there.
Okay, Seer trying to get to a better advantage. Oh my god, there's the Blink activation.
Very good Blink right there. You know, Seer, chasing Seer was a very good choice. You know, getting him that chip damage and forcing that out early on is really nice. So,
even though,
good start for that Sculptor.
Yeah, I mean, the start was a little dicey with that forward, getting that stun as well, but, you know, she making up for it, downing the Seer. Still has the second chair, but looking at the Cypher progress rate, it's 2 ciphers remaining because that Prisoner completed all 3.
Yeah, that's what we talked about earlier. If Prisoner gets a chance to decode, he will make up for that team right there. Very nice. It does look like Forward is going to go for that save, like just stalling as much time as possible before he does go for that save. Maybe he will go for a stun. Maybe he will go for a full stun 2 save. Because he's
It
kind of
seems
chipped
like-
right now.
Yeah,
They're dropping
no,
it.
I think the forward was just there to just keep the hunter at bay, just to continue, just give freedom for this prisoner to keep Cypher rushing. And look at that. The Seer will be going back forward, still has that wanted order, does not want to chase that. Transitioning to the bottom broken, destroying the connection. She wants to target the next survivor, and it seems like it's going to be the mercenary.
Yeah, Mercenary is injured right now, so it's not a bad option at all because she can take him down very nicely. It does look like they are pushing for that one Cypher right here, while Mercenary is stalling. Very nice right there. Ooh, that chip, then, no, very nice.
But yo, Rin, look at
Now,
the
something
left
to
side.
keep
The
note-
Cyphers are moving.
Ooh, that's stun.
There we go.
That's save.
Just- yeah. Oh, the mercenary. Oh, using the elbow pad. Eats the hit, but will be a little away from this rocket chair. And now X, still being the harasser that he is, will probably have to use that football to get out of the sights of the statues.
You know, Sculpture is doing a wonderful
Oh.
job hitting survivors so well with those aims.
Now we see,
You know-
X just trying to buy as much time as possible. Cyphers are still being pushed and primed. She gonna go for a hit,
Will
but
use
no,
that
the forward uses the football to gain more distance. Oh!
Does an excellent job. Her statues are so precise. We can see that she is hitting everyone with her statue, not missing a single bit. Very nice on MPG right there.
And also, they are pushing for the Cyphers for now. Gonna push for that last pop, but now we see that the Chisel is being primed there, but no survivor is there. Mercenary is already up. Probably gonna go for the save already. Again, the forward does have some time on that rocket chair. You see that Lavender still trying to prime that Cypher. Actually opening up another one.
Right. You know, like Mercenary lost all his elbow pads, so it's kind of a dangerous situation for Mercenary right now if he does go for that save. So I want to see what does happen when Mercenary does go for that save.
Lavender having to get out of that Cypher because, again, the Chisel is being utilized. But now this forward past half, we are seeing the Mercenary trying to touch that Cypher. Prisoner priming things up. But the forward looks like he might be getting out of here. But they are going to try to go for the rescue. The Mercenary is making the
sneaking
approach.
He's sneaking in right there.
Ooh!
Very nice rescue right there.
Pop. Wow.
Very nice. Wow. That was amazing rescue from Mercenary. Gets hit by statue and saves very nicely.
Team LT pushing things to the limit, but you cannot count the Sculptor out. She does have that Chisel to monitor both exit gates and still utilizing that blink. Oh, but uses it to teleport. Oh my god, what a switch.
Very nice stun from Prisoner to reach that pallet right there.
Oh! Prisoner.
Wow.
Again, was touching the exit gate. And excellent time teleport by She. Mercenary already at the red carpet, pushing for that exit gate to open. Lavender seems to be the target that is being zoned in on. She wanting to down this second survivor to probably send back to the manor. And the exit gate is already open, Rin.
Yeah, that is very true. Will, Lavender make it to dungeon in time? Because dungeon is very close right here. Lavender is able to make it. Whoa. Oh no, will he make it?
They are going for it.
Oh, very tight situation right here. Only one statue it takes.
And consider, one statue, and She will be knocking down the Prisoner, and it is going to be another 2-2.
Yeah, Lavender did do a very good hit at the end, buying time for their team to open that exit gate right there.
What a performance by both teams. Again, dicey start for the Sculptor, chasing that forward first. The forward did get a stun, but once he found that Seer, it was back and forth constantly.
Right. Seer did a very good timed owl right there. We can see that, he could have been knocked on the ground, but he took those statues perfectly. Then owl. It's not that he owl when he got hit by a statue, because he would have been down if that was really the case. Very nice timed owl from the Seer right there.
Yeah, could have eaten another hit. Again, and if you consider how much presence the sculptor had, she had no presence at all, and she still poses that threat to down you right away. So that's the scary thing about this hunter, ladies and gentlemen. But you gotta give it up for LT, just securing a tie still against the sculptor. That was pretty. That was a good performance by them, and that clutch rescue by that mercenary. As you mentioned, the mercenary didn't have any elbow pads. He was already injured, and the sculptor was fully fed. That was very dangerous.
Yeah, he snuck in very well, actually. We can see him coming from the corner and pulling through, you know, taking that risk and pulling it off very nicely too.
And as you were mentioning also, before that sequence happened, it was the forward that was down by the precise statue hits, and we've been saying this since the start that the sculptor, you really need to master using the statue hits, and also having that survivor's mentality of predicting where they're going to be going, because you can lose sight of that survivor. But you see in high level situations where sculptors, they don't even need to see, they just know you're there. All right, I'm going to hit you, you're going to get a chip shot.
You know, her statues was very nicely timed, you know, hitting every statue almost, like hitting everybody nicely. You know, like you mentioned earlier, you know, wasting time on that forward in the beginning of it, but did make up for it very well, very quickly.
Yeah, so it's just a constant back and forth, and you got to give it up for both these teams. So do support them wherever they are, because they are taking each other to the limit. Let's check out the match data. Rin, anything stand out to you in this?
Yeah,
numbers?
very much so. The forward with the most decoding.
Oh,
that's very surprising.
Yo, X was listening to us, and he was saying, "What are you talking about? I can't decode. Look at this, triple digits, 336. Let's go."
X has more decoding than all of them combined. That's insane.
Wow. And considering that Lavender was the one that popped the ciphers, it was actually X. So he's the guy that did the homework while Lavender takes the takes the recognition.
That's great stuff from forward. You know, wasting time and decoding at the same time. Perfect teammate right there.
Also, on the survivor side, you got to give it up to Lavender for the amazing kite. 92 seconds. That is definitely nothing to look past. But shifting the attention to MP, though, 20 survivor hits, 3 pallets destroyed, 7 knockdowns. She woke up this morning and chose violence. Excellent. I think she just kept busy like the entire time.
20 survivor hits, that's actually really impressive, because early on, hitting many survivors already, not just like late game, it was very early on. So that was really good.
And that plays to your point with the statue hits. Very precise, and it shows in the data there that she is definitely a hunter that you want to ban the sculptor from. But then again, if you think about it, coming into match number 2, they both tied with their hunters. Now we get to do a hunter ban. Do you think the teams are going to come into this thinking, maybe we could do a little better survive against this hunter? Will they roll that dice? What do you think, Rin?
I mean, they could get creative on the survivor side and, you know, do something like out of the blue and like surprise the hunter, you know? Like, you know, we can see that, like we said earlier, you know, the meta are changing and we want to push those other tier characters up. So, I mean, if they do get creative, that'll be very interesting right there.
I'm excited to see. And also, since we are going to get, they're actually going to have to force being creative, because they will have another survivor ban coming into this. So they have to reach deeper into their survivor pool. And now, considering also, I want to know where the next map is going to be played in, because that could definitely factor in their decision with what kind of composition they'll be having.
Do you have any expectation for any survivor that you want to see being played, or hunters?
Honestly, I want to, as you mentioned, one of the survivors when we opened the show, Entomologist. I want to see some Ento plays. In the community tournament, when we were having that, it was the start of IVL, and that was when Entomologist made her debut in competitive, and the teams needed some time to really understand. Now, this community tournament was actually in June, so I'm pretty sure they were able to kind of lab her and just understand, like, okay, this is her strength. Especially, let's say, I think she's very strong in Sacred Heart. There's a lot of places she can block off inside the hospital.
Yeah, they did readjust her when she was like released, and they readjust her, then they readjust her again. Now she's a very nice character to be playing, you know? She can slow down the hunter, harass the hunter, and with that mobility from the bees, that is something to keep in consideration. She is a very good character.
And as Aurora would say, because Aurora is a priestess main, imagine she is, she said that Entomologist is a priestess with more mobility in a sense because of her bees. And also can also save. So with this adjustment to her, she's definitely gonna make her presence felt, I hope, in Southeast Asia in the coming weeks. So excited to see if we'll be playing in that map, actually.
I mean, if we get a Garner pick right here, I'll be very happy.
Yo, we can dream, right? I want to see a Gardner pick. That's definitely
already.
A shout out to the season 1 days of Identity 5. Having a Gardner, and also with her adjustment, having that barrier, like you see a lot of clutch plays with that.
Right. I mean, her barrier can, do many things. Get dungeon, take hits from detention, takes any hit. Just very nice.
And yesterday while we were testing, we were talking about how Gardener, Doctor, Thief with the adjustment now. All these season one characters that we saw is just they constantly evolved. I mean, who knows? We might see a lawyer. No terror shocks. That's pretty good in my book.
Yeah, no, that would be great to see many different characters at once. If I see a lawyer, I will pay so much respect right there. Because when you play the game and you see these lower tier characters, you don't like them. You think they're throwing, but now they're being pushed up the meta. You're like, okay, maybe they can be useful. So it's nice to see that happening.
Yeah. Especially with the new picks and ban system, with how they approach it, I honestly would not be surprised. I think the scene is at this special point wherein there's so much representation, and you actually, any team can, or any lineup can work in a sense because of how the new rules are. Because also it's quite balanced in a sense that you get to see character diversity on the hunter and survivor side. Especially with how much survivors that are in play and that are viable. So again, a very exciting time for you guys to be an Identity 5 fan, especially if you're in Southeast Asia. Again, welcome once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the Southeast Asia IVC 2021 preliminary stage. This is the finals of the preliminary stage. Pochspice and the one and only Rin. I almost forgot my name there. Oh my god.
Okay. Me all day long. Many great characters coming in, and I'm very excited to see these characters because there are constant bans every single round. We already saw the prisoner picked already. The Gravekeeper alternative right there. So many more to come as we go on. So hoping to see Gardner. No, I'm kidding.
How about if I may ask? You know what? Chinatown's allowed now. What do you think about Chinatown as a map?
Chinatown is actually a very big map, there's many things to explore with Chinatown because, it did come out a bit ago, but I mean, we haven't experienced everything with it, the canning round can be interesting, because there are different floors to the map and it could be utilized very nicely for the survivors. But once again, it is a large map, it can be very difficult.
Yeah, we were actually, me and my friends in the Philippines, we were trying to find call-outs to the map and different, because it's quite big, right? We only know the hotel gate, there was a cafe gate as well. But I'm excited to see if the Chinatown map will be played and how the survivors will, just show us the different meta to it. Because, I mean, another big map that we rarely see is Leo's Memory. It was seen in IVC, but honestly, it's a huge map for me. Not my favorite, to be honest, but I mean, it's still a good surprise to see Leo's Memory come in.
Yeah, Leo Memory is a very big map. I mean, if you spawn in Shack, the hunter's gonna go for you. It always happens,
100%.
You spawn in Shack and you're like, okay, well, my fate is sealed. It's just gonna always go down.
I should where should I kite, guys? Then everyone's just
you
saying
don't even
thank you.
touch the Shack cipher. You're just waiting for the hunter to come at you.
Yeah, just the heartbeat's gonna happen. And everyone's like, all right, good luck. Where do you need to go? We'll rotate where you go. Do you need the factory? Do you need to go here? We got you.
Yeah. So what is actually your favorite map?
My favorite map is Red Church. I learned a lot in that map. I remember I used to practice 1v1s there. Especially, I do not like spawning at the top broken or bottom broken side though.
Right. That's just an unfortunate situation right there. But everywhere else is great. It's a good survivor practice. Many pallets, many great windows, many great transition areas. Honestly, it's a great practice for survivors that are trying to learn the game.
Yeah, Red Church, and that's the first map we saw, ladies and gentlemen. And now heading to round number 2. we will be seeing. Well, actually, we could see Red Church again. It's gonna be another. It depends on the survivor pick if they want to go back to Red Church. But I'm hoping. I don't know. Maybe maybe a big map. I do want to see a Moonlit today.
Moonlit can be very scary, actually, now I think about it, because there are certain locations you're trapped there. It could be already over, you know. But there is great locations like the middle area near tent. That's a great transitioning. Many pallets, you know, rotations right there.
We in the community tournament we were seeing there was this one match that was crazy because the hunter spawned at first stop and just made a beeline to the 2-story, and there's always someone there, and it was the seer, and the hunter was a sculptor. So it's like, oh no, early Christmas present. That's definitely one of the it's crazy how if you want to get into competitive Identity 5, just knowing all these intricacies about the game, where you spawn, the best spots to kite in, and also especially I mean, god kiting is there in Attack and Story, but then if you're caught, if you're a seer and you have no owl and the sculptor's in front of you, you're like, oh no, help. Send help, please.
Yeah, in Moonlit, there's not many great places to, you know, vault a window. You know, you only have pallets, you know. So buying that distance from sculpture can be hard if you are caught there. I mean, it does take practice, you know. You can't win the game yourself. It depends on your team too.
It's a
yeah, it's a team
That's why
game right there.
Exactly, and also much respect for the hunters, because they're the only ones in their team that's playing when it's their turn. So a lot of pressure is definitely on these players, especially with how big IVC is getting and Identity 5 in general. So guys, do give it up for the players that are participating today. Send your love, send your support. And yeah, it just it goes a long way, because that type of positive energy goes a long way in the esports careers of these players. So yeah, that's MP and LT that are going to be hunting. And you know, actually, I'm going to bring something up, because after the changes to Mercenary with his chair time as well as the elbow pads, I kind of shifted to First Officer, and I'm excited to see if we're going to see some First Officer.
Oh, I see. No, I make a joke a lot about First Officer. Like, I don't like him, you know, but it's just a fair joke on him. But you know, you know, yeah.
What's the
Mercenary.
joke? I'm kidding.
I mean,
I honestly, my joke with the First Officer is from First Officer now to First Rescue, because of that stopwatch and just how he's able to just get past tricky situations, getting that save. And I'm sure a lot. I mean, shout outs to Kahelle also make me see the light with how great First Officer is. So again, First Officer is definitely a viable survivor to pick in this, especially now that they're gonna probably opt to ban Gravekeeper coming into this match if it's gonna be LT's Hunter.
Yeah, jokes aside, I mean, like, First Officer is a great rescuer. Something to know about First Officer that is he can save even if he's injured, because he does have that delay, you know, so it gives that potential of a rescue. So that makes him a great character in that aspect.
Yeah, and just the design and the cool feature of that pocket watch, definitely a really cool addition to the Survivor lineup. Now, honestly, also another survivor that we've felt the presence of in the Southeast Asia community is Painter. I'm excited to see if anybody has a Painter up their sleeve.
Yeah, Painter is really a loved character. You know, the stuns of the Painter in the beginning when it was first released, you know, it got like nerfed pretty hard. But you know, Painter is still a viable character. You know, very well rounded in the stun. You know, get that painting up, place it, you know, stun the hunter, and transition away. Painter is a good transitioning kiter right there for that aspect too.
Also in competitive IVL, you see that Painter is a viable survivor, but you know what? The hunters, they're getting pretty wise in how they deal with that painting. Shoutouts to Dong X or DX from Do 5. He looked away, and then there was a survivor that was behind him, and he swung and it hit him like without even looking. Like he no scoped it. He just like went for and I'm like, wow, these hunters are definitely pushing the meta and really understanding the intricacies of each character. So I'm excited to see plays like that happen.
Yeah, like, you know, at first there was like no way, but everyone started switching their cameras. You know, they're not looking at that painting and just like going around it very nicely. No, but we gotta give a shout out to all these teams out here. Like in the first matches, we already seen how good both teams are. You know, that shows their dedication and practice in these games. and it's really amazing to see these plays.
Yeah, and honestly, like if you're watching IVC, I would actually take note of these players, these teams, and just I would say follow and support them because they're constantly growing. MP is a team that participated last year in the first IVC, and now they're here. They also tried to go to qualifiers, and you know what? They definitely made a name for themselves, and now LT hanging in there with the likes of MP. LT is already making their own name for themselves in the community and building their own legacy. So it's really a great time to enjoy these teams and enjoy the high-level gameplay and see how the meta evolves. Honestly, with this type of format, it's like an anime tournament arc for me. Like we're seeing certain storylines being built, and right?
Yeah, it's really nice to see many new characters coming in. Like even the new characters, Patient and Psychologist. Very nice additions to the game, Like many new characters are coming in, and the metas are always changing. So somehow we're gonna push these characters in, and that will be very nice to see.
Yeah, and it's just kudos to the development team to still constantly find refreshing and new survivors and hunters. I know Toy Merchant and Nayad aren't allowed, but those are two very unique characters if you think about their utility, their toolkits, and as you mentioned, the Patient and the Psychologist also, like definitely changing up, can definitely shake up the way competitive Identity V is played.
Right, yeah, definitely big shout out to them because they're always getting characters with different abilities, not like the same thing. It's not like this is like character number 1 and character number 2 has the same ability, It's always different and growing. So this gives an opportunity for everyone that likes a certain character can play them, It's not always the same thing.
Yeah, everything's unique in its own right, and you can definitely feel it with what the compositions, the types of tandems that you see, and it allows creativity for each team and each survivor to just showcase to a big stage like IVC.
Yeah, so that's a great thing about Identity V. When it's always changing, we get different and new gameplays each time. And that's always amazing to see because we don't want to see the same thing. It gets boring, but because it's always changing, this is what makes Identity V so unique.
And the fact that you always have to keep staying tuned to really understand, like who knew that Entomologist would make, because when she was announced, it was kind of like a soft response in terms of like, yeah, she's great, but not really a big splash in the competitive scene. But now you can't go to competitive scene without considering picking Entomologist. And I mean, same goes for, with Sculptor on the other hand, she was already from the get-go very dangerous, and she's still making her presence felt. But also, Dreamwitch was there. She was here since the long seasons ago, and you still see people being very loyal to that character and being very proficient with how the survivors are changing, and also they're adapting to that to get wins.
Yeah, like you said, Dreamwitch is always constantly being played because, she is a great character. I mean, like, if something works, why wouldn't it work again,
And it seems like I'm not going to spoil anything, but we will be having a huge map coming up. So I'm excited to see that. If you are the hunter, what kind of survivors are you looking at to ban? Because you're going to be banning 3 now.
We can see that Mercenary ban again, I would expect. I mean, because Mercenary is shown to be a proven deadly rescue because, no other survivor can be like him. There is no delay for any other survivor. So he can pull off rescues very nicely. Now, if a hunter get the opportunity to stuff even a single rescue, it could change the tide of the game right there. So banning Mercenary would be a good pick. And we can see early on, Mechanic, the ban on Mechanic right there would be nice because she can steal Cypher even if she get that early down. And Seer is also a good pick as well.
So Mechanic, Mercenary, who would be your last ban?
Either Seer or Forward, but I'm gonna lean towards Forward because there is ways around Seer better than Forward, because Forward, if it's a great player right there, you're dealing with an amazing harasser that knows his stuff and crap.
Yeah, I agree 100% with your lineup. I would, because I think I know the big map that we're going to use, I might switch out Mercenary for Priestess. because again, a priestess in a big map could definitely make or break a game for the hunter,
right?
Especially with you saw not even the full effect of it, but just the early game effect with how she was able to set up portals. And this is the map we're playing in, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be Ever Sleeping Town, as you called it, Rin.
Nice.
Right on the money. Forward and mechanic.
Yeah, they are proven to be a deadly character. So, ban them off early on, giving that potential, get rid of them now so you don't have to deal with them.
Yeah. And this is actually, you're taking out the table Cypher rushing, especially from one of the best Cypher rushers, and also stunning with one of the best stunners. And now we see, thinking about it, Dream Witch on this map, very competitive. And also, if you look at the hunter being Farfalla, I guess they don't want to roll that dice again. They did get a tie. MP wants to get more than 3 survivors out of the gate to just solidify a lead.
Yeah, Farfalla have proven to be a very good Dream Witch. Hold that momentum, kept it going, kept all that map pressure. They do not want to play that again. That was a very deadly game for them right there.
As you mentioned, Gravekeeper being a great sub here, but interestingly enough, Mercenary still on the table, but they are considering just locking in the Seer and Gravekeeper first.
Yeah, so that would be a great pick as well. Seer is always a safe choice because he's always proven to be a good character, and a Gravekeeper is also a safe choice for an alternative, so they are pushing that for that safe choice, and it's really nice to see. And there is that mercenary band.
It's like they knew. It's like, all right.
Yeah.
I think this is the mind game coming in, because Priestess now is quite open if they're going to choose it. Oh my God, a batter in? We're going to see a batter?
Yeah. Like you said, like Priestess is going to come in, and it does look like it's going to happen.
Yeah.
This is what I like, the meta is changing. We don't see this kind of team composition, and now it's just out of nowhere, and it's very nice to see.
Looking at this lineup, though, I'm wondering what other hunters Farfalla has under his belt. I'm guessing, well, you know what? As we mentioned, Sculptor could definitely be a good pick here in a huge map like Ever Sleeping Town. So I wonder if Farfalla does have a Sculptor, because that could have been the mentality of Farfalla. Like, all right, I'm going to use my Dream Witch first, leaving open like a Bonbon or like a Sculptor. But Sculptor on paper would be better in this map, because Bonbon, again, like if he does share a survivor, they can choose just not to go for the rescue.
Right.
Oh my God.
Whoa, the pollen? Are we gonna see?
How can we forget?
Yeah, great choice here, because it's an open area, not many places you can reach in time, and not many great windows to utilize. So this would be a great choice. I was not expecting this at all, actually.
Yeah,
wow,
actually, Aurora did mention that LT does have a pollen in their lineup, and having a pollen here in Ever Sleeping Town, we've seen in high level that the constant harassment, and this actually kind of plays well to Farfalla's playstyle of constantly putting pressure on each survivor. Once he gets into that wheel form and just keeps spiking everyone, that's going to shift their priorities to try to get out, to remove the spikes instead of going for Cypher Rush.
Yeah, now since it's a pollen, it could be a hard time for batter now. Batter is going to harass, but if Breaking Wheel is just gonna roll on him, he can't do much. He can't stun that.
I think they have to get their well, I would say circular. Well, you have to run around in a circle and hope that Farfalla's drifting would actually get confused with your evasive maneuvers, because we've seen time and time again that's how you exploit this character, is that you just try to turn sharp corners, jump windows, just try to get him out of that wheel form. And already right off the bat, the wheel form going to the second story.
Wow, that was very great control from the pollen already, going up that so easily.
But here's what's tough. Yeah, the Gravekeeper Siru buying some time for the team, and also has access to that shovel. Shifting targets already, was not able to spike the Seer, but he is going for the Priestess.
Priestess is not in the best location right now. There's nothing to utilize. We'll have to probably transition right here.
Okay, one spike here. And also she's on cooldown with her portal. Oh!
Very nice owl right there from the Seer. Very nicely timed too.
Beautiful stuff. we are seeing that the pollen already is gaining some presence here. Still trying to get this priestess, and the priestess doing a great job just preoccupying this pollen.
Right.
Now just waiting for him to get to the second floor here. It's a tight space, so he's really exploiting the fact that you have to make sharp turns with this pollen, and it is quite tough to maneuver.
Yeah, something to keep note about Priestess is that she is staying away from her teammates, you know? Like, she's staying in this one area because, you know, we can see how good pollen map pressure is once he cheers someone. So now she's staying here to let her teammates decode and not let them have pressure on them. So very good on Priestess right here.
And now a portal was ready. Okay, watch out for the tram. I say time and time again that the tram is the worst, is the scariest hunter on this map.
Yeah,
real changing targets, going to the seer.
Very nice hit on seer already.
And this is what's scary, right? Pollen can maneuver around the map so fast you can catch the survivors off guard here, and that's what he's doing with the seer.
Right.
No,
he does have the blink ready.
Look at that.
No. Wow, very nice.
Ooh!
That was very good on the pollen. Barely made it right there for the pollen right there.
Yeah, but look at the Cypher progress on the survivor side. Again, there was a great trap placement. Anchan tried to do some mind games, trying to get Juke away from that hit. Went for the vault, but then Pollen was able to punish accordingly, and now about to be fully fed. Trying to go back to the priestess here.
You know, Pollen is good at keeping that map pressure on everybody, not letting priestess decode. Very nice blink right there.
Eats the hit, but the seer is already rescued. Pollen gonna go back into his wheel form. Looking at the survivors' progress on the ciphers, one is more than 0.5%, and the other one is just being opened up.
Well, we can see already that there's only 2 ciphers remaining. The survivors are very good on cipher. Ooh, very nice. That was really great mind gaming from Pollen right there. Knowing right there that he will go there.
Switch skills. I think he's on peepers now. So Rin, the priestess already removing her spike. The survivors already trying to salvage as much as possible to push for the exit gate. And now this is what's scary. The batter, once in wheel form, this is going to be tough. He's going to have to keep rotating around and just doing sharp turns here before he makes the rescue. Ooh,
very nice.
Goes for the hit.
Yeah, that was very... Oh, unfortunate right there. Will he get... Wait. Oh god,
this is gonna be tough. Oh, putting another one. Oh, nice. Oh, he eats the trap.
Strategy.
Oh, that was past half,
Wow.
Rin. This is gonna be tough. The Gravekeeper has to do a great rebound kite. The batter once again trying to swing, but the last effort will be popped.
That was very nice from the Holland. Dodging that ball hit right there. Now, like you mentioned, Gravekeeper is past half now, so he has to stay at a safe distance.
Oh, yeah, the Seer eating another spike hit. The global key is going to be downed. And yeah, the Seer will be downed as well. 2 ciphers, we've been stuck here. One is at 99%, 68% for the other cipher, and 49%. So the options are still laid out for everyone. Anchan will be the next survivor that will be chaired.
Now the survivors are in a difficult situation because everyone's either injured or down, so someone has to heal or pull in that clutch save right here.
And now utilizing the peeper just to make sure that the situation is he's securing the seer in this chair, and it seems like the priestess is gonna try to push for it. The ciphers aren't primed just yet. They're gonna have to really be careful with this rescue.
She is taking her safe distance from Pollen right now. Will get hit by that one spike already. She is dropping that save.
Yeah, this is gonna be tough. So now it's gonna be Siru. That's gonna be it's a double save.
Yes,
yeah, but the Cypher's almost prime, eats the hit, but rescues the Cedar. They
very
pop
nice
it.
Pop. Wow, very great strategy from the survivor side right there. Unfortunately, Gravekeeper does make it.
Oh, uses the Magician's
Very
wand.
nice pallet stun.
Ooh, just blocking the safe passage there through that pallet. Great utilization, and this is what MP brings to the table. They're veteran experience, but right now, it's the breaking wheel utilizing the mobility to try to stop the exit gate from opening.
Yeah, very great pressure from Pollen, constantly switching, not let anyone have a chance to open that gate right now. Placing that peeper just to, you know, keep that map pressure going.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough because she can. Pollen can definitely zip around the map, and having that peeper down. Wow, what an owl block there from Anchan. Oh, eats the hit. Farfalla will be downing the Seer now.
Oh, not caring at all. Going straight for Sun right now. Hoping to make it in time. Does not make it in time. Very nice stuff from the survivor side.
Three survivors out, and that's GG's.
That was very great stuff from both sides. We can see that how Pollen constantly switching, keeping that map pressure right there.
Yeah, it was great stuff on Pollen's side, but it was the survivors' communication, and I would say the early chase of that priestess really bought a lot of time for the survivors to just decode and prioritize objectives before they could get anything going. So excellent stuff on the side of the survivors.
Right, you know, Priestess contained the Hunter at one spot, and that's something to note because she does not want to transition to another survivor, potentially getting them pressured as well. So that was great stuff from that Priestess.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, she did not disrupt the Cypher Rush. She was just there at Corner House. Even though I think you mentioned that there weren't so much to utilize, she used her holy keys to buy time, stayed at second floor because it was a tough passage for the Pollen to go through, going up the stairs, going through the door, and it was really tough at the onstart. That's why he had to switch. And when he went to the Seer, went for Anchan, that's when the momentum started to shift. Because that Terror Shock was, I think, a boost of confidence on the Pollen side.
Yeah, no, that was great stuff from the Pollen. Knowing when to drop a survivor is also a great thing. You know, dedicating too long could cost you, and switching like that was very good on Pollen. You know, injuring everybody, downing some survivor, and cheering them at the same time. The momentum switch was very nice for Pollen right there.
Yeah, and I think that we've highlighted Sculptor so much, but we haven't talked about Pollen. And you know, once Pollen was announced, he was just such a beast in terms of like, oh dang, he could down survivors full presence with his spikes. But now you see that the meta constantly shifting. They know how to change things up. Kudos to that batter knowing how to counter. Like once he got out of that form, was ready, so precise. He was a sniper with that bat hit.
No, he was definitely ready for that hit right there. You know, they practiced very well, as you guys can see. Like, you know, they were ready for this Pollen right there. You know, it was actually a very intense and scary moment. You know, one batter was going to save, not knowing. That was very scary right there.
Yeah, especially at that moment where I forgot. I think it was Gravekeep. Someone was. I think it was Seer that was chaired in the graveyard area, and the Gravekeeper and the Priestess were going for the double rescue. They were so precise also with their Cypher prime. They primed that Cypher, and it was an excellent match through and through. MP did get more points, get 3 points, so now it's a 7-5 lead. Now it is LT survivors that will have to answer back and try to alleviate the pressure that MP has put on them.
You know, both sides have great pops right there. We can see how they were ready for the pop. Their communication is on point right there. You know, when a survivor's down, pop right away. You know, save right there, then getting down and pop. That was very great stuff from both sides.
Okay, if I may ask, what were some of the highlights that you noticed in that match and something to tell the viewers? Because we will be looking at that match data and we'll add some more context to the numbers here.
You know, I was thinking that it was very good that Priestess was at that location because that's actually one of the best kiting areas in Ever Sleeping Town, and she utilized it very well. You know, not just like spamming portals and, you know, transition away. You know, she was keeping it one place, using the portals precisely to her advantage and going up there. You know, that's really good counter to Pollen because, you know, going up there is kind of hard to maneuver. It depends on the controls, of course, but it's very good on that Priestess. And once again, you know, batter ready to snipe the Pollen right off the bat right there was very good timing.
And just to recall, the first chase was actually with the Gravekeeper, and he already utilized the middle house, and they really knew. I'm guessing because Anshan kind of called it out, like it's a pollen. We gotta develop. Go back to the strategy that we built up, and it was that just really harass the hunter in the 2 story, and they did pretty well. So excellent stuff, triple digits when it comes to decoding. But you got to give it up to Farfalla because he did not give up, and he was constantly pressuring, even when it was the exit gate war.
Yeah, it was very dire and it was very great on both sides. But the survivor side proven to be a great threat to the hunter right there, because they did very well on the pop decoding. When Pollen did switch, it was like already 2 ciphers remaining. They were ready for everything.
And also, speaking of switching, he did switch to peepers because I think that was more of Farfalla saying, all right, I need to safely secure a survivor that's going to head back to the manor, dropping that peeper just to make sure that if I leave this site, I'm going to know if somebody's here. And I think he's very confident in his ability to the mobility of his pollen, that he is, all right, I just need to get notified if someone's here, or the peeper is going to detect someone, so I'll just zip right past back. So excellent stuff on Farfalla's side, but MP did get a 3 survivor out.
Yeah, peepers on pollen is not a bad choice. I've seen where pollen just constantly down someone, place a peeper, then constantly switch back and forth end game, because pollen can reach both exit gate very quickly regardless of the map. Like Sacred Heart Hospital, pollen could have been there in 3 seconds. It's very good.
Yeah, just pollen on demand. You just book a service and then he'll just end up right on your doorstep. He's just so good, especially in the right hands. And it just shows also that MP really understood the matchup and they knew their spots well, and they were ready. That's plain and simple. 3-1 is definitely a something to celebrate for MP side, but they're not out of the woods yet, because I think she or 72S will be doing the hunting on MP side, while LT, we saw how crazy they can be. X specifically, that forward would probably need that respect ban from him.
Right, that pollen pick was actually very unexpected. I was not expecting that as well. From the start, I was expecting the meta hunters, but pulling off that pollen right there is very nice too. Performing very well too. It's just not random. It was like they were ready for that, game.
Yeah, I would say it was also unexpected, but you also have to consider that pollen is technically in the meta, a new hunter, and also the mobility is there.
Right.
I just think that the consistency of pollen is still being developed, and how he's being pushed forward. So this was a great showing on LT side, especially Farfalla. But now switching attention to LT survivors, we were talking about how they did really well up against the sculptor of MadPenguins. So do you think this is they're gonna apply the same strategy? They're gonna go for respect bans, because the last game was pretty much a tie.
Right, yeah, I think they will still go for that respect ban, it's just to see who slips up first, to see who can gain that advantage from that slip up, because we haven't seen a basement chair at all or something like that, something big is bound to happen some way or another, so they're expecting that.
Well, basement party early on, that's going to be intense here in Ever Sleeping. I'm excited to see the lineup of survivors and hunters. I wonder on MadPenguins side if she will be hunting or if it's going to be 72S. We all know 72S from previous tournaments. Now with the MadPenguins, I'm excited to see, especially she. We did see that we saw the sculptor of she, but we also know she does have an An.
So do you think they will go for that sculpture and or will it be something completely different?
Well, as we were talking about the picks and bans, they probably will ban sculptor, but she coming into this, I don't know if she has a Dream Witch. I'm not quite sure, but
Dream Witch and Ever Sleeping can be proven to be deadly. You know, great map.
Yeah, it's been proven before. So I'm not sure what she will be bringing to the table, but as you mentioned, I agree with you 100% that LT would definitely want to ban that sculptor. I think just on paper itself, it's enough to ban, especially even though they got a tie last round. That doesn't mean that they'll have the same performance in a bigger map like this.
Yeah, it's always changing now. We're seeing different characters. We saw that batter coming into play. And, you know, it was actually really cool to see batter in play, you know, because you don't see many batter gameplays. And they pulled it off very nicely, utilizing that batter to the maximum potential right there.
And yeah, maybe, who knows, we might see a Prospector. If Anne does come out, maybe they're going to counter it with Prospector. And we'll have like a full stack of just the stunners that are available in Identity 5. And yeah, there's a lot that could come in, especially with the picks and bans. That's why I'm so excited to see the mindset that these teams are going to come into, especially with how the score is quite close. If you think about it, it's just a 2-point difference.
Yeah, they both tied on the first round right there. Very nice.
Yeah. Precisely. So we are about to head into the picks and bans, ladies and gentlemen. Again, do support these teams, the MadPenguins and LT. Bans of the Mechanic and the Seer.
Very nice ban right there, because, you know, we can see that Seer can be utilized very nice in Ever Sleeping from the last match already. Going for that Dream Witch ban. Wow.
Interesting.
So
this leaves Sculptor wide open.
Yeah. Sculptor can be in play right here. And, you know, Sculptor is actually excellent in Ever Sleeping Town. Like, time and time, every time I see Sculptor in Ever Sleeping Town, it's actually pretty scary.
Yo, a dancer?
Dancer? Yes.
Thinking about it.
Dancer right there. Do it.
Don't play with our heart. Let's see, LT.
Maybe
thinking about it.
They're teasing me
Mercenary and
right
dancer. Okay, well, let's see. I'm gonna take down my notes because again, we have not seen dancer. Well, I personally haven't seen dancer in a very competitive play. Competitive.
No, this will be great to showcase her new abilities as well.
Speaking of new abilities, please tell the audience at home, like, what to look forward to if the dancer does get picked.
Okay, so her new ability is like a push forward. Like, she dashed quickly forward to, like, you know, but you have to time it very well, because when you do that, you're assuming that the hunter is going to melee you or use an ability that you can't dodge. And, you know, with that push forward, you know, you are able to dodge that right there. But if you timed it wrong, it will cost you dearly. But, you know, timed right, it could save you nicely. So expecting a dancer right here is also nice, but now you can also pick up your music box, which is great because, you know, back then with dancer, you just place the music box and, well, you can't pick it up, and it's just a lost cause once you finish the cipher or once you kite the hunter at that certain area. So seeing a dancer pick right here is very exciting, actually. I want this to happen.
Please,
what do you think?
Guys, please, everyone in the chat, I think that LT definitely changing things up in terms of the meta. I wouldn't be surprised if they do pick that dancer, and as you mentioned, with the recent changes, she could be utilized as a kiter and also a decoder, because she can pick up her boxes and just move it around and just like give support to this mercenary who's decoding if ever someone else is being chased. But as you mentioned also, we are going to see the dancer.
Wow, that's great stuff right now. Oh, the forward band coming in.
Oh, actually, it's not a dancer. I think it's a priestess.
Oh, is it?
I'm not quite sure. We'll find out, but.
No, they're teasing me. I'm heartbroken.
Yeah, I knew it. Oh, no. Okay, no, so the dancer is locked in. It's Snow Queen that's the priestess. Okay, thank God.
I was going to be
I was so scared. Yeah, exactly.
No, because, you know, the meta is changing, and seeing this, like, lineup.
There we go.
Really cool
it's X. Okay.
Yeah. Wow. No, that was good. Like, it's changing.
I was going to get really disappointed. We were talking a storm up for the dancer, and oh, no, it's not. Oh my God,
Queen,
she.
Like
taking it back to IVC 2020, the Queen of Southeast Asia, gonna make her presence felt. That is the Bloody Queen.
Now, Dancer and Prisoner do have to watch out. You know, Priestess is more on the safe side. Mercenary does have that elbow pad to get away from the mirror. Not so much for Dancer or Prisoner right here, unless they do have that elevation from Blood Queen. But you know, we're talking about high caliber gameplay. Blood Queen will know how to mirror correctly and perfectly.
Yeah, and speaking of high level gameplay on the Survivor side, they need to time or need to understand when the cooldown of that mirror is going to happen. Mirror being propped up right away. Early hit.
Wow, hitting Priestess already. Excellent start already. Wow.
Yeah, that's a great start to She. And Snow Queen does have 2 portals to use in a great spot here. Can definitely like plant those portals down just to gain more distance. And as that's happening, the cooldown of that mirror is still being in effect. And we are seeing that She did bring Blink.
Yeah, so great stuff from Blood Queen already. Early hit already. And you know, mirror is going to be up already. So that's going to be a very interesting play right here. Will Priestess get away from this mirror right here?
You see that she's waiting for
really
it.
tense? Oh, ooh,
yeah, I know. Just utilizing.
Not use it.
The portal is on cooldown already. Again, Priestess going to utilize the staircase here. Drop hit. Wow.
Very nice drop hit right there from Blood Queen. You know, something to note very nicely is that Blood Queen was baiting out that mirror. She was not going for it, waiting for that portal to go through.
That's good observation. Yeah, good thing you pointed that out because she was holding up her hand. And I'm pretty sure Snow Queen was looking behind her constantly. So this is going to be a tough rescue since Female Dancer does have that wanted order. Mercenary, I'm not sure where in the map he is, but there he is. All right, so it seems like he's going to have to go for that rescue right now because the mirror is on cooldown.
That was a very nice rescue from Mercenary.
Ooh,
almost made it through.
Yeah, unfortunately there for the Priestess popping in that last effort. And look, the mirror, constant pressure coming from She, staying busy, making sure that no cipher is going to be left untouched by the Bloody Queen. The Priestess will be falling down once again. Mercenary already hit, is focusing on decoding now.
Right, you know, Priestess is trying to go down far away as possible because, you know, Mercenary Cypher was disrupt, so now she has to try to get away from it so Mercenary can decode. But it does look like Mercenary is pushing away from the Cypher to, you know, not take any chances with her mirror right there.
Oh,
they are
rotating.
rotating.
Mirror,
it does look like it looks like they are rotating.
Oh my god.
Yeah, not taking any chances.
Mirror got popped up there right at that Cypher. She just making sure. She's waiting. She no earmark, so she will be going for the switch. So Priestess will be heading back to the manor. 2 survivors here at Corner House could be a headache, but the She does have Blink to utilize. Has not used that Blink just yet.
You know, now they have to get away from each other. They cannot be grouped together, you know.
True.
That could be a problem for their team. Ooh, very nice hit on Prisoner. Wow, mirror right away and gets the hit off the bat.
I got scared for that tram. I was like, please avoid the tram.
Honestly, I thought she was
no casualties of survivors or hunters. And now we see that the Prisoner going at the exit gate here. The Blink is in effect though, but I'm sure that the Prisoner,
nice
excellent
juke.
Prisoner.
Very nice shock right there. You know, Prisoner
the mirror is ready, Rin.
Oh gosh, very nice juke. That was a very good juke from Prisoner though, but you know, he was in a situation that was very difficult, so very nice kiting from Prisoner already.
It was a tough spot to be in, but now we see that. And look at this chair placement. Excellent stuff just to make sure that he's also constantly putting pressure on the ciphers that are moving. 94%, Mercenary is forced to retreat.
Yeah, but they do have a different cipher at 67%, so they don't need to dedicate on that cipher. They have other ciphers to utilize.
2 ciphers remain. They will have to open up another one if ever, but this is definitely going to slow down the pace of that cipher rush.
Will Mercenary go for the save right now, or it does look like he's gonna wait it out. He's gonna wait after line.
Probably 99%. I'm not quite sure, but you know what? The Bloody Queen is gonna try to maneuver and find the best possible target, which is the Mercenary. And just constantly putting pressure again, not allowing this Mercenary. 1 cipher remains, 85%. Oh, the Mercenary popped that cipher.
Switching?
Oh, God.
That is very nice. Switching to teleport right off the bat right there. Very nice. Getting ready for endgame. Mercenary will go for that save.
Gets the rescue. This is actually great.
Go
there we have it. Gonna break the music box. They're gonna go for the pop. X knock right there. Terror shock.
Very excellent terror shock right there. Could not pull away in time.
Wow.
They are in a very difficult situation. This Blood Queen is taking no gains from these guys.
What a scramble there. Again, getting that terror shock gonna be quite tough. Oh, hits it with, just changes. Oh god, all of them are down now. Incredible stuff from She.
Wow. She woke up and chose violence.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, gonna try to pop the cipher. They're still pushing for it. X.
Ooh, unfortunately does not pop in time. Very great stuff from Blood Queen right there.
Hey, she's the queen of Southeast Asia for a reason, and she making sure everyone knows it's still the reign of the Bloody Queen. Excellent stuff there. Rin, give me your thoughts. Give me the highlights that you have in this match.
No, that was amazing right there from that Blood Queen. We say it's a TIE Hunter, but that she turned that into a 4-man right there. The highlight was actually from chairing Prisoner right there. That was the main highlight because she got that pressure on that cipher, and that cipher was everything to them. All of them were dedicating to that last cipher, and they could not pull it off in time because Blood Queen did an excellent job keeping that cipher to herself, and getting that chair shock on Dancer changed the whole tide of game for her right there.
It did. Yeah, I think those were the key moments. That chair, that scramble, it was still anyone's game up until that point. And it was a great job by the Mercenary eating that hit. Again, Bloody Queen is a single hit hunter, so he had to eat that hit to get the rescue of that prisoner. And the prisoner was away, but yeah, it was just a good placement where the Bloody Queen was, putting a lot of pressure on that spot, forcing the Dancer to drop the music box. I'm assuming that they wanted to push for the end game when the Bloody Queen was destroying that music box, but unfortunately the cipher was not primed just yet, and it's just those seconds, those milliseconds that can change the tide of a game.
No, that was very impressive stuff from Blood Queen. I was not expecting that terror shot. That was amazing stuff right there on that Blood Queen. Her mirrors, if we noticed, it was on point. The mind games was on point too. She was baiting out the portal from Priestess, because if Priestess does get the portal while she mirrored, Priestess will get away, but she baited out very nicely, then did that drop hit on Priestess. So those are really nice highlights.
Like you pointed out, she was constantly holding up her hand, right? Where are you gonna pop it? I know that the mirror is gonna come out some way or another, but again, that was good patience on She's side, just waiting for that Priestess to utilize all the utility she had, not having any more holy keys, and was able to down that Priestess. And it was going back and forth, but as you mentioned, it was that chair of the prisoner, I believe. Yeah, that was really the game changer. And looking at the scores, it's 12-5 now. Again, we're gonna play for a game 3, but the pressure is on Team LT because they cannot lose a single half of this round. They have to win, and they have to win in spectacular fashion. They need to get 5 points each. They cannot, because it's gonna be a tie if ever they get 3-5.
Right. Oof. That's a lot of pressure on them right there, but that was such insane gameplay. I was not expecting that at all. Great stuff from Blood Queen, hitting all her mirrors perfectly too, whether it was to hit someone, to pressure someone and stop something, she did it so perfectly. She was an amazing hunter on that point.
And as we mentioned, let's check out the highlights here. The match data from the Bloody Queen: 10 survivor hits, 1 pallet destroyed, 7 knockdowns, and 1 cipher remaining. That is a very efficient hunter if I've seen one, and her name is She. But looking at the survivor side, though, you got to give it up to the survivors here. Snow Queen being the first one to be chased, tried her best to be able to, buy as much time as possible, and it actually kind of paid off. Look at the progress on all the decoding. They all have triple digits. Snow Queen almost did a 60-second kite, and it was great stuff. It was just She's game plan was being pushed more, ultimately to get the 4K.
Right, you know, that it's 7 knockdowns from Blood Queen there. That was like insane pressure from her. It was just great stuff, you know? But you know, we didn't get to see dancers kiting to utilize those new movements, but it's okay.
Exactly.
Well, maybe
That's
in the
fine.
future.
Yeah. We did see the music box being placed down. I'm pretty sure,
Right.
hey, that music box was probably somewhere else. And like, hey, it's here.
Yeah, it's there now. You know, I picked it up from somewhere.
Yeah, you just gotta believe me, man. It's the new change. We'll see. Again, IVC, we have so much weekends to see these new survivor changes. I want to see if anyone is gonna utilize the thief. Who knows? Maybe coming into this next match, again, there's gonna be you're banning a whole team technically of survivors. So let's see how more survivors will come into their way of this composition pick.
You know, what if they go for the classic pick? You know, lucky guy,
What's the
doctor.
classic?
Okay, I mean it's not possible. I mean, they're not gonna do that. But I mean, that's a very hopeful thing. You know, they're gonna be like the underdog if that does happen. That'll be great.
I feel like if they go for that, they receive, they unlock like a reward, like I don't know, like something, because that's gonna be so nostalgic. Seeing like, oh, the classic, you're gonna hit him with the classic, and then the hunter going with a Hell Ember. Ooh, that's El Clasico if I've seen one.
No, that match wins in my heart at least. That'll be the match of respect right there.
There you go. Yeah, I'm excited. But again, if you think about those type of picks, maybe not lucky guy, but I don't know. Especially in Southeast Asia, if there's known, let's say like photographers or anyone, a doctor could come into the mix. Gardener, I don't want to build it up, Ren. I don't want to build up your expectations, but who knows? A gardener could come in.
Yeah.
If I may ask,
a gardener does come in, I might be biased at that point, but I'm kidding.
That's fine. We got to keep it professional though. But if I may ask, did you recently pick up Gardener, or were you always loyal to Gardener from the start?
I did not actually. So nowadays I play multiple characters, but back then my favorite was actually, you know, playing Prospector.
Ooh,
so Prospector
okay,
was my
all
thing.
right.
Then I switched to Gardener because I wanted the S patch and I did get it. It was very nice. You know, but you know, Gardener is a safe character. You know, she has that bubble in the beginning, you know, to utilize. If the hunter goes for her, she's in a safe area. Then later on, she can use the bubble again to rescue, if anything, you know. So it's a really safe choice of a character. But the thing is, I mean, if she doesn't kite,
yeah, that's
so-so
true.
at that point.
It could actually, like, Gardener, very beginner friendly. I would say her and Doctor would be actually any of the four, like of the original OGs are great to start with to really know the game. When I first started, I was Doctor, because Doctor, like, all right, like, time to learn the game. All right, she has that utility to use. It was good, but then I started shifting over to, you know, I started getting hit a lot. So I'm like, you know what, maybe Mercenary. Like, I mean, he can eat a lot of hits. Let's go. So, but now that I mentioned with the nerf to his elbow pads, I did start to go with Seer, which I believe a lot of people in the community also. Great character to learn the game with in terms of looking where the hunter is at, because it will incentivize you to do that.
Right. Knowing where the hunter is, like on top of what you said, you know, is a great thing. You know, it can help your team out greatly, because if they're switching, you can tell your team ahead of time before it ever does happen, so they can rotate or leave. You know, when I first played, actually, I went for Thief, then I went for Core. I picked Thief because his vaulting, you know, and you know, then he just dig through the chest. Yeah. Then I went for Core because, you know, I want to stun the hunter, you know. I was kind of, you know, I was not even decoding. I was just coming there to, you know, flare gun the hunter. That's
violence. Rin chose violence.
Yeah. We're skipping the ciphering.
Actually, now I think I've been messing around also with forward. And I've been getting a lot of tips also from some of the players here in Southeast Asia to like adjust the camera, adjust this, because it's, you gotta, if you use forward, dude, you feel so cool. Like if you get a stun, you're like, yes, stun rescue,
yeah, you
let's
pull
go.
out that stun, MVP right there.
Ooh, sheesh, dude, get that stun, full stun, oh, half ball stun, let's go. But it's great to see though that we talk about like forward and these characters, and as of today, you know, all of them are kind of being represented in one way or another in certain matchups. I know that we talk about Dancer. I'm looking forward to seeing her. And the matchup before, we didn't really see the Dancer in her full effect, but you saw in the match data, she did get like triple digits, like 200 plus decoding. So she is a character that is something you cannot underestimate.
Yeah, that's the fun thing about watching these tournaments as the viewers at home. You know, you're seeing different characters come into play aspect. You know, we weren't expecting dancers. She just magically show up, and we're all like already hyped and ready for that. So it's really nice to see, you know.
I'm super excited. And it seems like we are, if you're looking at the view, the backup we have, the map has been selected, and it's another big map, and it could actually bring in more, I would say, more creativity when it comes to survivors.
Right. You know, there are many survivors to pick. You know, in the beginning of the game, there was not many. You know, there's only a few roster, but now we have like a second page. You know, a second page already to pick from. It's almost full already, so we might get a third page at this point. You know, but it's great stuff from Identity 5.
And as you mentioned, then 2 new characters coming in. You know, they're really churning out these characters left and right. So really exciting times to be playing the game and also watching it competitively. And looking at it now, Moon River Park, ladies and gentlemen, and
that's
he picks that map.
About. Yeah, and that's what you were talking about earlier.
Rain, I gotta ask you, what are the chances we're gonna see an acrobat here?
That would warm my heart, and you will probably see it because acrobat utilized here is amazing. Great transition character, and it's so good right here because there are many jump spots to utilize against any hunters. You know.
I'm excited for these players also if they pick acrobat, if they can like flex their S tier persona skins. I'd love to see that.
that would be nice too. I mean, I would love to see the ace. You know, when I play, I use the ace skin, and it's very.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, they got pretty cool skins, and honestly, also acrobat, it's a very unique character, I would say, especially in this type of map. There's a lot of, as you mentioned, jump spots, a lot of hype plays that you can have, especially if you're escorting people, let's say out of 2-story, or you're jumping out of the first stop. So again, let's see if the acrobat will come into this composition.
No, that would be a great play though, because if we see it, he could be a supporting character, you know, to slow down the hunter if they're chasing someone. It could be proven to be a great kiter.
Imagine, oh gosh, I'm just thinking out loud here. Acrobat with a slow ball, and you got a dancer with a slow box. Oh god, the hunter is gonna take days.
That would be horrific right there for the hunter. And then just pull out an Ento, start harassing them.
Oh no!
Yeah,
that's the nightmare for hunter.
That would be horrible.
You could pop 2 ciphers before the hunter gets to destroy the box and the bees, and yeah. So really exciting.
But I mean, you would have to have a decoder.
Yeah, you would have to.
Yeah.
If we're thinking about it.
Yeah. I mean,
wow, that's a great.
Decoding it.
If we think about that, you have so a dancer, an entomologist, and an acrobat. Put a mechanic. Wow, what a wild composition you would have there to just have that scenario.
And we're just bullying the hunter while mechanic is decoding peacefully. That would be amazing right there.
Yeah, and usually, mechanic is the best kiter in the game, best rescuer. But if you're letting the mechanic do her thing, she could definitely push those objectives and make it a quick escape for the survivor side. But Moonlit River Park, I'm excited to see what hunters are going to be viable for this map, because if you think about it, MadPenguins, they just need to go for ties. They already can just sit on their lead with points, and they already won a round. So more pressure is actually on LT side, because not only do they need to get points, they need to get points with a dwindled roster of 4 survivor bands and 2 hunter bands.
Yeah, a lot of pressure are on them right now, so they have to be very precise on who they ban and who they pick as well.
What do you think will be banned in this map?
You know, I've seen many forwards here. It's great, but I mean, like, I don't know. I mean, they might go for that mechanic ban right there, and then they will go for a mercenary ban, because mercenary can travel. I would say maybe if they ban mercenary, because you can travel across the map very nicely, you know. But yeah, it's still, I would say, still the same meta ban so far, you know.
So you pick mercenary, mechanic, seer. There's one more if you want to pick forward.
Yeah, it could be those 4. Yeah, I would safely say those 4. You know, there could be an oddball. I mean, they could get priestess into the mix, because, you know, priestess global portal right there is nice, because in Moonlit it's such a large map, and if the hunter does not have mobility, you know, it could be giving them a hard time. So Priestess could be in the mix. But yeah, I think they would ban Priestess. I don't think they would. I think I would say Mechanic.
Okay.
Mechanic. Mercenary.
Sorry, I'm putting you on the spot. I'll answer the question too. Okay, so Mechanic, Mercenary.
Okay, everything but Zero. Okay, no need to ban Zero. So it'll be Priestess forward, Mac forward.
For me, I agree with Mechanic, Mercenary, and Priestess. Forward, I'm a little iffy about, but then his forward is just so good though. Because I'm just thinking that maybe they want to just ban another decoder. Like, just maybe put in a prisoner just for good measure and just be like, yeah, you got to pick Explorer or something. And that'll be like an early chase down, if ever.
No, like, we've seen really unexpected stuff, you know, the Pollen, the Dancer pick, and stuff like that. I mean, like, these new things coming in, you know, it is possible, and we will probably will see it.
What I'm excited to see also, if MP is going to go with a tie strategy, they might pick Embalmer. And just allow Embalmer to get chased and utilize the coffin. Don't rescue him. Focus on decoding, or have him like resurrect.
Yeah, that would be a great strategy for their team. You know, if it does pull off nicely, like you said, that would be great.
Especially in this big map, I think we've seen at high level that they plant their coffin at last stop and they die at first stop. So it's like, oh no, I gotta traverse. And considering the hunters too, let's try to predict if we're gonna go with banning hunters. We're probably gonna let's take out the metas, right? That's the seer. The seer. Jeez, the Dream Witch, the Sculptor. Who else would you ban?
I would ban Blood Queen at this point because that was very scary. Watching that.
That's true.
Watching that was very scary.
It was.
You know, but you know, Blood Queen has very good mobility, so why not ban her as well? You know.
That's very true.
You know, actually, you know who I want to see?
Who?
I want to see Ripper. I just want to see Ripper.
Oh, isn't this his birthday today? I think it is. It's his character.
Yeah, it is. It is. You're right. I saw it. Yeah.
There we go.
That'll be a good pick, you know, just for his birthday right there. Showcase.
Yeah, it would. Actually, on Shi's side, if you want to go with like OG and just secure a tie, I think Ripper would definitely be a good hunter to go with. Actually,
nice.
Now that I think about it, Ripper's good, but Wu Chang's pretty good too.
Yeah, not on Moonlit though, but yeah, Ripper is cool. I like him a lot. I just want to see him. Just pull him in there.
Exactly. So happy birthday, character day, Ripper. We are gonna head into the picks and bans already here at Moonlit. You know, all the questions will be answered. Again, guys, if you want to also participate in the conversation, just say it in chat. Who do you think is going to be the hunter for this map, and also the survivors potentially, because this is the last game of this series of MP versus LT, and we are seeing a seer ban. Okay,
very nice seer ban. There is that 4-ban right there. No, this is great stuff from their team. You know, Ford could be. Ford has great mobility on this map. You know, so even if he doesn't save someone, he can save himself. So that's something.
That's very
know,
true.
You know.
Yeah.
And banning these characters is also safe because, you know, Seer can give a lot of stress to hunters. You know, like they're chasing someone, then the owl comes in. It's just a bothersome kind of thing. And, you know, Priest as well, you know, great mobility, traveling across the map if she wants to, you know, from side to side very nicely.
And looking at the picks so far from MP, going with a real tough guy lineup to start off. The two survivors that can eat a lot of hits, the Mercenary as well as the Gravekeeper. Welcome additions to start things off, and we're banning the Mechanic. So pretty international lineup. So swapping out the Mercenary for the Seer. Excellent choice here. Painter?
Painter? Like you said? Or are we going to see
gonna be
Edgar?
Let's go.
Okay, the thing about this is that their decoding is, prisoners there, but I mean, like, Mercenary, Gravekeeper, it's kind of something. But yo, that Painter,
it would slow things down there. But I think they're hoping, and they're again, the win condition for them is they just cannot get a 3-man out, a 3-man down, or a 3K. They just want to go with a tie here. So I think what they're relying on is, there we go, Wu Chang by Farfalla. This is actually a good choice of like banning that Seer, because again, Wu Chang being a single hit hunter, yeah, a Seer can buy some time here. And also, they don't have the luxury of knowing what hunter is going to be there, so they can be surprised with that umbrella.
Yeah, Wu Chang is a great pick. You know, his mobility is always ever changing, so you know, it's gonna be a very exciting match. You know, he can be pressuring everybody at the same time if everyone is near him.
Oh yeah, 100%. So, and especially in a big map like this, and if Farfalla gets a no camp strategy and just constantly pressures all these ciphers, this is gonna actually be a very tough, tough out for the team of MP if Farfalla plays it right. And in your opinion, Rin, who do you think would be the most optimal survivor to target? Because again, Wu Chang has to rely so much on getting his presence felt.
You know, I would say that he would have to go for that prisoner. You know, without excitement, you know, if Painter does get his painting, it could be, you know, annoying at a certain point. Mercenary could easily get away. Gravekeeper has 2 shovel. It could be a certain state where, you know, he just has to give up. So, you know, picking out Prisoner early on would be an amazing choice for, you know, Wu Chang.
I agree. Just baiting maybe even just one hit or one electric zap. But now we're seeing early pressure now, teleporting already to this side of the map and spotting out Siru, the mercenary.
Going for that early hit, maybe trying to get that hit in so he has to heal later on, you know, wasting time for the mercenary and the other person that is healing him later on.
Oh,
does
forcing
use an elbow
him.
pad.
Yeah, using the elbow pad just to get to a better position in the mat. Farfalla really zoning in on this mercenary, waiting for the slide. Mind games are being played, just baiting any activity. Uh-oh, goes for a teleport? Not quite,
Does he?
just waiting on it.
Yeah, baiting on it right there.
And also,
Very
speaking of
aggressive approach
teleport,
right there.
yeah, brought teleport. Again, he wants to find
really
the
nice
prisoner,
hit.
and he does.
Yeah, this is good on his part right now because, you know, finding Prisoner to stop their Cypher rushing is good. Prisoner is forced to transition out.
And luckily for Anshan, still doesn't have he doesn't have his bell or his soul siphon, so gonna get a charge hit. Again, a little too far, Anshan. Oh, getting the zap and
very
also
nice
the
bounce. That was very nicely
gracious.
timed.
That
He was ready for that.
And this is
He
the
was like,
struggle
"Dude,
with Wu
I'm
Chang
gonna
early
do it."
on, right? Oh, switching targets, going for the Gravekeeper, forced to get the shovel. And now, if he gets the hit, he will get his presence felt. But look, already dropped the pallets here, hiding, and now Farfalla forced to change targets.
Very smart move on Gravekeeper, actually, because drop the pallet already, he just has to break it, then chase Gravekeeper. But Gravekeeper is going to waste so much time by doing that.
Oh, there we have it. The bell is already available here, but 5 ciphers still remain. But you know what? Progress is being done. Sun now being chased out of the cipher here at the Hullabaloo tent.
Yeah, bringing all those pallets, you know, later on, if someone does decide to do that cipher, he will be ready to, you know, hit them early on. Because they don't have any resources there to utilize anymore.
Oh, Sun being in range here. Soul Siphon is ready. Sun has to be very careful. The Painter still has to develop the paint here. And look at that. Gets the hit.
You know,
She's
Painter
drawing.
is
She's drawing,
transitioning
Lin.
away. Yeah, he is ready, you know, but, you know, Painter transition away is very good because that area was not the best area in the map, you know. Transitioning to a better area right here has the painting ready already. You know, Wu Chang is ready, not trying to
And look
get
at that,
the
yeah,
painting.
just not looking at the painting at all, just making sure that, all right, it's not dropped yet. All right, I'll walk back. Teleport already, constantly
Very
looking and finds the prisoner again. I think this prisoner's charged up and has a stun.
Yeah, he is.
There we go.
Whoa.
Oh,
wow,
okay.
double stun right there.
Yeah, from the
the baiting.
connection as well as the stun the prisoner had. Ooh, gets the hit, almost at full presence.
Wu Chang is keeping great map pressure on everybody, not letting anyone decode, but they do have 2 ciphers down already.
Oh god, can he get on the... Oh no. Trying
Ooh,
to go
does
for the
make
hit
it
here,
right there.
prisoner. Can she go in time? Oh!
Wow. Ooh, does not make the time. That terror shock. Wow.
Great hit. Again, yeah, Wu Chang, one of the strengths he has is his hitbox can reach you across the map. That was great play by Farfalla. Getting it going now, full presence. 2 ciphers remain, so it's still anyone's game here. But first chair, it's going to be quite tough here. What do you think the play is going to be for the survivors?
The survivor will have to wait into Afterline because the cipher will not be completed before 50% right there. They do have that cipher pop, and there is only one left, and it's 29%. So they would probably go for Afterline. Or not.
But look at that. Yeah, they just go for the rescue here, and now Farfalla changing his sights. They're already constantly communicating, saying that he's about to throw his umbrella. Mercenary already ate that hit here at Broken Carousel.
Wow.
That was so close.
Yeah, that was... He took a huge risk right there. Very nice.
Now we see. Oh god, back to the prisoner here, but the bell is ready. An-chan. Oh, nice movement.
Prisoner.
Yo.
There's a nice stun right there. Wow. Prisoner is doing
An-chan.
amazing stuns on Wu Chang right there.
And look at that. The cipher is already past 70% here. An-chan again, just playing the mind games, baiting that bell from happening. Not gonna vault. Already felt the effect of a terror shock. Oh, vaults already. Eats the hit. It's not primed just yet.
Where he was safe before line, so they do have that opening chance still for that 3.
That's very true.
So that is
now
good.
Now at 99%. We already see that one of the survivors of MP is at the gate. It seems like it's the Gravekeeper eating that hit, going for the rescue, trying to escort, but you know what? They can eat that hit for that pop.
Oh, taking that down right there. Very nice pop on the survivor side. Oh, he is switching Siphon Soul. He does get hit by it. Cannot drop any pot. Will have to take this hit right here. Very nice.
Will he go for the chair, or are you gonna try? Okay, he's gonna go for the chair. But we see that the exit gate is already about to be open. So prisoner will go back to the manor. Teleport is ready.
It does look like he is just gonna bait it out, and does look like he just roaming.
Yeah, everyone's already, well, the Gravekeeper, as we see on the lower left side of the screen, Gravekeeper and Mercenary already at the exit, and it seems like they want to go for the dungeon escape, and Sun already there. It's another 3-1.
Wow, very great stuff from the survivor side right there. Everything was greatly organized, keeping pressure everywhere, you know. They're doing multiple ciphers at the same time. You know, making, Wu Chang constantly switch away, you know. Wu Chang was trying his best to, keep that map pressure and did an excellent job on that part, right?
And I think that's the constant evolution of the survivors countering the hunters. They know that Wu Chang really relies on his early game to get his bell and his soul siphon, and it was just I forgot how many times the survivors kept switching. Like it was just constant. All right, I found the mercenary. I saw the prisoner. Now I used that teleport. Probably brought quenching effect to try and find the best possible survivor, but man, that's GG is going to be called 15-6. Again, we might be jumping the gun here, but MP already by points is going to be moving on, but we're still going to see this play out because LT is still going to be in this, and we talked about this, Ren. We still have that wild card phase.
Yeah, that is true. But Wu Chang met every single survivor on their team early on, trying to keep that pressure, finding the mistakes in their gameplays. But the survivor side was so strong, keeping everything so organized. Everyone that was not kiting constantly cipher rush, and it was very good. And respect to the prisoner, you gotta admit, all his stuns was so well timed. He did like 3 or 4 stuns on that Wu Chang that saved him, so that was really good.
Yeah, I can't wait to see the match data. I want to see the containment time, but you gotta give props to Farfalla because again, having a Wu Chang go up against a well-coordinated team like that, Farfalla did not go down without fighting. He was constantly putting pressure. He knew that he had to keep going and keep shifting targets and changing priorities. And it just shows in the match data. Here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Just constant, it's spread across, right? All of them kind of saw the Wu Chang. All of them have their containment times, and also they pushed some ciphers as well.
Yeah, the Survivor side did amazing stuff. They were prepared for it. When Wu Chang went to the Gravekeeper, he had the shovel ready, the pallets ready. When he went to the prisoner had the stun ready and the transitioning ready as well. And Painter as well was ready as well. He had both pallets dropped in the tent, so they were very well prepared for this Wu Chang matchup.
Forcing 8 pallet destroys. I mean, 7 survivor hits, 4 knockdowns, but just Anchan was the only one sent back to the manor. So great awareness on the survivor side, great communication, and also as you mentioned, they didn't even need a seer to give them a heads up. They already were ready for this type of matchup.
Yeah, no, great stuff from the survivor side and the hunter side. The thing about these teams is that they are constantly playing with momentum. They brought that gameplay and they practiced time and time, and we saw it in the gameplay. They were ready for every threat that was possible.
Yeah, and just to highlight that point, right? It was in the circus tent. You saw that he was having to do some cleanup because the painter already dropped so much pallets in that, and he didn't want it if anybody would go there. I'm sure that they were constantly communicating 2 pallets dropped there. I'm gonna rotate outside in the tiger cage or the lion's cage, and it shows with how they were able to just know where to go at all times, even though Wu Chang met every single survivor. So awesome stuff on MP sides.
That was good coordination from their team right there. Even during the end game, they were ready for that pop. They're like, prisoner's down, we're at gate already, we're pop it. Prisoner lasts as long as possible. The mind game with prisoner at the end was good too. He did dodge the bell, very nice movement, like you said. So that was great, gameplay from the prisoner.
Yeah, it just seems like they really knew how to counter Wu Chang, but with how this game how this match is being played with the picks and bans, I honestly see the logic behind Farfalla picking Wu Chang, because out of all in this map, and I think it was just the slow start that he had that really piled on for him to just constantly keep switching targets and trying to go for a specific survivor to down. So yeah, give some shout outs to LT's Farfalla though, because he played his heart out in this matchup. But right now we're gonna switch things up. I think it's gonna be She that will be doing the hunting, while LT survivors will try and get as much survivors out of Moonlit as possible.
They did a great job. They were ready at good locations to kite already. They weren't in bad areas. They were prepared for this match right here. We will see great stuff from the other team's survivor side as well.
And also, I think there's a chance for them to showcase, even though we look at the point differential and MP seems to be in a solid spot now. But this is also a chance for LT to showcase their skills, and also for She to probably try out some hunters, try out some new strategies, because it's IVC here in Southeast Asia is once a year. So they really have to capitalize on this time to show everyone and showcase their skills and represent Southeast Asia, because again, as that awesome voiceover said, the end game, there is a prize, there's a prize pool, but the ultimate goal really is to qualify for Call of the Abyss.
Right, no, the showcasing of many different hunters already is really great. We're not only seeing the same hunter, we're seeing different hunters. We've seen the Paul, we've seen the Wu Chang already, and we've seen the Blood Queen at Ever Sleeping. So that diversity is really nice already to see.
I don't think we've ever repeated a hunter.
I don't think so.
Right?
Yeah,
Dream Witch.
you're
So
right.
if we think about it, Dream Witch, Dream Witch Sculptor, Bloody Queen Pollen, now Wu Chang. That's insane. This is a great time to be identified.
The diversity in it.
Because I remember
it's really
Call of the
great.
Abyss 3, it's Bloody Queen, Dream Witch start, and then whatever is not banned is going to be in the second one. So it was that constant mix, because they were so high in that meta. But now it just seems like, as you mentioned, just the showcasing of hunter skills, also survivor skills.
That's what makes this year so great. Many different survivors and many different hunters are coming into light, and we can see the showcase of these gameplay that are very well played out. We weren't expecting that Blood Queen gameplay, and she performed amazingly right there.
I have to ask, that poster behind you, is that a geisha?
It is a geisha. It's very nice.
Let's go.
I don't know what's
I'm excited.
I don't know what's
Oh yeah,
I actually don't know what
geisha
to
skins
know.
are just top tier. I got
Yeah.
the Rainmaker one recently, but a geisha to look out for, and I hope we get to see his match soon. Is Pen Mochi's geisha, like so good.
Yeah.
So yeah, geisha's also I would say a hunter that it's just a trait to watch, especially in the right hands, and could be a nightmare for the
Right.
survivors if utilized correctly. And yeah, as of now, we have not repeated a single hunter, ladies and gentlemen. So I think it's a great start to IVC.
Yeah, no, if we see a geisha, that would be excellent as well, you know, because we're continuing that chain, you know, different entries.
And when it comes to survivors, do you think any new survivors will come into the mix in Moonlit?
No, we didn't see the acro, remember? Like, we were talking about
Right.
the acro, but we actually did not see it. That was so unfortunate, but, you know, maybe we'll see it now, you know?
As you mentioned, it was LT that brought out the dancer. So I
Right.
guess they're the type of team that strikes me as we don't necessarily have to go with the meta here. Because, I mean, I know
We're the
dancer had some
unique
changes,
team.
but... Huh?
We're the
what?
unique
Sorry.
team out here.
There we go. Yeah, the unique
Yeah.
team, the special team that pushes that meta, develops their own, looks at the meta and be like, nah, I think we want to play it our way. So I think
Right.
LT already bring out that dancer, gained a lot of fans, and I'm excited to
Right.
see that type of mentality coming into this next match.
Yeah, maybe we'll see an Ento too, but, you know, Ento in Moonlit is kind of an interesting, you know, it's a hit or miss kind of situation, because if you get it caught
would
in
agree.
a bad area, Ento, you can't survive in Moonlit if you're in a bad area.
Yeah.
In a good area, you could utilize.
You could. It's just that I think you have to rely, especially if you're caught, you need to, or you're spotted. Open areas don't really suit her that much. She needs like those
Right.
areas where then the hunter has to walk through her bees. And,
Right, yeah, like clustered areas, you know.
Yes, exactly. But if you're caught like in the middle of first stop and like transitioning to broken carousel, it's like,
Right.
that's a bad
Yeah,
spot
like
to
hit
be
or
in.
miss at that point.
Yeah, I
I
think
mean,
it would be
like,
safe
you
to
know-
say we.
No, I mean, like, yeah, like for Seer example, if you're caught in a bad area, you got that out already, you know. But Ento, not so much.
Yeah. I think it's safe to say that maybe we'll see more Ento in the next matches, but as we speak in this half, maybe we might not see Ento.
Right, yeah. But I mean, there is still a possibility of Acro coming in.
Yes.
He is very great and well-rounded in Moonlit. So I'm very hoping that Acro will come in. Yeah.
I'm hoping he comes
Crossing
in, and I'm hoping we get to see his skill. Not, I mean, the dancer, it was nice that we saw her in the mix, but
Right.
she was really just decoding the entire time that during that matchup. So having
Her
an
decoding
acro
was
here,
great.
I want to take down notes, okay? Because I do not know how to use that character. I want to be able to like see how well Southeast Asia acrobats are, if ever LT does have an acrobat. And also, if we look at She's Hunters, I might pick an app.
Wow. Yeah, that would be great. You know, I want to see a certain character. I want to see Wildling. For some reason, I want to see Wildling.
Wow.
Against Anne,
Okay.
maybe not. But I mean, like somewhere along the line, if we can see a Wildling, that would be great. His decoding is terrible, but you can make up for it with those amazing tackles. You know, so that would be great
Yeah,
to see.
and escorting as well with his buddy, his boar. Yeah, Wilding has been making his way into the meta, I believe like last year and the start of this year, but after the changes to him, it's really
It kinda hurt him.
tough. Yeah, it really did, unfortunately. I have some friends that are Wildling mains, and it's like, why? But they still use the character. They still love the charter.
It's
In
so fun
competitive,
to play.
it's so fun, right? I know in
Yeah.
IVL, I don't know if I saw some Wildling picks on the first week. I don't know if they've shifted away from Wildling already, because Ento's already just a beast of a character. So yeah, Wildling here in Eversleep in Moonlit is definitely a welcome character in my book.
Yeah, no, seeing a Wildling, it's like you have to carry your team like pretty hard because your decoding sucks, you know. You got to make up for it somehow. So if you can save your teammates, that'll be amazing plays. But yeah, you know, but we don't see these kind of players in the mix, so it would be nice to see them.
Yeah, Wildling would for sure shake things up. of. Yeah, especially my friend also told me that Wildling really thrives in open areas because again, when he tackles, he runs in a straight line. You can't have like any. You can't do like forward and make like U stuns and all that. So in this map. So you're saying?
Yeah, like no, like going a straight line, you can't turn left or right. So you have to be very precise on that tackle.
Yeah. And I think if LT wants to showcase their skills, a Wildling in this mix would for sure gain a lot of attention and a lot of love from the community and a lot of support. But yeah, again, we showed you guys the score. MP already secured their spot, but you know what, LT does want to go out with a bang. But we also, as we mentioned, there is a wild card stage where all the runner-ups for today and tomorrow will fight it out there, and the top 3 teams will head on over to the 8 teams plus BL to make the playoffs 12 teams. Math. Rin, I just doing it real quick.
Amazing. I couldn't process that. I lost all my brain cells already. But you know, giving that second chance to prove it that they can make it again is a very great opportunity. You know, sure, maybe it was not a great start, but we can make it up. You know, to show their strength of a team because they made it this far. I mean, like, what would stop them from, you know, like showing them that they can be a top team still? You know. Because we're dealing with the top teams here. They got really far and they dedicated all their work here.
I like this format for sure because, as you mentioned, it's like a second chance, but it's also it's not do or die at the start because I know that could give a lot of pressure to the team. Like having that wild card can also gain a lot of attention from audience members because they can see the difference between how they performed in the preliminary stage and how they improved. And I'm sure that with that momentum and that constant competition, I always say steel sharpens steel. And I told Grizzly that, you know what, diamonds are always made under pressure, and all these teams are feeling that pressure now, and they're definitely going to reap the rewards coming out of this IVC tournament.
Yeah, you know, they could just come back on top, you know, like many great teams out here, many great survivors and hunters as we've seen already. So if they do a comeback later on, it would be not surprising because it was very expected that these are the top teams.
Yeah, so again, ladies and gentlemen, what we're waiting for is the picks and bans. Again, as we built it before, it's MP versus LT. It is going to be MP's hunter She that will be doing the hunting, and LT survivors. So, let's take out the 5 hunters we've seen already. What's another hunter that you want to see in this mix? Maybe She's listening. You want to take requests now? She.
Well, you know, Evil Rep is not a bad choice. I know it sounds like out of the blue. Yeah, I know, but he has great mobility here, great jump spots. I mean, like. Going off an Evil Rep would not be a bad choice.
Yeah, I'm sure that Lucino has a lot of fans as well coming into this match, and who knows, maybe she wants to try out Evil Rep in a competitive scene. But we are seeing the banning of, just standard banning, the Priestess, Seer, Mechanic, and also on the Hunter side, we have the Dream Witch and the Sculptor. Bloody Queen?
Yeah,
oh no.
I mean, Blood Queen? Is it Blood Queen? I mean, she could go for the same. Yeah, I mean, she should. I mean, could go for that Wu Chang as well.
Ooh, that's a good one.
What? Ooh, is that Edgar again? Wow. That's very nice. You know, like we seen Edgar in the previous match. Now we're seeing it once again.
Yeah, and you saw how Farfalla was able to. Was ready to counter that painter, was moonwalking his way to try and hit the painter, not looking directly at the painter. But we are seeing the forward being banned now, so
they are going for the
that's the same ban. Yeah, it's same.
Yeah,
whoa.
Same ban, same pigs. Is it the same Wu Chang? It's the An. It's Dan. Yo, the variety of hunters that they are picking is so amazing. You know, they're like, we're not repeating. We're just going for different hunter each time to showcase the strength of these hunters out here. It's very nice to see.
And man, I was a fan of She back in last year's IVC with Anne. And you know what? You can actually make a case that Anne might not be too good in this map because it's so big. But you know what? The win condition is clear already. The MP already solidified their spot in the next stage. And now we get to showcase, she gets to showcase the hunter known as Anne. I'm excited.
Yeah, you know, they're showing that they're not a one-trick pony. It's really great.
Uh-oh.
Ooh.
Oh my god, that was an early...
Ooh.
Okay.
That was a very great shovel right there.
It was. Yeah, I thought he got the Gravekeeper, but where's the Gravekeeper? Oh, shovel.
Ooh. Wow. Ooh, the patience right there. And is trying to precisely hit the Gravekeeper with that cat. Unfortunately, it does miss right there. Now, ooh, very nice hit on the Gravekeeper.
Yeah, even though this is a great area to just go, like there's a lot of things to utilize, she was able to get his early hit of the Gravekeeper, forcing Gravekeeper to utilize his second shovel. So once he downs his Gravekeeper, it's going to be pretty hard for this Gravekeeper to rebound Kite because there is no more shovels for Lavender to utilize. But looking at the objectives of the survivors, it's moving on quickly.
Yeah, you know, Anne is trying to get that hit so she can utilize it. Gravekeeper is trying to push for the roller coaster. But now Anne does not have
my
room,
god.
So she can, she's stopping it. Oh,
yeah.
Oh, that was very close right there.
Did they push the second stop? Oh no, it seems like he's gonna go on the right side. Oh, silencing him.
Situation.
He is.
Oh, the bait.
Oh, gonna utilize it again. Goes for the hit.
Oh, unfortunate. Almost got the switch sides. Very nice play from the end right there.
Yeah, and this is what she wanted. Full presence already, first down of the Gravekeeper. This is actually pretty good because she has access to her double jump already. And it's going to be a tough save. Again, it's going to be tough for this rescue, so let's see who's going to go for it.
It does look like Mercenary is ready for this rescue, and you know they're doing a great job decoding already. 2 ciphers down, another one almost done, and they have another one at 37%. So the survivor side is doing pretty well right there. Now Mercenary is look like he is going to stall some time before he does rescue. Does not want to rescue too early. Now will push for the rescue. Elbow pad right there. Very
elbow
nice
pad.
Elbow pad.
Ooh,
very nice. Unfortunately, gets after the saved after.
And Lavender gonna get that last effort popped up. She will just zone in on this Gravekeeper because wants to secure that one survivor back to the manor. But as you mentioned, you know, Cypher Progress is doing pretty well on all sides here. They are pushing for the last 3 already. 2 are already past 80%. Just waiting on that one more. Gravekeeper will be sent back to the manor though.
Gravekeeper did a wonderful job on his 2 shovels right there, stalling as much time as possible. Did a great job. Now we'll pull off the teleport. They have the pallet ready already.
Oh, chasing out the prisoner. Oh my god, gets the cat bite.
Very nice.
Drop the pallet.
Wow.
And what's scary is when
nice cry.
Yeah, what's scary is when Anne can like stack up the 2 cats and like you eat the hit and you actually move towards another cat. But luckily for X,
then you
moving around
again.
Going to the carousel here.
Oh, get the carousel.
Oh,
very nice.
Okay.
Oh. That was very good.
It was on point. It was.
Now they do have the 2 ciphers almost done. Well, one of them is almost done.
And something to admire with She is her chair placements, right? She just knows where to put these survivors just so that she can constantly stop decoding and stop the objectives of the survivors. Snow Queen being chased out. Will the drawing be up in time? Goes for the hit. Lands.
Very nice. Did not even stun the painter. Just straight up hit him from the melee. Wow. You know, pushing painter away, now forcing Mercenary to rescue. Very nice pop before she disrupted. That was very good timing.
Great stuff on the survivor's side. And when we see a clutch rescue coming out of the Mercenary before, can he do it again? Does have the elbow pads to utilize a save here, but she is just chasing him out of distance and out of range to rescue this prisoner.
Yeah, you know, Mercenary is just simply waiting for that cipher to be primed for that before that rescue. Almost prime right there already.
Uh-oh, rescue? Wow.
Body block.
Yeah, trying her best, but
very nice
wow,
body block.
Okay,
Wow,
90%. It's
nice.
almost there. Can he go get it? X trying to survive as long as possible. The cat is already primed and ready for him to use. Teleport as well. One cipher remains. They're just waiting for the right time to pop that cipher.
You know, prisoner stalling as much time as possible, letting Mercenary get ready to, you know, do the gate.
Breaks the pallet, just make sure, yeah, this prisoner won't go back and forth. He can eat this hit, they're gonna pop that cipher, and they're gonna push for the exit gate.
Very nice stuff from the survivor. Switching targets on the Mercenary right now. Now she does not want them to go to gate. You know, they're all on the same side. That's the great thing for Anne. You know, they're all on the same side. If they decide to go to the other side, it does take a large amount of time, and she does have teleport up, you know. So if she can harass the Mercenary and get him down, she can teleport to the other side. Very nice hit on Anne right there. Wow. Okay,
Yeah,
so
the
now,
Mercenary
if
will have a
goes
delayed
down-
effect. He's just gonna try to buy as much time as possible, as you said. Everyone already rotating to the other side of that map. Oh, but look at that. The cat hit. Oh, detention plus another detention hit. That Mercenary falling down. And teleport,
Yeah, she
as
does
you
have
mentioned, is ready.
teleport ready. Yeah. So will she dedicate on that teleport, and will they come back to say Mercenary? See, now X was ready to go back. Very nice. Oh, very nice painting from Painter right there. Painter was so ready for that. Like he knew that was gonna happen. Very nice cat right there. Going for
Tension
that.
still gonna be a factor here. Oh, down
Wow.
the Painter, but you see an X already making his way to save the Mercenary. But this is gonna be the first time the Painter will be on the chair. And the exit gate is almost, I don't know how far it is from being open, but the Mercenary already touched it a couple of times, so they could go for the 2-person out.
And is going to go for that dedication to the other side, you know, not wasting any time waiting with Painter. Will she make it in time? She is almost there right now, and they do open it in just in the nick of time. Very nice stuff from the Survivor side, getting that 2 points right there.
GGs are going to be called. MadPenguins will be moving on, but you got to give it up to LT. They fought their hardest, and they fought with all of their heart. So do tune in to the wildcard stage because they will be heading there. But the match goes to MadPenguins. What a sequence.
That was amazing stuff from both sides, honestly. Like, from all 3 rounds, they did not disappoint any match at all. You know, they displayed great strength of Hunters and Survivor at the same time. You know, when we saw that Dream Witch, high momentum from the Dream Witch and great composition from the Survivor, getting ready for those pops. You know, very high caliber gameplays.
Isn't it crazy that the tied matches were actually the ones that were technically the meta Hunters? So it just shows that, you know, expectations here can be thrown out the window, especially with the new picks and ban systems. And it was, I think, she's Bloody Queen that did the most damage. But yeah, you gotta get up for MadPenguins. It was.
You know,
it
I
was.
think on account of what you said, that ties in the beginnings was because of the meta Hunters, and then when they switch off, it was different. Maybe was it because they were not prepared for that? You know, it's a surprise. You know, they practiced so many times against Sculptor, practiced so many times against Dream Witch. So when it switched off, they're unprepared for. So it's like a call for any of the teams. You know.
Yeah, that's a good observation because, coming into IVC now that we've had our first match, you really have to be well-rounded as a Survivor and Hunter to know how to counter certain situations, especially early Bloody Queens and different Hunters. But I think MadPenguins just showed that their levels to their game. They did tie in the round number 1, but round number 2, they really shined with how they dealt with Pollen as survivors and how she was just a very dominant Bloody Queen and very consistent, I would say, as well for MadPenguins, because aside from that tie, that's like their lowest survivor score, because they've been getting 3-persons out.
Yeah, no, that's a great stuff from, you know, from their team. You know, they show that their strength in Hunter and Survivor at the same times are great. And the thing about that is, we weren't expecting these pollen, we weren't expecting these dancers. So putting that mix could change the outcome of the game, So that's really great to see.
Okay. Yeah, I'm excited to see more matches, ladies and gentlemen. What that was quite long and just back and forth battle between MP and LT, and I hope that we will see more of LT. But yeah, MadPenguins does move on from the preliminary final stage, ladies and gentlemen. And as the VO mentioned, 128 teams. We're gonna dwindle it down to the top 12 for playoffs. That's a lot, and it just shows the dedication of a lot of the Southeast Asia players and the community to just really show how they've been developing themselves as survivors and hunters.
Yeah, just 2 teams already, and we've seen such great gameplay and diversity in their survivor and hunter pick. So there is more to come with more teams coming in.
Yeah, and I'm excited also to just witness more high-level action, because I mean we saw that the day just technically started, but that was quite the long match. But I hope you guys are still ready for more, because coming up next we are going to have GH versus ADM, and we've talked off stream of how GH is one of the teams to look out for. So I'm excited to see how ADM would fare against them coming into this match.
Do you think they will go for the same meta in the very beginning of the early rounds, or do you think they will switch it up, from the start?
See, that's the thing. At first, I thought we were going to go with conventional, but right now, with how all the teams have been playing so far with the picks and bans, the meta might not be available in the second round already. So that's why they got to open things up to other things. And you also got to consider the map. And I believe Southeast Asia is developing their own meta in a sense that even though we do look to IVL for the best and top game, I think here in Southeast Asia, especially with the environment that's happening and the types of team plays, it's definitely going to open up more characters and more play styles.
Right, if that's truly the case, I want to see my boy Axeboy coming into play right there.
Oh, let's go.
That would be very nice,
Yeah, Axeboy. I know that Axeboy is part of the meta right now in Southeast Asia, but as we see now, we are gonna just wrap things up with the match results and the data, as well as I would say that we usually go for the MVPs to give highlights and just for people to look out for specific players and plays that were highlighted here. So. Again, amazing stuff on both Hunter and Survivor side of MP and LT.
What was your favorite moment from these matches? I would say mine would be baiting out that priestess with that mirror. That was really great mind gaming from the Blood Queen.
Yeah, that was a good one. I would say on the side of, I would say that match too, with how he was able to get that downed dancer. She really utilizing the Bloody Queen, and I think, well, maybe I'm a little biased towards Bloody Queen because of how she's not been seen so far from last year. So that was a treat to watch. But also, I would say a highlight would be the X's forward stuns early on against Sculptor, because it just shows that LT was preparing to see a Sculptor early on in this preliminary stage.
Yeah, that was actually really great stuff from the 4, that's done early on, but switching up, Sculpture was not wasting too much time, did, make up for it later on in the match, finding the seer right there. Another highlight that I really liked was the prisoner stun against the Wu-Ching. That was very clean, so prepared for a very nicely timed, because if you mess up the timing for it, you could get potentially hit. So, yeah.
Yeah. That was definitely something to just highlight and showcase if you would have to ask how MadPenguins survivors are. But let's check out the match data here, because again, she is a beast when it comes to being a hunter, because again, the lowest score I think she has gotten was a tie. And she got a tie here as well with an Anne. And we've talked about how Anne in Moonlit River Park, again, she is known well in that meta as the tie queen. But I think Anne is still very much to be respected and banned.
Yeah, she did a wonderful job. You know, early on, it was not the best situation, but no, definitely endgame, definitely maneuver around with the mobility of the cat so well. Getting many players knocked already, you know, hitting that mercenary endgame, chairing him, teleporting, then switching once again. Very great awareness and timing on Anne right there.
So here we have it, ladies and gentlemen, the match results. 2 wins, 1 tie on the side of MadPenguins. First start, it was a tie. It was neck and neck, but they kind of broke off in the round number 2. Round number 3, a lot of pressure on LT side. And at the end of the day, MadPenguins takes it. And here we have best deduction. Who other than the Bloody Queen user herself, she. Great stuff.
Yeah, that terror shot was a game-changing right there. That was really good from she. $20 knocks down, very nice. 8 eliminations, 44 survivor hits. You know, the interesting is that we don't see many terror shocks, you know, and we don't see that many pallet suns. So seeing that 2 terror shocks is very nice to see from she.
Yeah, it just shows that, I mean, terror shocks, especially in high level, they're hard to get by, especially with really high level teams. And for him to pull this off is for sure a feat on its own, and she being one of the hunters to highlight.
All right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will be taking a very short break, but when we return, we're going to...
这是一场神奇的运动会，获胜者将获得一次抹除人生遗憾的机会。比赛吸引了来自世界各地的选手。
比赛即将开始，请各位选手做好准备。
他们都曾经成名在望，却离至高荣誉只差一步之遥。如若没有当初的遗憾，今后的景象又将会如何？从这里开始，便不复存在退路。决战的帷幕已经拉开，你准备好了吗？
踏过荒谷和大漠，肩负着族人的使命，去往异乡。阴谋与命运交织着。当星辰落下之时，毒蛇露出了尖牙。忠诚与背叛的戏码拉开序幕。火光将反叛的计划化为乌有。刺向毒蛇的弯刀，在烈火间把双手灼烫。然而，救命的稻草不过是又一场狩猎的预谋。而若不甘心成为猎物，只能自己勇敢伸手，触碰飞鸟与神鹰。只有在这里，我才能感受到自由和快乐。端庄、得体、优雅，我好像只是母亲拙劣的仿制品。绚烂的鲜花，人群的赞赏，华美的裙摆，和那个看似完美的未婚夫，那繁华的表象。是充盈，还是束缚？像玩具一样欺骗、玩弄、丢弃。这精巧的空中楼阁，原来是那么不堪一击。但 我还是相信着，相信着。孩子们的笑脸，小小的玩具商铺，披上轻巧的羽翼，我仿佛看到了新的曙光。远方的流水，曾将我带入一个温暖的怀抱。在很长的一段时间里，他们将我的到来看作是上天的礼物。巧合、命运，诞生了无意义的希冀。人们相信，是我为他们带来了收成与希望。尽管如此，我依然对周遭的一切产生困顿与不解。水中的鱼儿似乎更能让我感到亲近。直到那日，灾难再度降临，我终于明白，是沉默让鱼成为了任人宰割的动物。为什么鱼儿不能说话呢？回答我的只是无尽的深渊与黑暗。古老的炼金术从未湮灭，它是智者的迷思，是愚者的狂欢。愚者们从废土中攫取虚假的财富，在躯壳中催生畸变的形态。这些狂妄虚浮的技法，亵渎着炼金术的名号，却忘了精准的调和搭配艺术的重塑，才能绘制超越自然的奇迹。然而，这扭曲自然的代价，又有谁能承受？
Anna. Night. Girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined.
哦，我亲爱的孩子，欢迎来到理想世界。在这里，金钱、权力、爱情，就像缤纷的糖果，唾手可得。
Shoot it up, Kevin, you so. This year I fear no fear, bro. That's the deal, though. There's no clues to being a survivor. Die hard, trying eye of the tiger. Run away from hunters. That's our job for now. Don't be scared, my dear. Together we are honest.
morning to wherever you are. There you go. So, welcome everyone back to the Identity 5 of Championship Southeast Asia 2021. And today, we will be your casters for this second matchup. My name is Xeaora, and with me is your awesome Pochspice.
Thank you so much, Xeaora, for that awesome introduction. And what a match that we witnessed before between MP and LT. Do give your love and support to both those teams. MP is moving on, but LT still has a chance in the wild card round, so do stay tuned for that. But right now, we have some juggernauts ahead of us. We got Team GH versus ADM.
Yes, and I'm pretty sure you guys are excited because I'm pretty sure that all of our viewers as well, and us specifically, we do have some familiar faces that we are going to see in a bit. But I just like to point out, Poch, earlier that the waiting song is really, really lit. Like, I was really grooving while waiting for my turn, and that was just, it just really proves, like, you know, like, even though we have tournaments like these, we still have time to really chill out, no?
Yeah, I think the level of production and quality is due to the overwhelming support that everyone is showing from the Southeast Asia community. I mean, I think last year was a big IVC, and it just every year just keeps constantly one-upping. And look at our backgrounds; it's moving right now. How incredible is that?
It's just true. This is like the first time. Yes. First time for me that I equipped myself with a moving background. You know, usually it's like green screened or sometimes my background. But you guys, you can't see that background for that, guys. So right now I'm pretty excited, Poch, because we mentioned GH versus ADAMS. So just a quick intro about our players here. Like I said, it was familiar faces. So this is a Thai team, but first and foremost, we gotta check out that Discord QR code. And if you don't want to, scan that QR code, you can still go to discord.gg/identityv. So guys, go ahead and check it out for more updates on, latest news on the IVC.
And as you were saying, yeah, we are gonna see the player head-to-head matchup, but as we mentioned, GH, one of those teams that is just, I think, veterans, mix of three teams. We'll get into that in just a bit, but their adversary, ADM, mix of Malaysia and Singapore. So I'm excited because as me and Rin were talking, like, we know that there is a meta that's in play, but right now, like with Southeast Asia, it's like we're seeing it develop, especially with the new picks and bans, and there's definitely a lot more character diversity on the hunter side as well.
We can really see the variety of pools of survivors and hunters that we can see for both sides of the team. Because as you mentioned, we did see the rules book in the video just earlier. There are a lot of, survivors and hunters to be banned respectively. And like, I was listening to you guys on the back end, right? And I did hear that Rin really loved to see a gardener pick sooner or later, But how about you? I mean, I would just really like to ask you, Poch, what kind of main do you use, and do you expect to see your said main?
Well, I told Rin this, that I was trying, after the mercenary changes, I did start using First Officer, and we haven't seen a First Officer just yet. I want to see how the meta has developed in terms of like how they snipe out the pocket watch, and see if maybe they might not opt for the First Officer because the Gravekeeper is just such a well-represented hunter. But we digress because we are heading to the player versus head-to-head God J and ADM Daddy. Wow, God J with that clown, but also the Bloody Queen coming from Daddy. What jumps out to me is the normal attacks as well as the win rate, more than 50%, and average normal attacks on 4 survivors. If it's past like 8, that's very impressive already.
Indeed, so you can really see on these stats that both of them do have potential threats, but God J here using the clown, it really means that he can use this in a very situational way. Like, for example, let's go on to round 3, and it's like the time to shine, so he used that smiley in a situational one. So right now we do see Skyfall and Johnson here with the priestess and naive mercenary, rather, sorry. I just have my Nendoroid right here, but you know what, we do see, I agree with you, the average decoding progress for the side of the survivors is really one thing to see here, and the win rates as well. Mercenary it's already a given fact that he do have more in terms of the priestess, because it depends on the situation. And of course, Captain Kun and Vaccine here with entomologist and the mechanic, they do the win rate percent of the entomologist here is 40%. But then again, because it's not that usually used, and mechanic is one of the priority picks of our players.
Yeah, but looking at the matches that they have, pretty much even. So Mechanic, again, being one of the survivors that we noticed being banned a lot. So definitely something to look out for. Hata being the Seer, but also Pfizer being the Explorer. We haven't seen that much Explorers, and Explorer coming into the meta last year and early this year, being a very tricky being a very hard survivor to down, especially when he's hunting for those pages. Yes. And look at the decoding process, progress. That's already a lot on the side of the Explorer on ADM side.
True, like more than 100% really gives a lot of contribution for their team. But right now, still Little Boy and AZ again with the Priestess and the Mercenary. I mean, it's not really a question about these two being picked, since they are prioritized even from last year, or even most of the tournaments that we have, because basically their mobility and the fact that they can narrow down even the most bigger of a map pool, it only like signifies that these are, you know, really an expected pick from both our teams right here.
Yeah, it's these two survivors have definitely made their way in the meta, and they're all known, they're all loved. And something also to note here is the matches that they have, as well as the win rate. It just seems like Little Boy, a very known survivor, I believe, from OSM, because this is a team, GH is a mix of OSM, VX, and GK. And if you guys were following since last year, all these teams competed to now they're on this super team, if you would, like an Avengers of who's who.
Yeah, definitely. And it's really exciting to see how things are going to pan out for this, because like you mentioned, they came from various teams. So for them to actually, you know, form one group together, and it will also get to see how well they're very synergized here. But the fact that they were able to, you know, really create names for them all throughout the years that they've been competing, it really gives a statement. But you know what, I'm very interested as well to see how Team Adam S is going to perform, since they are from Malaysia, Singapore. They are also a mixture of players here. So it's really interesting as well, because the fact that they do have you know, explorers up there on their arsenals, they have a different variety of survivors to be used. So it means that they may have some trump cards in their arsenals, or they have something hidden, or hidden strategies that they can form. Since they are new, they have that mystery effect.
Yeah, what's important here is that they should see this as a marathon and not a sprint. Like you said, the trump cards can't be used just yet in terms of showing everyone what they have, but going up against a big adversary, which is GH. I mean, some people claim them to be one of the best, if not the best, Thai teams out there. But as you mentioned, you know, Malaysia and Singapore represent. ADM could actually maybe get the job done, and I would say this could maybe be an upset on their side if ever they catch them slipping. So we're going to find out in just a bit, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to head on over to the picks and bans in just a bit. And it's going to be very exciting to see how we're going to start things off, because when me and Rin casted the first one, it ended in a tie. So it seems like they're very accustomed to the metas. But as Rin mentioned, maybe people get caught off guard to see, like, let's say a Bloody Queen or an Anne in this meta.
Yes, and I'm personally, I am happy to see that the queens are still reigning even though it's already in IVC, because we have a lot of hunters at play and survivors too. But the fact that they're still here, the consistency of our hunters really using this, and even though that there are other survivors knows how to counter out a certain Bloody Queen, the fact that they still use this is just really commendable, you know. And with also a larger pools of survivors, recently we have the entomologist right now, right? And I did hear you both mentioning this, and for me, entomologist is basically like a container type of survivor. So it really depends on the map on to how you can use entomologist in its maximum efficiency. But then again, similar like last year, I did mention this from before, that I have an abbreviation for that mercenary mechanic and Seer, since I did see during round number 1 or the match number 1 that they're still highly used. I had an abbreviation for them. It's called MNMNS.
Is it MNMNS? Yeah, exactly. Just to remember, right? But you gotta add a P somewhere there because the priestess has been also coming into it, especially like in, like I say, Red Church, the bigger maps. And as you mentioned, entomologist, making her way, containment type, sure, but also in IVL meta, you see that entomologist carries a 3-6 build. So Tide Turner and entomologist is definitely going to be a big game changer. And support rescue. Imagine if a forward, along with the bees. That is just a headache to deal with if you're a hunter. So I'm excited to see that. Xeaora, when it comes to other survivors or hunters, who are you looking forward to seeing?
Survivors and hunters. Survivors, of course, it's still going to be the priority. Other than mercenary mech and seer, I am looking forward for a forward and a priestess. And maybe situationally, we get to see something really different from the pools that we have seen previously. Maybe we get to see again another painter, or maybe we get to see the explorer, since there is some featured there during our player versus matchup or segment earlier. So for the hunter, since we are gonna go into, if I'm not mistaken, this is the Ever Sleeping Town. This is a bigger map, so you might want to have a hunter that has really big on coverage. So we might see the wheel or the pollen that was used earlier, or maybe something to shake it up, maybe a Dream Witch or some like a Bloody Queen.
Well, yeah, we have seen the Bloody Queen. She's Bloody Queen. Shoutouts to she doing that. But now, as you mentioned, mechanic being banned, and that leaves open, Johnson to get that mercenary. And Pfizer going with the prisoner pick is definitely a good showing for him. But wow, Seer being banned as well. Okay, so this kind of opens up GodJ to use Sculptor in a sense.
Yeah, I did mention, you did see that earlier as well in match number 1, that Sculptor was really used well. So we can also see that possibility coming into face. But right now, we do see that the Priestess and forward is to be locked in. And there you go. Pollen right here is hovered by GodJ. But you know what? Maybe that's like, just plays like, okay, I'll just hover, but I'll have a different pick. But right now, I think it makes sense that he would be picking this simply because it covers a lot of mobility. And the fact that the spikes as well can be really, tedious to work with for the survivors. I'm just, let's just see how things go, because sometimes juke plays can really happen here.
And as bring the attention to the spikes. If the mobility plus if GodJ is very proactive in spiking these survivors, it can definitely shift the attention away from cipher rushing and just trying to heal up and gain resources. So we did see the pollen being utilized in this map in the previous match, but let's see what the difference is going to be with GodJ piloting this hunter.
Yes, because as we all know that the GodJ has been, really participating in a lot of tournaments right now, and you mentioned that they are one of the veterans here. They've come really so far to see, but right now for ADM, I'm really excited because this is also the kind of setups that usually survivors choose in alternate with the survivors that are banned, which is basically mechanic and seer. So with that being said, Poch, this is the conclusion of our draft with our round 1 of first half.
Yeah, and just like you said, also when it comes to these teams, you know what, GH already made a name for themselves, like the players specifically. So this is a huge test for ADM, specifically Johnson, all these guys, and I'm excited to see what mark they'll make here in IVC history, because first match, you know what, they have a wide variety of survivors to pick. I know the mechanic and seer were banned, but having like a replacement of the priestess in Ever Sleeping Town can prove to be a very big task for this hunter, as well as the prisoner. If he's able to snipe him out early, will form to start things off for GodJ. trying to go in the second floor. This is like deja vu of the previous match.
Definitely, and it's really early as well. Like when you start off in the game, that's already a sight for God J. So we do see that he already spotted out his first target here with Pfizer having blood trails on the board. They're already going in towards graveyard here. So with Pfizer and if I'm not mistaken, that is a prisoner in his league. They could be going for more, but right now that was a great stun here. But still, with a hit comes with it.
Yeah. Again, this is actually the best target for God J to get, going for that prisoner just to stop the Cypher Rush, and God J just doing some cleanup duty here, making sure that there's no exit strategies for this prisoner, because again, going back to wheel form, forward is in the mix as well. Prisoner trying to his best to utilize this graveyard site, has a spike, one more hit would do it, and the prisoner is fallen down.
Early takedown from God J right here, and on the way to the rocket chair. But there's gonna be a basement party here, Poch, as we do see that God J really wants to secure Pfizer over here. So he does have his first survivor in a rocket chair. And look at the Cypher progress here, still 77%. So it means that they really need to make haste here for the side of ADM.
Oh my god. The mercenary tried to go for the elbow pad, but then it was blocked by God J. Now he's got to force the rescue, but he already has 2 spikes and setting up traps, just chasing Johnson away. And now he gets that hit. Again, great stuff from God J defending this chair, even at basement. This is what you're talking about, Xeaora. Just the mobility of this hunter is being highlighted by God J.
And he's really using it to its maximum efficiency. But oh, that was the trap. That was a really close call, but it led to AZ to be cornered right here. So right now, spikes are going to be activated by God J, injuring furthermore the forward.
Yeah, he's gonna have to wait. Yeah, that activation, 3 spikes is gonna be real tough. Oh my god, he's almost at full presence. Gonna activate it, and one hit, he's gonna be falling down. AZ really had to make use of his football here, and it seems like the prisoner will be the first survivor to be heading back to the manor. Blink is up for grabs for God J, but chooses not to. AZ making sure he has some distance set with him and this breaking wheel.
With so little terrain to work with. That was a blink, but that was not a hit for God J. But then again, I did mention earlier that was a little terrain to work with, but with this mobility that God J has, he will be basically targeting it off right now. But maybe a transition of a target here as he spots out Vaccine going in towards the second floor of this building. Spots it out, closes the gap right here, and will actually take a spike down.
2 spikes. Oh my god, and a regular hit. The priestess fell down. Transitioning away from the forward was a great idea. This is what's so scary about Pollen. He has technically the presence of a Wu Chang in terms of he doesn't need that umbrella. He just goes into the wheel form and really catches people while they're transitioning from area to area. This forward, one more hit will be falling down, forcing the mercenary to go for that rescue, but 1 spike will be planted, another one as well, and now eats that hit, but the rescue will be completed.
Okay, and the rescue is happening right here. So Johnson would just have to do his best to at least go body block because of the delayed effect. But right now, they're trying their best to duke it out, which they are doing a pretty good job at the moment. But they are injured, Poch. So right now, we do see that Vaccine is really doing well and buying some time for the other members to go in the code. They still have 3 survivors remaining, but it is off to steady start. But the knockdown is going to happen right now, Pod.
Yeah, did you see how this wheel form just cancels out a lot? Canceled out the elbow pad, canceled out the priestess's portal, and now it's switching to peepers already. This was the same strategy we saw from LT, just to make sure he has sights on that shared survivor to secure that. And God J making his rounds already at the center of this map. Just his turns have been so on point, but you got to give it up to the survivors of ADM. They're still fighting. They're still trying to find ways to try to push objectives, as we see 38% one Cypher, 7% on another Cypher. It's going to be quite tough. Priestess already sent back, and wow, just Mercenary and Forward already injured. So Mercenary did heal up, found a syringe. Forward does have less than half of a football, so it's going to be hard to try to push for the exit gate war.
I'm pretty sure they're still going to find ways to at least force it into a tie. But the right now we are seeing God J really patrolling these ciphers and areas. He sees Blood right here, will spot out Johnston. Let's see if he was able to get for the stun spikes. And this is really a good job on Johnson, really duking out God J as much as possible, but will be taking the hit.
There we go. Yeah, Mercenary's falling down again. Mercenary tried his best to hide. Earmark did give God J a scent of where the survivors were at. Mercenary does, I believe this is going to be, yeah, he can use up his self-heal. Now changing targets here, trying to look. He already has that tinnitus and spots out AZ. Again, using it. You know what? The tram doesn't even affect the wheel, so he doesn't care. He's going to keep going for AZ. Already has one spike. Going to keep going for more. And just the carnage on God J. That's leaving in his wake.
Keep fighting AZ here as he really tries to shorten up the distance between him and God J. With these terrains, he can use it to quite a set, but he already used his football here, and now he really needs to make haste in terms of kiting away God J right here. So pallets are to be destroyed here to avoid any more, but that was going to be a trap right here, and unfortunately that was a knockdown for both. Mercenary was able to self-heal himself, so let's see if he can still go for that dungeon, because forward here is to be left by God J, and the hunt is on.
Yeah, we see that the tinnitus did pop up in that area, but luckily for Johnson, he wasn't spotted. He is tiptoeing. Oh no, he's running now because the tinnitus did pop up. And forward is with a peeper. Oh no, spots him out. He's gonna get 2 hits there, 2 spikes, and probably go for just an activation. Mercenary cannot heal anymore. Now we see God J just maneuvering his way to go back. Wants that 4K, wants that big lead for his team to secure their passage away from the preliminary rounds.
Yes, and look at this. He was able to self-heal for himself right now, going in towards and trying to juke away as much as possible for God J. But AZ, really nice doing and just great usage of terrains right now, and doing the best that he can to at least try and ride. Yes, he was able to ride down the tram.
But activation of the burst. Oh my god, it is gonna be all God J. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the breaking wheel in a nutshell.
Breaking wheel in a nutshell. I agree with you with that, Poch, and that was basically executed pretty well by God J. And still, I would like to, really give kudos to ADM, because they really tried their best. They fought really hard onto that. The thing is, they were separated the moment, and that was a very early catch on for God J. He was able to spot out Pfizer at the very early stages, so that gave him an upper hand. But then again, I'd like to commend the others, because they were able to decode as much as possible, at least for that dungeon to be open. It just so happens that they were separated. They were not able to at least meet and get a bit of a heal here and there for their team.
Yeah, they had the right idea. As you mentioned, I think it was just the God J being so good at catching them off guard, especially like when he was getting ready for downing the forward. He decided that, all right, I'm just gonna leave you. I know you're one shot left from being chipped, and I'll just move on over to the priestess or the other targets. So it was excellent prioritization. He didn't really force him to just stay at one spot. He tried utilizing his blink, but switched to peepers. That seems to be a very viable trait for these hunters when they use pollen. But yeah, giving it up to ADM though, because they still fought till the very end, and they had the right strategy. They wanted to divide and conquer, but man, God J's plan of just utilizing the breaking wheel's mobility, as you mentioned, as well as his skills. I think he was fully present in the. It was still 5 ciphers, so God J did a great job unlocking the skills of Pollen.
And you really did notice this. He was really moving like everywhere towards the map. Like what you said, divide and conquer was, the strategy and paper for the side of ADM. The thing is, he really used that side mobility into his advantage and just basically tried to hunt down. And the way that he called out that quick change of target was really one of the things that highlighted his performance. And as well as for ADM, the fact that they were able to hold on for at least, we do see the forward really tried his best to distract God J so that the others can go for the decode. So they were able to do their corresponding jobs into that. It just so happens that God J really was a step ahead. But we still do not fret here, Poch. We have our second half of round number 1. So maybe we can see that ADM can also go for a sweep.
Yeah, who knows, right? ADM could definitely shock us, especially their hunter. I'd like to also highlight with what you said. Aside from being a step ahead, I think it was a series of events that were in God J's favor because the basement was also there. It was hard for the mercenary to try to go in for that rescue, and also just something to highlight with God J too. He was able to cancel out a lot of the skills. I believe the priest is supposed to go for that portal, but the spike landed. The mercenary was being blocked, so he was not able to go for the elbow pad rescue to just try and salvage as much survivors as possible. So it's I think it was the awareness as well as him realizing the strengths of this breaking wheel. Heading out over to the match data, Xeaora, what's something that jumps out of the screen for you here?
The very first thing I see was God J having that 35 survivor
Crazy.
hits. That's a lot. That's great. It only goes to show that he was really present most. He was actually really going for that hunt. But meanwhile, we do see that ADM here, they do have more than 100%, decode progress here. So at least they really try their best. And the fact that Johnson and AZ was able to contain God J for 128 seconds for AZ and 83 seconds for Johnson, that's already a lot, meaning they were there present most of the time trying to protect Pfizer and vaccine.
Yeah, the thing is with something that also jumps out to me is that the early spotting of the prisoner really played in God J's favor, because the prisoner, if looking at the decoding progress, did not even touch a cipher. So that just really started the chain of events that really led to the keys to victory for God J. But you know what? ADM, again, going up against one of the best in Thailand, they're definitely going to learn. They're definitely going to just go back to the drawing board and go back to the war room and find out, all right, what do we need to improve on? And that's the thing with IVC also, since it also kind of pairs up teams with, let's say, a really known team like GH. I think you're going to come out of this with more experience, more knowledge, and ADM is definitely going to take this to the next match.
Definitely. They will be going back stronger. And of course, they wouldn't really go down without a fight. And I'm really excited to see what type of a hunter they will be using for later. And of course, their prioritization in terms of, banning the survivors. Since we will be having those switcheroos right now. So this time, GH is going to be the survivor in Ever Sleeping Town. So they might have a similar feat in terms of the draft, but I'm still not neglecting the fact that they may go for, some different picks, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, like you said, you highlighted that ADM does have one of them actually opted for an explorer. We did see that I think a Bloody Queen was their hunter in the player matchup, but also God J, also has that trump card of a clown if ever he wants to use that in succeeding rounds. So pressure is on the hunter side of ADM, and looking at who GH will be surviving with, it's going to be a pretty tall task because these guys have seen the bright lights of IVC as well as KOA. So big test for Team ADM.
Pretty sure if let's say Mechanic was given by GH, they will not hesitate to actually pick this up. But during match number 1, a best alternative for Mechanic other than the Explorer is basically Prisoner here. So if let's say that mobility is going to be the key for the survivors upcoming in this second half, I think Team ADM will also have something to say. Maybe they will use a similar strategy by getting Pollen, or maybe something a bit more sneaky type like a Dream Witch, because Dream Witch really has a lot of map presence here. But in terms of Ever Sleeping Town, they might really want to go for someone who can cover a lot of map areas here.
Yeah, Dream Witch can do that, but it's the caveat there is that the Dream Witch has the leech. So just for him to get that presence, and that's going to be quite tough with a formidable survivor team. But I do know a lot of high-level hunters that do opt for the Dream Witch pick here in this map. But I like what you said also with the mobility, like the constant pressure in and around. Pollen is good. Again, me and Rin keep saying that Sculptor, we've been seeing it here and there. Could also is a very viable pick. We say Bonbon as well, but I don't think they're gonna go for a Bonbon because if they do, I mean, you get it down and you could just definitely not go for that rescue. And it seems like ADM's Hunter really needs as much points as possible to alleviate the pressure coming into match number 2. Heck, maybe he wants to even go for a 4K if possible and if it's presented.
Definitely, and of course, the said Hunter will be doing his best to really get that opportunity. So for now, in a bit we will be proceeding into our draft, right, Poch? But I'm just really excited because I as much as, you know, the pointers that we've taken earlier, I still don't want to deny any potential, you know, interesting picks that can come along for both sides of the team. But, you know, you mentioned the pressure is really on for the side of ADM's Hunter. So it's really viable for them to really stick into the meta and also fighting against a GH, one of the most formidable. There you go.
Yeah, it's all good.
That's all about tongue twisters.
I get tongue
there,
tied too. Yeah. Formidable teams, exactly.
Yeah, formidable team. There you go.
All right, let me tap into your fangirliness. Which character do you want to see that's not in the meta right now? I know you have a dancer in your pocket. Like, I know you use dancer.
Well, if there were to be a mercenary, you know, on the Survivor, I would definitely go for Ripper. I'm shipping them, you know, you see. Okay.
By the way, we mentioned that is Ripper's character day today, so yeah, guys, make sure to claim that today.
Ripper.
But we did see that a dancer did come in in this map, so I'm excited to see maybe a dancer. I don't know. I know that you also use Enchantress. We haven't seen an Enchantress today, but we digress. Heading on over to the picks and bans.
Definitely. Speaking of that, Mechanic won't be seeing the light of day here into our round number 1, Poch, as it is going to be banned by Daddy here. And Mercenary Seer, okay, we do see the 2 hooded survivors being hovered by Skyfall and Captain Kun. And yeah, I'm pretty sure that the viewers will also recognize these names as we have mentioned, and pretty sure they will be locking this in because again, they are 2 of the most of the priority picks here, and they might add it up with, let's say, a forward or a priestess if it's not going to be if either one is not going to be banned by ADM Daddy.
I honestly wouldn't be surprised if they went with the exact same. Oh no, changing things up, banning that priestess. I actually agree with this pick. You saw how the priestess is super pesky. So yep, as you called it, forward, and yes, subbing out the since the mechanic is not available, going for the prisoner.
So other than the priestess, it is a similar lineup there for the side of GH, but looking at this again, this also calls us for the you know, really mobility. But Axe Boy.
Yo, is Rin watching? Rin. You gotta see Rin again.
Yeah,
loves
Rin
the Axe Boy. We're gonna see Daddy's Axe Boy here, but again, this is a first draft survivors, so Daddy has to be this Axe Boy has to be very careful, especially when he's chairing survivors. I mean, we have that shock coming from the prisoner. We also have the stuns coming from Hata here, and Hata having a highlight reel of forward plays. So
yes,
we're gonna jump right into the second half of the first round.
Indeed. Again, it's in Ever Sleeping Town. Daddy already going in towards the middle side of our map, really trying to find his first survivor, and the hunt is on. So they are a bit dispersed here in our map, but then again, if Axeboy really needs to do a lot, because if the prisoner, we've seen this in the previous match, if prisoner is left alone, the increase or the rapid pace of the Cypher Rush really goes and is evident, right? So right now we do see that Daddy was able to at least go in here towards the mercenary, but then again goes in towards Captain Kun's direction.
I think it's very important to find the right survivor, the most optimum one, because yeah, having the mercenary early chaser forward is going to be a big task ahead for Daddy. But now he sees the seer over here at corner house, also brought blink, so he is going for those quick downs. So let's see, setting up these pines again, and also got to watch out for those flame snipes, because a lot of these competitive play axe boys are so good at predicting where these survivors will be at. But so far so good for Capcom and the seer, trying to draw the line here and just use that speed boost. Capcom closing out the distance, has the owl to just not get hit there, and just going to utilize this owl to just go to a better side of this map.
Has not incapacitated, but ooh, that was a pallet down for Captain Kun, but I think he was meant to go the other way. But then again, that could be a quick diversion player, so Captain Kun doing his job, but he was hit by the fires of Daddy right here. Was not stun, did not stun Daddy though, but still go for the blink, but misses the shot, and the pallet will be knocked down here. And Captain Kun really doing a good job at, you know, really containing the hunter here, as we do see the decoding progress 100%, I assume, for the mercenary, and more than a half for the other two sides.
Another flame snipe. The forward is here. Oh, he's gonna eat that hit just to, you know, distribute the damage here. 4 ciphers remaining, but if you're looking at the lower left side of that screen, I think Capcom is almost about to gain another owl. So we are seeing Daddy again just trying to find the most optimum survivor, and they are still like dispersed here. The prisoner is still out and about decoding. Little boy is about to get spotted, so we are seeing the electrocution here. But thought someone was there, but now chasing away the prisoner from this cipher.
Right, so Little Boy is the one to be kiting at Daddy here in towards our map, and right now Daddy may have a bit of a tricky situation right here, because this is the type of map we're in. There are a lot of terrains to use from, so he really needs to make haste in terms of trying to take down these survivors.
And look at that, the forward already healed up, so they do know their priorities. It's Little Boy now. He's full health. Oh wow, nice flame snipe again. That's something to highlight with Daddy. He's been really on point with that, and if not, he's able to close out the distance fast. Little Boy now, Restful Road's gonna be placed down over here at the exit gate, and drops the pallet. Daddy still wants to get this one down, and down him with just a flame snipe again.
Flame Snipes is the name of the game for Daddy here, because of course he would want to utilize all of his skill sets as much as possible, and during that time it went into his favor. So Little Boy is going to be on the rocket chair for now, but I'm pretty sure that onto the lower left side of the screen they may be on their way to save the day.
Seer, I believe, is going to the graveyard. We do see that the mercenary did save the day there. Another flame just to utilize the boost. The prisoner will get that last effort pop, but look at the decoding progress. 2 ciphers almost prime, 1 about to be opened already. They're really trying to buy as much time to just push for the exit gate war as possible. 88% already, says the forward. Prisoner falling down. This is going to be his second time in the rocket chair.
Good thing about here for the side of GH is that it's not yet half for Little Boy, because he was saved immediately, but this could be you know, pressure as well for them, because Daddy has this slowly but surely type of pace, you know. So if he is able to secure prisoner here, that's going to be a first for him. But you know, Flame Snipe's going to miss that 360 will be hitting forward right there, and right now we'll try to distract, but right now, the save.
Yeah, Mercenary was able to do a backdoor save there, and now just eating the hit there before anything would happen. Gets the stun as well. The Cypher is about to be primed. More than 90% is there, so they will push for the end game, and all of them are injured, but you know, once borrowed time hits, this is still really tough for Daddy to try to salvage here. Gets the flame snipe. Hits him again. Good timing there by Daddy.
And then a very near rocket chair as well. So I guess this is a down for the prisoner. Goes back to the manor, but the Cypher has already been procced, and we do see a detention being aided by Daddy here. So Skyfall is going to be the next target if he ever goes in and tries to go near into the distance. But with that help of that mobility.
Oh my god, the flame snipe was able to hit him. Skyfall is half health already. But then again, detention is in the air, utilizing the elbow pad. Again, waiting for the forward and of his other teammate to go for the exit because, again, the dungeon is right there. Xeaora, can he go get it?
Yes.
Again, this
exit gate
Axe
is
Boy
open.
wants to...
Exit gate is open. Flame Snipes tries to go for the blink, goes for the hit, but misses, unfortunately, here for Daddy, and Skyfall doing a really good job containing it. Are the other members out, though? Seer already made it out into the gate, so let's see how things are gonna go, because Skyfall here is doing the best he can to really distract Daddy here up to this point. Goes down.
He switches to Peepers. Okay, but he's still got a 30-second cooldown. Eats the hit, and it seems like it's gonna be a tied game. 2-2 for both sides.
But that was really a good place for both sides of our team. You mentioned it is a tie for both. And right now, if I'm not mistaken, if it's on to the point system, it is 7 to GH and 4 for... Yeah,
it's 7-2. Yep.
Yeah, 7-2 there. And still, though, Daddy really put up a good fight earlier into the matchup, because we mentioned there it was an end game. They were able to prop the ciphers out, those 5 complete ciphers. But then again, with the help of the detention and basically his prowess in using the flame snipes is just basically on point. Really force it out into 2 survivors now.
That would definitely be a respect ban on the side of GH. These are the known survivors, but for him to be able to get a tie is actually a feat on its own. And also, yeah, as you mentioned, the flame snipes, especially at the end game, made sure that he saved his conservative melee hit just so that he already accounted for the cipher to be popped, because that was actually a great pop on the side of GH. But you know what, Daddy having that forethought, all right, this is about to pop, I need to save it up. He's been so on point. He's like really like a sniper when it comes to those flame snipes, and just amazing. Actually, when we see the match data, I'm sure that most of those hits are from flames.
Yes, indeed. So it just goes to show that ADM really has their own way of using a certain type of hunter in a certain type of map. So, and that was just well demonstrated here. You mentioned it is already a feat, the fact that they were able to get a tie against GH, right? So I'm pretty sure in towards round 2 they will be going into the drawing boards once again. But that was good job. I would like to highlight as well for the side of GH that the way that they contained ADM Daddy over there from earlier was just really top notch. The fact that the forward was able to distract the Axe Boy, leading to the mercenary having that backdoor rescue, was really a good job coming in from him.
Yeah, it just shows that the communication was on point. And even though the forward got that hit, we were like wondering like, oh wow, he's not going to go for the save. But little did we know that the mercenary was tiptoeing his way to go rescue that prisoner. And also the forward, Hata, being ready for that stun just for support, just for the prisoner to just get a little bit away from this Axe Boy. But checking out this match data again, great stuff on the side of Daddy here. 11 survivors, hit 6 pallets. And I'm pretty sure more than half of this was because of flame snipes. 6 pallets destroyed and 5 knockdowns. But yo, Xeaora, talk us through this amazing survivor sheet that we're looking at.
Yes, Captain Kun, I could say, was really silent, but really made a lot of progress into that ciphers as well, and contained Daddy as well into the process. Skyfall with that 99 seconds containment, that was really, you can say lit. It was really amazing because I mean that's a better word to describe it, because they really did their job done alongside with Hata. Even though it was just 43 seconds, that was really vital because of the stun that he did. That duration was really more than enough for the mercenary and the prisoner to really keep their distance away from the hunter. So commending as well Captain Kun's owl back there in towards when Skyfall was trying to kite away Daddy in towards that second floor. That was really on time. So it forced the Axe Boy to really take his time and wait for that said owl to really to dissipate before trying to attempt the hit.
Yeah, if something to highlight with Capcom as well. I was looking at the lower left side of the screen. He was constantly looking where the Axe Boy was, and towards the end of his first kiting, I think he was already almost up by half. So it's just great containment time and also great farming of the owl. So I can't wait to see more of his seer if ever it's going to be allowed through. But I do understand why they had to get out. They had to remove that priestess. Because can you imagine if Little Boy, because I think it's Little Boy, if he was able to utilize that, the constant communication, we could be seeing a different result if ever in favor of GH. But again, ADM, fresh start here in round number 2. We are going to see the switch up again. So I'm excited to see what more survivors being banned and more creative compositions come out from these teams.
Since we are going to head on to our round number 2, pretty sure it's going to be a different map, other side, Ever Sleeping Town. So if ever they are going into, let's say, a more compact map or a more smaller map in comparison to the map in round number 1, I'd say that it could be a similar, similar draft or similar picks and bans for both sides of the teams. But I think that the Priestess pick can be one of the priority bans, because not just alongside with Mechanic per se, because of course Mechanic self-explanatory, you don't really want that Cypher Rush really going through smoothly. For Priestess, because Priestess really, with her skill sets, knows how to narrow down any maps, especially if it's compact. It makes the map even more smaller, and really does its job in helping anyone who tries to kite away the said hunter. But we do have our flashy picks as well here, coming up with the prisoner, getting that mercenary. I'm pretty sure that it could be banned, let's say if we ever go into round number 3, right? So still, I think for the draft alone, it would be similar to round number 1, pretty sure. It's a matter of the performance this time, because I believe in the saying that if this is your favorite map, you really have that, that certain unconscious buff in you that can really turn the tides around,
Yeah, map familiarity as well as team synergy in a certain match can definitely put everything in your team's favor. And right now it's ADM that needs that, because they are feeling that pressure with a 5-point differential. The tie was still good, but you know what, they want to be able to alleviate that pressure and try to push for that game number 3 coming into this match. And my thought process here is that if they're gonna face God J again and it's a different map, will they ban Pollen? Because God J still has more hunters up his sleeve. Especially let's say if it's a small map, let's say Arms Factory Red Church, you ban Pollen, even though you don't really see Pollen mostly in big maps, right? Yes. You see some Pollens in Red Church, but you know what? You're leaving open Dream Witch, you're leaving open Sculptor. Definitely. So it's a really tough situation to be in.
I agree with you entirely, because we already mentioned God J has a variety pool of hunters, right? So I think ADM cannot really afford to ban a certain hunter that is in a different map. So they may be sticking to the hunters that are really threatening in this certain type of map. And you mentioned it is Dream Witch. So if that is banned out, again, it will depend on their chosen survivors on how they are going to work it out. And at the same time, on God J's perspective, I think he needs to find an alternative, because I'm pretty sure that the priority hunters in towards this map is going to be banned.
Yeah, I totally. And when it comes to that thought process, I think that's the type of mindset that they need to come into this match with, because it's hard to deny that God J has a great Pollen, but you also have to take into consideration the map that they were in, which was Ever Sleeping Town, and also the resources that were taken away, which was the Mechanic as well as the Seer, just so that he can utilize his spikes and not be bothered by Cypher Rushing. If he spots out the prisoner, that should be fine, unlike the Mechanic, who has that extra puppet that could just roam around and be basically an extra body. So I agree with you 100%. I think they should look at the map and I guess it's like choosing between the two evils. Would you allow the pollen to come through, or hoping that he's not good with pollen in this map? Or just maybe he might not even choose pollen and use another hunter that you might be more comfortable facing.
Queens are also in here. They maybe, let's say, if it were a different map or a smaller one, Anne is still there into, the picking sculptor, as we've seen into the previous matchups, right? So there are a lot of variety of hunters that they can choose from. So they just really need to best equip themselves with the best survivors that they can, really opt, so that they can, lessen down any potential threats here. Because of course it's the meta, and you actually fighting in towards a map that has a lot of hunters advantage. It can only go so far. So you would want to really aid that Cypher rush with protection, maybe coming in from the forward, or if not, at least have that kiting capabilities. Let's say the Merc. If not the Merc, go for Gravekeeper. Depends on which you're comfortable in. So long as it could get the job done, and I'm pretty sure that ADM will really go for that feat, then I guess it could work out.
Yeah. And speaking of survivors, I think I do still take into account the acronym that you had, the M&Ms, but it seems like you have to add a P in that acronym, because Priestess
M&M and S and P.
P? Like
MMSP?
P? PMS.
PM
Priestess,
squared S. There you go.
Yeah, there we go. So Priestess, you got Mercenary, you got Seer, and Mechanic.
Yes.
P. Yeah, we'll think of something.
PM squared S. There
PM
you
squared.
go.
Yeah, there we go.
PM squared.
PM squared. Yeah, because
we got a new
right
math equation.
Yeah, that's a lot. I think we've been casting this for how long, and we still get kind of we get brain farted when it comes to like how do we this is the way it's supposed to go. Right now it's 7-2, and really excited to see how ADM is going to adjust, because pressure is on them. They have a lot to they have a lot to catch up with in terms of their survivors and hunters to push for that game number 3.
Best case scenario for ADM is to at least have 3 survivors escape, or for their hunter side, at least get 3 survivors taken down, so that they can really force out that round number 3. Because if not, we do have that statement in the rules, right? That if there is like a secured win for those 2 rounds, then round 3 won't be necessary. So Poch, like all of this, I'm just really excited how things are going to pan out here, because there are a lot of possibilities that can happen. Because we did mention more on the drafts and more on the hunters and survivors, but there is still this chance of the end game, right? Because sometimes even though that the risks or the stakes are already at the disadvantage, let's say towards a hunter, but when we go on towards that end game, everything can still be clutched out, especially if it's not necessarily, aided with detention, because I've heard that some of our hunters here, let's say use Bonbon or use another hunter that doesn't equip detention, but more rely on a different trait in the persona. So end games can really, change the paces of the game. So it really varies. So these possibilities are endless right now.
And it's really important for all the survivors and hunters to just fight till the very end, because as you mentioned, it's once the end game is popped, whether with detention is in the air or not, it's still anyone's game, honestly, with how they approach the exit gate war and how they are going to push for the dungeon escape, because ADM, like we mentioned, needs as much survivors out of the game or hunter kills as possible to push for that game number 3, because GodJ just able to just secure an early 5 points for his team definitely alleviated a lot of the pressure away from his team with that excellent pollen play that we witnessed. And we've also maybe we'll have the same trajectory, that we won't see the same hunters coming in, because all matches of the previous between MP and LT, no hunter was repeated at all.
And so far, no hunter was repeated at least for round number 1. They do have a different, perspective here. So let's see if that keeps going on right now. So, maybe something to talk about after this day. So, but today, this is just really more of an interesting feat, and I agree with you entirely with what you've said earlier. So, given that, I just really hope that at the end of the day, I know that both of our teams and our players really did their best, and really worth commending each of their performances, whether it's a hunter or a survivor per se.
Yeah, I think they want to leave it all on the line because again, it's only once a year that IVC's here, so they ought to really take this opportunity to showcase their skills and show their hard work paying off. It's as the video said that it keeps getting better and better each year, and it's this format now is really breathing more life into the community and in a competitive sense, that is, and especially in the Southeast Asia community, because we've had teams represent us in Call of the Abyss, and I think IVC is a great platform, and also maybe the qualifiers just to get there, and it also just showcases what these teams have been working so hard for.
Yes, and yeah, I know that you and Rin have already mentioned earlier that the meta is ever changing, and the fact that it also showcases those hidden traits or those hidden strategies of different regions that we never thought that it would be possible, but let's go ahead. Oh, that was a quick flash right there, kind of made me expect some draft and picks and bans right there. But we did have a sneak peek of what the map's gonna be. Might be going into Red Church back there.
Red Church being a map, one of my favorite maps, I would say. And I think you might be onto something with the Priestess ban there, because we see how dangerous a Priestess could be, especially cutting corners for the survivors in terms of the map, inside the church, that is.
Apparently, Poch, they respected the seer that came from Captain Kun here and decided to ban out the mechanic. And there you go, the seer. So I'm pretty sure that ADM may be using, let's say, mercenary or priestess first, or maybe going to prisoner priestess first, just to secure that survivor. But the hunter ban is going to be Dream Witch, as we've mentioned earlier, right? So they will be sticking in towards that hunter ban that really is, quite advantageous in towards this map.
Yeah, allowing GodJ to go back to his Pollen if ever, or if he's had a sculptor. I haven't seen a sculptor just yet in a competitive sense, but I'm sure GodJ, being the hunter that he is, has more than a couple of hunters up his sleeve, especially in a map like this in Red Church. And wow, not hesitating. Okay. Actually, Entomologist in this map is great, especially in tight corners. The Swarm can definitely be a distraction as well as a support when it comes to rescuing. And we are, speaking of rescuing, we're not going to be seeing the Mercenary. So great bans. The M&M as MMS.
There you go. But I think in terms of ADM, I don't think they really planned out on using the Mercenary, since they do have the Gravekeeper as the alternate, and maybe they are more comfortable with Gravekeeper in towards this map. But there you go, it's like you're going to see the Sculptor of coming in from GodJ right here, aided with the Priestess and the Forward. So I'm excited now, Poch, because this is the first Entomologist of our day.
Yeah, and let's see, GodJ again wanting to go for the most optimal target. Again, it's kind of tough to actually spot because none of these are really known for decoders. More containers. We do see that the Entomologist is at Shack. We see that the Forward is also priming a Cypher there. Priestess already setting up her portals over at Church. GodJ has his work cut out for him, and he needs to feed that Sculptor. He needs to feed this Hunter as soon as possible to just add more pressure, and utilizing already the Holy Keys here just to get more distance away from GodJ.
a slight of a stun back there, but the fact that Gaje was already able to spot out his first target, which is Pfizer once again, is something to stay feet. But that's going to be a pallet down here, trying to further up the gap that they have now. And like while Pfizer's doing a great job right now, 57% on the first decipher and 56 on the other one. But look at that, was able to injure
forcing Pfizer to use his shovel already. Like as you mentioned, before he pallet dropped, Gaje was able to snipe him out of that burrow state. But looking over at the objectives, they are moving along quite nicely. And Pfizer moving to a different part of this map, probably just getting constantly communicating. I think there might be some holy keys that are set up here for him to use, but this is going to be quite tough if Gaje's really on point. One more hit and he will be going down. There will be a slight pause in the game, ladies and gentlemen, just to get the most optimal situation. Again, some technical difficulties, but then it's really important to have the most optimal playing conditions for this high level match.
Definitely, but looking at the very start of our game there, Poch, it was really, the fact that Gaje was able to force out the shovel, as you've mentioned, it means that he doesn't have any more shovels to work with come the later phases of our game, especially if, let's say that Pfizer was able to escape here. It could be a potential strategy wherein Gaje can use him as a priority target since his skills are already diminished by that time. But seeing the decoding progress of ADM here is something interesting to see, because the fact that they are already more than half of 2 ciphers already, that's already automatic, that the dungeon is already open. So at least that's a little bit of a safe haven for them when they have that possibility to go out in the numbers that they'd want or to be in their favor. But Gaje here applying the pressure on Pfizer, going in and really closing the gap, already took out his shovels and is already near his area.
Yeah, Gaje, again, with all these survival instead of EDM, it's really hard to just pick one, and I think Gaje just had to just choose the closest one. Even though we say that Gravekeeper First Kite is really tough, Gaje is saying, yeah, I know it is, but I'm still gonna try to hunt him down and just negate his shovels. And looking at how fast Gaje was, like once the Gravekeeper will fall, he will be in full presence. And 5 still remain. You mentioned 2 of these ciphers are almost about to be primed, actually 84% and 62%. So really interesting how ADM will answer back and how where Gaje is going to actually chair Pfizer.
And yeah, like this is also the thing for the survivors here. Like I'm not saying that it's in their favor just yet, but the fact that they are making this huge progress. Looking at
try to push it, just try to push him away, but the blink was ready. Gaje again, just so good at utilizing the skills of the hunters, his full advantage.
You can say that was an off-cam knockdown right there, Poch, similar to those Power Rangers moments. But going back here, we do see Gaje utilizing his skills here, spotting out AZ going in towards their way, tries to use the sculptures to delay AZ from ever coming here into this area, but they were able to take a cipher decoded, so that's already 1 down. Oh, actually make it 2 this time. Entomologist will also have a cipher down at play, but this could be a camping moment for Gaje right now. Spots out Johnson already in this area.
See, that's what's so good about the Sculptor. She can camp as well as harass and have map presence, especially in a map like Red Church, that Chisel can reach that far to just try to just patrol around and look for the wiggling ciphers. We do see that AZ is in the area giving the tinnitus mark just so that Gaje will stay at bay. I'm not sure if they're going to go for that rescue. We do see that the forward is moving in and around, and it seems like Pfizer will be going back to the manor. Gaje now just trying to find the next target. Again, he can't rest on his laurels just yet. 3 ciphers still remain. He does have full presence, so it will be quite tough for the survivors to try to kite because he's been so on point with these statue hits.
Then again, we do see Johnson here trying to hide his way, but that was a nice pallet down here to at least delay or for not the gap
Oh my
portal
god,
to
the
be
statue
used.
hit.
Oh,
Priestess has already been hit, even off screen. And look at that, he's just so good. The Priestess is trying to end the line of sight, but Godjay just know where the Priestess is gonna be. Great statue placements, but the Swarm is right behind him, trying to distract, but the Priestess will be falling down. Godjay now has to be very careful with trying to chair this Priestess. The Swarm will distract, and will he able to be pushed enough time? No, not quite. The chair is already there.
And in a very near area too, so this could be another you know, going into a peak with the other areas of the map right now. So uses the sculpture to at least that inflicted some amount of damage, at least for 25%. That was a stun for the forward.
He canceled out that stun. He was able to hit that forward. Got the save though. But Johnson out of there. Again, the bees harassing, just trying to buy as much time as possible. Johnson trying, ran into that bees. This is actually great stuff for the side of the Priestess.
And this is also a very good area to go and hide because there are a lot of terrains to use it right here.
Yeah, thankfully, like, the pallets weren't dropped just yet. He has somebody to use, but look at that. Didn't even need to go near that Priestess. Got another statue hit. We do see at the lower left side of the screen that the entomologist is trying to push that cipher in the church. And I was not able to see. I don't know if this is the Priestess second chair or if we'll be heading back. That was a good save then. So Priestess second.
But then again, you mentioned the camping capabilities of Godjay right here, and enough to basically inflict a damage in towards Entomologist right here. So he will be doing the similar feat that he did with Visor earlier. Just wait for the right moment to go away in towards the Priestess. But right now, Entomologist is going to be knocked down.
Yeah,
that was quick.
That was a tough situation. Godjay pushing for the down of that entomologist before she can make it to that rescue. And now utilizing that blink just to not even vault that window. AZ is now going to be the last target to try and down, but utilizing the football here. And as you take note, Godjay did change the peepers again because he will try to secure the down. He downs the forward. Now it's just a matter of time. He will try to just down this, chair this entomologist, but the entomologist pops back up again.
Yes, and we'll be trying to depict what kind of route will Vaccine do. Oh, is that a hit? Yes, indeed! And that's another knockdown. Godjay already knows that the entomologist does not have heal yet. And that is it. That is a sweep for Godjay, getting that 5 points, having that 4 survivors down.
That's his consistency. He's had 4K throughout the 2 matches that we witnessed. He's a beast. What a monster. Godjay, ladies and gentlemen. Don't get him mad. He is just out for
I don't want
blood.
to go on his bad side if it were me, you know. But again, congratulations to Godjay for having that sweep. But of course, this time we did see that fighting spirit that came from ADM. They had two ciphers down, and they really, the entomologists, you can't really deny that fact that the bees were tedious to work with, and at least gave time for Godjay to deal with it first before basically going in towards the Priestess. But the sculpture's Poch, you have to commend it by Godjay. It was really on point, and it did give a breather for the Priestess to at least go away in towards that area.
Yeah, it's so impressive how he was able to down survivors out of the line of sight. That just shows the experience that Godjay has utilizing this hunter and also facing a ton of experienced survivors. But you know what, in ADM, I'd also like to highlight the swarm. Godjay was able to counter it early on, especially when the Gravekeeper was trying to find another route outside of the church. And the blink, just he's so good at utilizing the tools and him making sure that the blink hits matter. So again, ADM had the right strategy coming into this. They did try to use Entomologist. They tried going for a very diverse pick in terms of the Priestess, Gravekeeper forward, tried to go for that stun as well, but you know what, Godjay was able to just snipe out the forward before even reaching that stun. Did get the rescue. So it was just Godjay again. He's just one of the veterans. What a beast. Let's check out this match data.
So for Godjay, he does have 18 survivor hits here, 2 pallets destroyed, 2 remaining ciphers, and 6 knocked down. So it's basically evident that the sculptures that came from God J was really helpful here in taking down our survivors. So for the side of ADM this time around, look at that whopping 200% decoding progress coming in from AZ. So he was able to do his job done and at least contain the hunter for 35 seconds. 70 seconds though for Pfizer. So he may not be able to decode some ciphers because he left it into his comrades. And the fact that he was able to contain God J at that time, that's already an achievement, you know?
Pfizer being the first chase, that was very impressive that he actually went past the 60-second mark against God J. So that is definitely a feather in their cap of Team ADM. And yeah, just knowing how to play the roles, because once he downed that Gravekeeper, he was already fully fed. So it was really tough to kite because, as you mentioned, he's just so on point with placing down the statues and just getting the downs early on, really applying the pressure, leaving more objectives to be done. And yeah, God J, again, changing it up to peepers because he knows he wants to get the 5K, dropping them just so he knows where the survivors are going to be at all times. That's God J for you, ladies and gentlemen. Tournament veteran and also a very known hunter in the community.
Definitely, I agree with you with that. And to add into that for God J, right? We did see that moment wherein we thought that the forward was able to stun down God J, but with that timing, cancels it out and went through that game into his favor. So that's another thing that we'd like to commend for God J. But for side of ADM, still, they did the job that they tried to. They were able to execute some of their strategies, but unfortunately, it was just, again, you also have to consider a lot of coverage that God J really covered into that battlefield. But look at this, Poch. It looks like we had a notification.
Yeah. So they're switching out Daddy capital Y to Daddy not a capital Y. So
okay.
Interesting to know both of their hunters' names. Let's see the different playstyles, but the switch here would definitely prompt a different mindset in banning because Daddy with the not capital Y, this is tough. Not sure if he has an axe boy. So who are they gonna ban?
It depends, but I still feel that it would be a similar composition in terms of bans and picks through our first half. Since Dream Witch, yeah, it's already a statement that it is very, very threatening to give up a Dream Witch. But for this substitute that ADM did, I am thinking that they since they will be the ones who's going to go into the hunter side, I am thinking that they might have a Bloody Queen right here because it's very, very viable to use in towards this map. And for the side of the survivors, in terms of GH, I think they will still ban out for me it's still Dream Witch per se, but maybe if they did, some research for ADAMS here, they might ban someone different, but I think that's highly unlikely though.
Yeah, well, as you mentioned, right, you have to consider the map and what hunters thrive in that map, because if we'd go with that mentality, ADM might have banned Pollen, but did go with that Dream Witch ban because, again, Dream Witch, she's crazy in this map and her pressure is just something that survivor teams just buckle under. So coming into this, yeah, I do agree that we might see a potential Dream Witch or Sculptor ban, but again, GH could have done their homework with the team of ADM and maybe they might know what hunter they have in mind coming into this next match.
Yes, and for survivor picks, pretty sure one could be Mechanic or Seer, Mechanic or Mercenary, either of the two, but I'm pretty sure Mechanic's not going to see the light of day. So there is like a choice between, let's say, Prisoner, Priestess, forward still. Pretty sure it's going to be playing into the field. Or if maybe, GH wants to go Entomologist, why not? I mean, they really do have they do have the liberty of doing so. So yeah.
And you saw how the entomologist of ADM was able to really harass and really try to distract as much as possible, because Red Church does have the infrastructure and the real estate to pin the hunter to a wall and really assist probably a rebound kite or maybe just a distraction. So Entomologist coming into this mix would definitely be warranted, because I'm sure that in the previous match, I think, well, this was Daddy with a capital Y. He did not want to see Priestess. I think that maybe they share that hive mentality. Daddies think like the same way, that they don't want Priestess to be here because she is crazy also as well with the structures of Red Church.
And yeah, knowing as well that Red Church may have, we did see that Team ADM used the terrains to really try and best to kite away towards God J, right? So I guess they will be, focusing as well on that matter for the side of GH, right? Because you would want to really use any terrains, any buildings, or any structures that are there available, especially if you're going to transition from one place to another, and which is basically the name of this game, especially for the side of GH. However, Poch, what do you think? Will we be seeing like a similar, pick coming in from them with ADM, or will they have other survivors in mind?
Looking at the different survivors that we witnessed with Little Boy, Capcom, I really think that they're gonna stick to the meta and just secure themselves a victory away from the preliminary round. So I don't think we're gonna see any wild card picks from them just yet, because again, if they slip up and they actually if ADM gets a 4K, they're gonna push for a round number 3. I think if I was thinking in GH's, if I was in GH's shoes, I would want to get the win as fast as possible. Maybe even take some time to even rest, because these competitions are so intense. There's a lot of pressure on everyone, because this is IVC we're talking about. Aside from the amazing prize pool, you stand a chance to represent the region in Call of the Abyss. So I think that for them to be able to secure the victory with a meta team is their priority now.
I think that also goes the same, for ADM, because like right now they can still force the game number 3 if they would wish to, right? But still sticking to the metas. I think I won't be seeing as well any wild picks that will be coming for both sides of the team. It's just so happens that in terms of priority, like you mentioned, they just need to know or watch out for those hunters and survivors that thrive in towards this map. So as mentioned, they will be banning out Mechanic. I'm pretty sure here forward is hovered by ADM, right?
Yeah, and look at that. Wow, banning Feaster. They might have done their homework here.
Yeah.
Grizzly's not here. He'd be so mad if he sees this. How dare they?
But to be fair, Feaster is really, really outrageous here towards Red Church, because the tentacles.
This might have been them doing their homework, and the tentacles, as you mentioned, would definitely play a factor. But right now, leaving the Xeaora as well as the Mercenary open for Capcom to use.
Once again, and of course, Priestess won't see the light of day here, so the PM squared S is into light. So following the other teams, we do see a batter and a prospector that I'm pretty sure that you and Rin were discussing from your matchup earlier, to which one is a better play. So GH, I think GH is here to say like, well, why don't we use both?
Yeah, but look at this with an An. This might be a little tough for the prospector, if ever. But you know what? Daddy being very confident with his pick, did not waste any time. We're gonna head right into this match. An did spot a spawn over here at the shack area. Gonna run into Hata, but now we see that it is the batter that will get that. It's at the heartbeat. But now switching his attention, looking around. Daddy needs to hunt as fast as possible. Again, the name of the game for Daddy here is for him to get 4K to push for that round number 3.
Yes, and let's see if this ant pick could be, the game changer for ADM as we start our second half, right? So he already spots out Captain Kun into the early stages, gets down the pallet so that there won't be any hindrances for later. But Captain Kun here, again, as we mentioned, is just using the terrains available for him to use. Spawns out the cat here. Is this going to be the first hit? No! The owl was on time to deny that hit.
Yeah, what an exchange there. But you know what? Daddy did get some presents out of that. And now we see that Capcom again just utilizing the terrain here, even though like top broken and bottom broken, not as good as for the survivors as the other side of this map. Oh, batter hip! Look at that. Excellent stun there to just grant safe passage from Capcom as he tries to kite as much as possible. Daddy trying to look for it, and it seems like he's changing his target to Hata.
Yes, he of course at this point Daddy would like to at least get survivors as much as possible, since we do see the survivors that GH has is well rounded. There are potential utilities that he can use to be stunned, to deny hits, and it was just well demonstrated earlier by Captain Kun. But look at this Poch.
Hata gonna go for another hit. Oh my god, again just gaining so much distance. Hata now trying to get away from this cat, but then the leap will get that hit for Hata. Has one more ball used, but look at that, the Prospector already setting up his traps there, but luckily for Daddy avoiding it and now planting another mag.
And I think Little Boy would try to use and distract it. That was a very nice pull and stun here, all the more giving Hata an opportunity to change course. So he's already on his way towards the church here, trying to go out and vault into the window. Uses the cat. Will be going down. Oh, let's see. Tries to hop in to close it up the distance. I did see that Hata has a ball in towards this area, so I think he might pick it up. And, will be used for later. But
the red
he does
carpet,
that luxury.
Watch out. Again, trying to bait something out. No pallet drop, but the blink. Oh my god, Hata with the juke. Buying so much time. He has another ball, but then the cat hit. Oh, he gets the stun.
Gets the stun indeed. And that was actually good for Hata right now. Buying some time. And look at the ciphers now, Poch. We're only now down to 1.
We are down to 1. 2 have already been pushed, and now we see more than about to be 50% on 1. Hata, oh my god, again with the pallet drop. So good, but he is stunned by that cat. Gonna try to gain more distance away from this Anne, but Skyfall opening up a chest for him. Oh, that we see the downed batter here. First chair. It's gonna be quite the hill to climb for Daddy.
And I think off to the chair he goes, unless of course being stunned by anyone in the vicinity. But look at that, if that was a Skyfall there trying to get something in towards towards that toolbox, and the cat is to be summoned there, and here just needs to go so far as to
Xeaora,
wait.
it's primed. The Cypher is primed. Mercenary eats the hit. Oh, but look at that, the Seer. Oh my gosh, not getting the stun here. Oh god. Eats the hit, popped Cypher. We're pushing for the end game.
Definitely, because of that borrowed time from Skyfall that is delayed into that injury. So, and here we'll be having detention. So we did mention that an endgame clutch can still happen. But the thing is, Skyfall here is distracting it out, but did he get it? No!
Whoa.
Uses the elbow pads to escape! That was really, really close, but still gets the job done. The other 3 members are already in the other side of the gate, if I'm not mistaken, trying to open it
Back
out.
exit. Skyfall still has some elbow pads to utilize. Oh, the dungeon's there. It's gonna be a 5-point escape.
It's a sweep. It's a sweep escape for GH, Poch. And with that being said, GH is going to move forward in towards our preliminaries. But, not to fear for ADM, we still have the wild cards.
Yeah, ADM, Daddy, and also Daddy with the capital Y, really showed showed a lot of fighting spirit with how they handled the matches. Again, as we mentioned, GH, one of those teams that everyone knows. It's like a super team of just a who's who of tournament veterans here. So ADM has, go back to the drawing board. They're still the wild card, but you have to give props to them and show your support because they did fight till the very end. So that's them, but you got to give your props to GH. Here we have the score, ladies and gentlemen. Not going to see a round number 3. GH will be moving on from the preliminary stage.
Yes, and fear not, ADM, you still have your last shot in towards the wild card that will be happening next week. But congratulations to GH. I mean, we did, as we've mentioned, you guys, you have been through a lot of tournaments and experiences in towards our Identity 5 scene. So you guys really keep on continuing to demonstrate that. But for those into Malaysia, Singapore, do not fret yet. I'm pretty sure you guys will watch this and go back stronger, because this is, this happens once a year. This is an opportunity for you guys to represent our region. So yeah, kudos to you guys for really fighting very hard up to the very end towards our second half of our round number 2.
Yeah, and I just want to implore everyone to give their love and support to all these teams, because they're leaving it all on the line. There's so much pressure that's on them. Imagine, Xeaora, out of 128 teams, we're only going to get 12 for the playoffs. So the pressure is really on, and this only happens once a year. So these teams really have to be the best versions of themselves every time they're here. And luckily, we still have the wild card stage for those teams that it didn't go their way. So tune into that, ladies and gentlemen, for LT as well as ADM, because they did their best here. And I'm sure that they're going to come back to the wild card better than ever, and they're going to understand and go back to the drawing board and try to improve certain aspects for them to gain that W. But for now, GH, what a beast! What a beast of a team.
Definitely, really, doing their stuff, and really, it was an awesome battle between both of them. But kudos to ADM once again, and yeah, I am really expecting to see them really pop off, especially toward our wild cards. Do not give up just yet, guys. And of course, I'm pretty sure that the community supports and love each of our team members as well, because yeah, you mentioned the pressure. It's sometimes really getting into a certain player, but of course, with the help of you guys, the community, pretty sure that they are getting their strengths from you. So yes, kudos to the community as well. So if I'm not mistaken, we may go into the match data.
Yep.
In a bit.
So, in a bit. Yeah, it's just ready. It just flashed again. I was like, not yet. But, as well as the match result. But that match was just, it shows the skill and also the chemistry of the team known as GH. And there was, even though we said that, the chemistry comes into question, but it seems like that match towards the end really encapsulated what they are capable of. And here we have it, the survivors. Again, if they don't have triple digits in decoding, they have it in containment time. Hata doing a lot of the containment. But look at also Skyfall and Capcom, more than 60 seconds. Little boy, you just saw his magnets here and there, but he was really pushing those ciphers.
Yeah, so apparently the strategy that GH done really was executed this time around. And yeah, you mentioned, if it's not triple digits onto the decoding progress, it's basically onto the contained hunters. Really kudos to Hata there for really, doing that diversion play against the On. And this is going to be the match result here, 7-2 onto the round number 1, 10-0 for round number 2. But again, for ADM, kudos to you guys. That is GGWP. We can still make it into wildcard, and congratulations once again to GH for advancing our preliminaries. And of course, your best deduction goes to none other than God J here with 53 total survivor hits, 4 remaining ciphers, no terror shocks, but then there are 14 knockdowns and 8 eliminations.
Yeah, honestly, like his Pollen or his Sculptor could have been the one highlighted here, but yeah, that was a highlight of its own. Again, we know that Sculptor is dangerous, but Pollen, again, his intro, we thought it was a beast. We thought we'd see him here and there in tournaments, but I think now that we're slowly seeing more of him, people are understanding the meta, hunters and survivors as well, in terms of adjusting to him.
And yeah, we just really saw some amazing plays right here, and I'm pretty sure that the community, like our fellow streamers or even the players here, would try it out themselves once they play later in towards our game, right? And I'm pretty sure you would try some as well, because I would. Oh,
for sure, yeah. Honestly, like after seeing high level matches, like I wanted to pick up Forward, I wanted to pick up all these cool characters, especially seeing it in high level. It really incentivizes you to play at that level as well and try to duplicate the strategies that are being presented. So ladies and gentlemen, that was the match between GH and ADM. Thank you so much for tuning into that. But more matches to come, ladies and gentlemen, so do stay tuned for that. We're taking a very short break.
Anna, night, girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined.
哦，我亲爱的孩子，欢迎来到理想世界。在这里，金钱、权力、爱情，就像缤纷的糖果，唾手可得，满是甜蜜。
请问，你们见到过我的朋友吗？
朋友？在这里，你才能找到真正的友谊。这啦啦，这啦啦，在这个时。
Shoot it up, Kevin, you so. This year I fear no fear, bro. That's the deal, though. There's no clues to being a survivor. Die hard, trying eye of the tiger. Run away from hunters, that's our job for now. Don't be scared, my dear. Together we are runners in the darkest town. But I got you, and you got me. Teamwork is the key, identity V.
This town, look to the players. Come on, first for me. Break your front to me. I love the ceiling now. Only like the winner. Nothing out is better. Don't you realize you want the crown? Only like the winner. Nothing out is better. I love the ceiling now.
Hello, detectives. Once again, we are back at the Identity 5 Championship Southeast Asia 2021. My name is Xeaora, and this time with me is Rin. Hi, Rin. How are you?
I'm back again. Good. I'm doing well. I'm excited to see more matches now. You know, like we are having very high expectations on these players because they're doing so well, both Survivor and Hunter sides.
Definitely, and of course we have seen the matches of MP and LT for the first match, GH and ADAMS for the second. This time we will be seeing the matchup between CZ and Com2. And by the way, those below are our social media links, so guys, do follow him.
No, follow her. Don't follow me. Follow her.
Follow him, because I'm pretty sure you guys know him for the pallet stun guy, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Oh yeah, the very nice guy that helped many players that I'm very grateful for.
Definitely. And I'm pretty sure, guys, you will be having more updates for the IVC. Just go on and scan this QR code that is indicated into the lower side of Rin. If not, you can go to discord.gg/identityfee. So, Rin, I'm pretty sure that you how was your, let me ask you first before we go back into our matchups, right? How was your very, very first day in, finally being an MC?
Oh, this was a very great opportunity. I was kind of nervous, but I started getting into the groove. It got a lot better. It's really fun to do this.
Yeah.
Because we're seeing many great matches, and I was not expecting certain things, but it did happen, and I was very impressed.
Oh, that is really, really happy to know, Rin. But right now, Rin, we did see a certain type of pattern wherein our hunters did not pick, the same amount, except for On. On was picked twice, if I'm not mistaken, right here. So, do you have any expectations that can come along with our next matchup, which is basically going to be CZ and Com2?
We already seen the breaking wheel and we've seen the On used twice already, so we probably will see them again because if there is consistency on these wins, if something does work, it can show again. I mean, if something works, why would you do it a different way? Unless you want to go for a creative strategy. But most of the time, if something works, we do the same thing over until it no longer works, of course.
Definitely. Yeah, as you mentioned, why fix something that isn't broken, right? So, a little bit of a background for these two members, right? CZ is a bit of a mixture, a combination of Team OSM and VX. So, we can see those notable players like Narukun, Flash, or Earth. And I'm pretty sure the community, really, rings a bell in terms of those names. And for the side of Com, if I'm not mistaken, they are also a Phi team.
The Flash is notable for the Ford, if I'm not mistaken, right? So I'm looking forward to that if they are able to play it. Because, Ford is shown always to be a great harasser because they always can change that game around, Like when you're in a match, you're like, oh no, it's in a bad state. But then if you have that Ford and they stun and save you, you're like, wow, such an amazing player, then it could change the tide of the game. So that's why Ford is always banned,
True, alongside with the mechanic, right? So yeah, you really did have some good points right there, and because we've witnessed it even towards your match number 1, that the forward is really, really tedious to work with, especially for the hunters. And you mentioned alongside with Poch earlier about who could be like the third in your rank if it's to be like a prospector or a forward. But earlier into the game, they were used together, or the batter rather. So what do you think about that batter and prospector being together in this certain type of game?
Bringing two harasser could cause a problem in my opinion. I was thinking like, what if the hunter use excitement? Then that would be a whole entire another mess, but picking the talent wisely is actually really crucial. Like, if they use excitement and it's not used efficiently, it could cost them as well. But batter and prospector is not a bad mashup because we've seen before the prospector and Ford played together before. So I think that if batter and prospector could make it through, that would be nice to see, because I saw the match of the batter did very well against the end, constantly transitioning away, does take the cat but does stun her out of the jump, so it's very nice.
Yeah, I agree with you with that, Ren. I mean, you make a lot of points right now, and it feels like you're a natural in this one, and I'm pretty sure that you will be seen mostly in towards our scene. I'm pretty sure the community would agree with that fact. But we know what, this is already the third match of our day, Ren. So other than their picks, other than the bans and the picks of our team, what else could you expect for Team CZ and Team Com2?
You know, I would honestly see the same team composition. Like, if I'm going to be honest, it's probably going to be the same team composition.
Yeah, so let's go in towards our player versus here. So starting off with Seichu with the Breaking Wheel and Yuki with the Honor right here. So like what Poch is saying earlier, the win rate and of course the average normal attacks is what highlights mostly our players here, with Seichu having that 8.1 normal attack hit. So it's basically evident that he's all across the map. But with the win rate like on, you can really see that these two distinguishing factors of our hunters is really evident, you know, in this stats that they have right here.
Wow, that on win rate is amazing right there. 91% win rate. I would honestly close my app if I see that player. I'm kidding.
Indeed. So right now we do see for the survivor side, we do have Jing Bix, if I'm not mistaken, and Mei Sao for this dancer and the mechanic. I mean, you did mention also earlier during your time with Poch that female dancers also starting to arise, right? And this is basically it. Although there isn't not much of a win rate, but the fact that the decoding progress is also there, and the average rescue. So this could basically be a versatile type of survivor.
Right.
What do you think about this one?
You know, I think Seer is a pretty common pick, honestly. But I mean, like, I'm more interested in the dancer pick because, you know, like you mentioned, you know, she is trying to step up, you know, because I mean, mechanic is a great decoder, but why can't dancer be a great decoder as well? She does have that box. She's also a great potential kiter because of her slow music box, plus the addition that she can dash forward now. So, you know, she has that versatility and mobility.
Speaking of female dancers, CZ's Earth is also using that into his arsenal with only 11 matches, but the win rate is tremendous. So you can really say that most of the matches that Earth dealt with the dancer mainly ends up with wins mostly. But with the forward of is this Dark? I'm assuming it's Dark. Here, with even though it is 36%, the fact that it is used more, it means that they really want to have that frontliner into themselves. Meanwhile, Neru-kun here with the Priestess, I think you'd agree with me that this is also stepping up, similar to like female dancer, and is also one of the priority picks right now, right?
Right, because of the great transition and assist in kiting if needed to be.
What can you say about the entomologist, though? I mean, we did see it earlier into our round, but how about for this one?
You know, I was thinking, like, you know, Ento is a great character. Like, we spoke earlier. I spoke to Poch earlier about, like, how it's great for mobility, you know? Like, she can, like, go across the map with her bees very nicely. And, you know, she could harass the hunter, not as well as, like, you know, forward and stuff, but it's still to annoy the hunter to stall time, because that's the main point when you harass, to stall time. Your goal is only to stall time. Whether you save them or not, that's not the main point. It's to stall time, as much time as you can for your team to decode. So she could be potentially a threat.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you wholeheartedly, because Ento's skills are really for contain type, you know? It's not necessarily that you have to face on the hunter, but the swarm of bees and the honeys can really help Survivor in terms of the palette across in a faster rate, the swarm of bees to distract the hunter. So it's very, very tedious. And I agree with you with that wholeheartedly. So do you think that we will be able to see an entomologist right now and towards our upcoming match between CZ and Com2?
Yeah, there is a high possibility in my opinion. I mean, like, why not? You know, like, we're bringing up the tier for lower tier characters, and, you know, she is a great pick. Like I said, mobility, harass potential, but you have to be very careful with her, you know? Like, knowing when to use the bee is very important. If you're just spamming it, it's not going to do well. But, you know, these are high caliber gameplay, so we expect they know what they are doing, you know? So Ento is a pretty good pick in my opinion.
Definitely, and I know deep inside your heart you might want to try and see a gardener pick right here, Ren, but I'm pretty sure that our teams would really want that spot in towards our, moving forward to the preliminaries. So I will agree with you on your statement when you say that we might not see any, wild picks right now because they may be sticking to our meta or our priority picks, right?
It's okay. It's just in my heart. If I see a gardener, they win in my heart. It doesn't matter what happened in the match. They just win in my heart, and that's all that matters. But yeah, going for the safe choice are always good options. Because you don't want to go for something risky if you don't have to. That's just a safe call. If you can be a stable and a consistent team throughout, why not go for that?
Definitely agree with you with that, and I'm really, really excited how the things are going to pan out here because during our previous match with you with Poch and you, we did had a round number 3 and it ended up with MP winning that round. Secondly, we do have GH that really had a sweep with the help of God J, so round 3 was no longer needed. So in CZ and Com2, I'm really excited. Is it going to be like one-sided or not? Because anything can happen at this point, because even though there is some disadvantages into the early phases of the game, we did see that there are potential end game clutches, right? And it's just really, really amazing from these players because despite all the pressure, they can still work it out.
Yeah, knowing when to do certain things at certain situation, it's really important, but you can see that these players are very composed, they are very good at their communication because many of the matches we've seen in the previous, we can see that they know when to rescue, when to double rescue, Priestess was having a problem rescue, so another teammate came in to ensure that rescue, the communication is there and they're doing a wonderful job on all these teams. So we can expect a very good gameplay from both sides.
Really, really excited for this. And okay, we've talked about our bans, we've talked about our picks, but what do you think? Is there like a common denominator of our hunters and our survivors here for both sides? Is it in terms of the traits that they use, or is it a certain persona that they use that makes them really similar?
I think from what I see, it's like based on the awareness of the hunter, knowing where to go and who to prioritize, we can see in the previous match, many hunters are trying to chair survivors in locations where there are ciphers, and this provide map pressure. So we can see that, the important key is that how good their map pressure and awareness in the game, because if they don't do this, they're going to get cipher rushed and it won't matter anymore, So I think the similarity trait needs to be that map awareness and that map pressure throughout.
Definitely. Map familiarity is really, really essential here because you get to know what kind of pattern the survivors would go, especially if they're trying to kite you, right? So you can get a little bit of an idea to where you can place your skills for them to basically, not escape into your grasp. And yeah, I think that's a really good point that you turned out right there, because the more that you are familiar with the certain type of survivor and into the map as well, the more chances are that you can really win out a fight if you are in a hunter's perspective. But it is vice versa if it were into the survivors, right? So here, knowing that CZ is a bit of a mixture of some of the players that are really, let's say, really long or had their fair share of experiences in tournaments, what do you think, or what do you expect from Team CZ right here, and as well as Com2 in general?
Having that experience meaning that you have developed in a good team with good communication, because the more practice you do with your team, you get better at it, what to do. At a certain point, it becomes second nature. So with this experience, it will come they will trust each other and do well. And, regardless of the characters that they pick, they know what to do at a certain point, Going on back to what we were talking about the hunters, they all have that similarity is because, regardless of the hunter, right, if they don't have that map awareness or that map pressure, it wouldn't matter what hunter they would pick. They would just get cipher rushed and the game is set for the survivor. Because if Survivor have very great communication, they can win very nicely.
Yes, and yeah, you also had a very good point right there, really pointing out the synergy that can come from the teams, because it's really important to have that communication. But you know what? Let's see if it's really going to, sprout out as we go in towards our third match, round 1 first half today, Rin. And look at this, we are already bombarded with Mechanic not gonna see the light of day in towards our third match.
Yay, it's Sacred Heart Hospital, my favorite map. Okay.
Oh, your favorite
I'm already
map,
hyped
I
already.
see.
Yes, it's so nice. Whoever made this map, they did a wonderful job, okay? Like, everything was spot on. It is Survivor sided, the map, but still, it's a very nice map to take into account.
This is a very
nice
interesting
mercenary band.
Yeah, it's a very nice mercenary band, but take note that Team Com2 had the choice of choosing it first, but they are gonna go into Gravekeeper because I think this is also a matter of comfort, a comfort pick, at least for Mei Sao. And especially like you mentioned, right? We did mention earlier that a certain survivor thrives in a certain amount of maps. So let's see if this Gravekeeper and Seer pick can really make wonders for Team Com2 as we start it off right now. Rin, what can you say first about the drafts that has been met?
Seer getting chased first is actually a really great advantage for Sculpture Ray, because look at the team comp. We have Gravekeeper, Ford, and Priestess. What do they have all in common? They have very slow decoding. Like, okay, Priestess aside, but they don't have that great decoding. So we have to expect Seer to do an amazing kite right here to spot as much time for the team to decode. Very nice right there. Yeah, that push actually helps here, but very nice hit right there for the Sculpture.
Oh, that was also a sticker.
Yeah,
to add it to boot. But right now we do see Seichu really into the tails of Shishi, and again another
very
Sculpture.
Nice. Like, Priestess is doing a wonderful job assisting Seer right now, with that portal, his career could have been done right there, but with that assist, he's stalling more time right now, so they're doing a great job on communicating with each other. Now Seer is going to try to maneuver away, so Priestess can decode. Yeah, he is doing a great job transitioning at this point, trying his best to dodge. Once again, we must oh, very nice from the Sculpture right there. We also have to keep in mind. We have to keep in mind that this is Sculpture against Seer, Sculpture has that advantage.
Yes. And right now we do see that the Sculptor rather, is already going in towards Dark in the shack. So this is the good feature of the Sculptor right now, Rin. I think you'd agree with me that it's like a 3-in-1. There's a camping, there's the harassing, and look at that. Speaking of harass.
Very nice. Yeah, she's doing a wonderful job on that map pressure, then hitting. Ooh, very nice. Now this is very important, okay? Something crucial to know is that she double hit Gravekeeper. Now when he goes down, he can no longer cipher, and that causes a problem for the team, So that means one person is fully not decoding, and that could be a problem, When a rescuer gets double hit, it could change the tide of game already. So we'll have to see a change in strategy for the Survivor side.
I agree with you on that, because the Cypher Rush is basically negated or denied because of that knockdown coming in from Seichu. And that's good job, because look at this. After that knockdown, Seichu's already in the tails of Shishi. And this may be a good area to transition, but the Sculptures, however, is really giving him a hard time. Look at that. Because of that combo, he's already knocked down.
Yeah, Sculptor did a wonderful job cutting him down right there. Gravekeeper going down, then Ford having to go heal. Gravekeeper wastes time, so that's really good on Sculptor's part already, So we can see that there are 3 ciphers remaining, with 1 almost done, so they need 2 more. So her map pressure is amazing right now.
Indeed. So again, here comes the typical strategy that we see in a sculptor, right? Waiting for the time for the seer to be really thrown back into the manor, and that's already one less problem that Seisha has to deal with. So, but then again, kudos still to our survivors right here, because they're still buying some time for the remaining 3 ciphers to be decoded. So off goes the Gravekeeper this time around to at least distract Seichu here into the hospital.
She is giving up on that Gravekeeper, does not want to mess with that. You know, her goal was to make Gravekeeper honestly waste that shovel, and you know, she did make that happen. You know, running into, not dedicating. That was actually very interesting. Now, something to also know is that, you know, 4 is at chip damage, so if he takes another statue hit like that, he is now at half health, so it could be dangerous. So he might have to use that football for mobility to escape. He's not in the best area right now. Oh, very nice. Wow, her statue was insane. Hitting him twice.
Yes, it was really on point for Seichu. And I think, Rin, this is where your point goes in, wherein the map awareness is coming into play. Because Seichu knows the nooks and crannies of this map, it's really easier for him to place the sculptures and aim it in towards the direction where our survivors are at, right? So it's looking pretty good for Seichu right now. And what do you think? Is there still a certain condition, or at least force the survivors a tie on this? What do you think they need to do?
For Priestess to save amazingly, let's say Priestess save amazingly right now, right? Forward have to do that makeup kite so well that they can finish 2 ciphers. Now, there's something to also keep in note is that he's not in the best position, you know? Where he's at, he has to use his football to get out. And she is teleporting, rejecting and denying that save. So Forward has to return to the manor at this point. I think they might go for dungeon because, you know, she is constantly going to pressure Gravekeeper, not letting him breathe to actually decode. So it's great to see that, you know, Sculpture is doing a very great job on that map awareness and pressuring everybody.
Oh, but went into one of the holy keys. Yeah, but that was a beautiful knockdown for Seichu once again. Knocking down Gravekeeper into this map. Now the hunt is really on for Seichu to really find this priestess right now. So this is the map awareness once again, really trying to corner out the priestess right now. So look at these. Uses the holy keys, and I like it how our priestess is just using the terrains here, trying to go and get an advantage.
You know, Sculpture's statues in this match has been so accurate, you know? Like, we know that, you know, this Sculpture practiced very hard and dedicate a lot of time to learning this character so well.
And again, Priestess is already knocked down right here, so it only needs, you know, a certain amount of time before Gravekeeper does as well, unless, of course, he gives time for the self-heal of the Priestess. So they are making their way, trying to transition from one area to another, and it just goes so far because the shovels are already unavailable. Oh, look at that!
Surprising her with that drop hit. That was such a big Xeaora right there. Very nice from Sculpture.
Yes, and
now it looks like Gravekeeper is just hiding at this point, you know, trying to wait out the Priestess to bleed out to try to get that dungeon.
Yes, but I think he needs to at least touch a cipher or less the crows will be, detecting him anytime soon. So yeah, you mentioned that it's just waiting for the Priestess to bleed out, so it leads to a certain amount of advantage for the Sculptor simply because time is in his favor.
Yeah, you know, like you said, time is in his favor because, you know, Priestess is going to bleed out a very long time. It does not... Ooh, it looked like Sculpture did find Gravekeeper right here. Very nice statue right there. One more chip damage could be it. Very nice. Ooh, very nice statue. And that will be that 4-man right there. With that 5 points.
Yeah, it's a sweep.
Wow.
It's a sweep for CZ. It's a really dominating way to start our match number 3. But then again, Rin, the points that we've just taken earlier were quite demonstrated this time around, and yeah, it's really really amazing to see how this sculptor really know how to place the statues in a timely manner. You know, cornering out our survivors into that building is really one of the things that highlighted it.
Yeah, you know, like Sculpture did a wonderful job hitting all those statues so accurately. You know, like Seer even had the assist of Priestess, but you know, Sculpture caught on and catch up to him. It was so good.
Definitely. And yeah, like those, it was a smooth railing for Seichu from earlier, because she was able to spot out the first target into the early phases of the game. And I still would want to commend the survivors, however, that they still were able to try their best and decode. It just so happens that when they worked together, that gave an opportunity for our sculptor to incapacitate them, right?
Right. No, I think an amazing highlight of the Sculpture is double hitting that Gravekeeper. You know, when Gravekeeper was double hit right there, someone had to go heal him, meaning that two people are not decoding, giving that advantage to Sculpture. You know, like it could have been different if two people were decoding, right? But two people weren't. So that was a really good turning point for Sculpture to ensure that she had the advantage at that point. So that was a very good highlight from Sculpture.
Agree. And of course, we do see the scoreboard from earlier, right? 5 points already to be garnered by CZ, but not to fear just yet, Com2. Pretty sure you can really try your best to also have that sweep, because I think they already have an idea on how CZ performs here. So it's just, more about more about the execution. But right now we are going to look at the match data. Rin, why don't you give me a rundown on this one?
You know, Priestess did an amazing job on decoding. So did Gravekeeper right here. But Seer did a great job, kiting. But that guy was just not enough to save the match, because Gravekeeper did get double hit. So Sculptor knew her craft and knew what to do at that certain point. She went for that Gravekeeper, wanting him to go down to waste time. Getting that 25 survivor hits, meaning that she hit all those statues very nicely and accurately. And 8 knockdown. That's actually very nice and impressive.
Yes, I agree. But for the side of Com2, they were able to at least decode some amount of ciphers, right? So it is really evident that they also did their best. But it was a matter of Seichu having that one step ahead with that Sculptor. And I think it could be respected for our later rounds. But having that mindset of, this time we are going to switch. So I think Com2's Hunter would, also have a similar pick. If it's not going to be like a Sculptor, I'm thinking, or I at least I am, I'm vouching for at least a Blood Queen, or there may be a Dream Witch per se. But how about you? What do you think that Com2 could, choose as a Hunter?
I think they would try to go for the same pick. Sculpture is pretty good on Sacred Heart Hospital. We can see that, in that match, Sculpture did very well. The Survivor team communication was excellent. Priestess helping out that Seer, Gravekeeper going for that nice rescue, Ford going for that heal and stuff like that. But, it was very overpowering from Sculpture, because Sculpture is such a good hunter right there. And, as the player was using this Sculpture very nicely and hitting all those accurate statues, there was not much they could do. And they would, so when we're switching sides, they're probably gonna go for that same pick. If not, they could go for Dream Witch, but the map control for Dream Witch as Sacred, it's kind of harder because it's a larger map. So we could see for a Blood Queen, but because it was a sweep right there, we have to go for something like very dominating,
Yes, I agree with you on that. So, Rin, I think you would agree with me when it's a bit of a pressure for the side of ComTour right now because
Right.
they need to get that sweep if they want to go for a tie and, basically go in for our round number 3. I'm pretty sure that they can do this. It's just that they need to,
Right.
really go in towards that the draft, or it depends really on the hunter that they will be choosing. And for the side of CZ, we can say that they're slightly sitting comfortably here because they just basically need 3 or maybe potential sweep that they can go and survive or escape. But I still believe in the potentials of COM2 herein, that they may go for a tie. What do you think?
ComTour, we can expect anything, like I said this many times before, these team work really hard to where they are at now, So if they do a sweep in return and answer back like that, it's not very surprising because, they are great teams out here. They didn't just show up out of nowhere,
Yes.
So
Yes.
I'm very excited to see this comeback match.
I agree with you on that. And of course, Poch, and actually, it was stated that out of 128 teams, they were the ones, really battled it out, and they have their spot right here, to fight it into advancing the preliminaries. There you go, I'm tongue-tied again. But right now, I think they will, I will agree with you, they will have a similar lineup here. It's just a matter of execution this time. Let's see if they do have the same amount of map awareness, or they do have the same amount of map familiarity, so that their timing could be good. Because you did notice, right? We also said the same thing at the same time, that the timing of Seichu into that area when she released the statue was really on point. So I'm really excited to see if COM2 would have that same amount of timing as well.
ComTour's place is well deserved. They definitely are deserved to be here. They were trying their best, as a survivor team, and they were communicating very well. We can see their effort as a team was very concise and composed. So when they answer back, it's going to be amazing, and I am looking forward to it.
I am too as well, Ren. And yeah, we're just really waiting for our draft, for our pick and bans here, and pretty much has been said and done. So Rin, I would like to ask you, do you see any other than the draft itself, and the map awareness and what we have mentioned, what else do you think are the potential winning conditions that COM2 can do when they are already inside the Sacred Heart Hospital?
So are you talking about during this match, or
this one
we just had? Yeah, they just need to push outside of hospital. So the hunter ideally want to push outside of hospital, because hospital for survivor is such a great advantage, because they can just loop and go up, against a blood queen, she'll be looped there for quite a bit. And if you're like a priestess, it's going to give the hunter such a hard time. So somehow the hunter has to push the survivor outside of hospital one way or another if they're trying to go for a quick and early down.
I like your point right there, pushing them away from the hospital, which we did say that it is one of the best things to kite around, because there are a lot of terrains. So if ever the hunter from COM2 did push them away and place them in one of the dead zones or the dead areas wherein there are not much of terrains to work with, I think that can also work out. I mean, that's a very nice point that you got there, Rin. So yeah, with in retrospect, I guess the priority as well in terms of target of COM2 can also be a thing that they could, really do on their strategy. Because let's say, usually in these types of games, and when the draft is already laid out, you would want to target that survivor that really pushes the Cypher Rush, right? But there are certain cases wherein sometimes the hunter goes for the one nearest to him, or the ones that he sees already, right? To at least ensure that survivor go back to the manor. So if they were to ban out the mechanic and let's say the seer per se, what do you think? Is it going to be like a similar lineup for CZ? Will they also choose Gravekeeper? or will they also focus on a different type of survivor?
I think Ento could be a great addition to the team, honestly, because if she has that potential to go into Sacred, she can put it at the entrance, her beast at the entrance, to slow down the hunter and use her mobility around and inside, first floor and second floor. Her beast can be placed really nice areas in the hospital. Seer was caught off in a bad place, because we saw that Sculptor had always an advantage over like Perfumer and Seer, So when Sculptor found that Seer early on, that was a very nice move, like you were not expecting, it's a random chance, finding that Seer early on. And it was lucky for Sculptor that she did find Seer early on like that. And pushing him, even though he went to hospital, Sculptor is proven to be deadly against a Seer, regardless.
Yeah, I mean, it was really seen earlier, right, into our first half. So yeah, I agree with your sentiments in there. But how about let's say for the harassers, let's say that the forward or the Gravekeeper is banned out or basically denied away from CZ. Do you have any more alternatives? Do you expect to see like a batter or a prospector at play if ever a forward is banned out here?
Yeah, I would love to actually see a Prospector in play. There are many ways to use Prospector at Sacred Heart Hospital. Going to Sacred Heart, could solve a large amount of time. Batter is a great harasser. Like there are many open areas for Batter to utilize his balls to hit the hunters when they are trying to balloon someone. Because we've seen in the previous match where many players use Batter so well and maximize his potential. So why not we will see the same here, like it should be a good alternative because these are safe choices, it's proven to do well, so they could pick it again.
I see. Okay, let's put it. Let's have a little role play here, shall we? So while waiting for our pick and bans, if you were to be a coach, Rin, let's give it an example. And this is the map, Sacred Heart Hospital. How would you do you're in the survivor side? How would you have your lineup?
I'm pretty wonky on my, when I play myself, I'm pretty wonky on who I pick and who I play with. So honestly, I would pick Garner because I love Garner,
Garner.
Main fan out there.
How about your other three?
My other three, I would pick Prospector in the harassing side. We could, I would try to go for a decoder. So maybe if Mechanic is banned, so I would try to go for push for a Prisoner. Prisoner could be a useful aspect to the team, in addition. So we have that harasser. Garner's just because liking reasons right there. And then we have that Prospector for harassing. Then I would go for probably another safe choice for rescuing in case, Prospector can't do it. Probably like a Cord or Batter right there. So that would be my lineup.
I see.
I mean, you could simply, if we don't go for that decoder, let's say we don't go for that decoder, we could replace that with Ento.
So you would really want to at least stall a lot of time as much as possible if there is no like decoder to or if it's banned, right? So yeah, you really have some interesting picks right there. And let's say you are the hunter this time around and the sculptor is banned. Well, which hunter would you choose?
I would pick off of the meta pick. I would try to go for like a Bonbon. Bonbon is a great choice, If Sculptor has nice chip damage, so does Bonbon as well. So when you see Bonbon place his bombs inside hospital, it can do very effective things because the range is very nice, And when he does get a survivor down, especially if he catches him and knocks him at a bad area, it's super difficult to save against, In a bad area, saving against a Bonbon is hard, but once you save them because it's a bad area, escaping with a high possibility is pretty slim, honestly. So Bonbon would be a good pick right there. But if he does get looped by like a Priestess or something, then it's gonna be pretty heartbreaking.
I see. So wow, those are really, really interesting insights from your end. But of course, we're just really waiting for this draft to load up. we've really said most of our sentiments right now, and I'm pretty sure to those who are watching, yeah, go ahead and support our friend Rin right here. And I'm pretty sure that these community as well is really looking forward to the performances of our teams. Like, yep, you mentioned that it is not really a joke that they, all the pressure and all of the things that they're handling at the moment. So yeah, this is a really, really good time to give commend and to really give, kudos to our fellow teams right here. And yeah, it's just really exciting, Rin, to witness these plays, because I'm pretty sure that not just the players, or teams, but even the regular viewers or our players will too have something to learn from this. And right now, Rin, I think it's time we head on to our next half. And band once again is the mechanic.
Right, I think they are probably going for the same lineup as the other team, maybe, because we do see that Gravekeeper and forward right there. So it could be how it was the previous match.
Okay, so forward and Gravekeeper. So they already have the mobility that they need. You mentioned forward is very, very threatening as well because of the stuns that it provides, and as well as the football in general, because it's really tedious to work with. So for the second ban, what do you think? Oh, okay, so it's already there. It's mercenary.
It's all good.
It's mercenary. Okay, so there we do see that the mercenary is banned out, but look at this. The
same
overall
exact
composition.
pick.
Yeah, it's a similar
feat. Will we see Yuki go for that sculpture to finalize the same match as the previous?
Could be, it's possible, but we also have that possibility wherein Yuki chooses a different type of hunter to her choosing. And yeah, I'm just really excited for this because it's quite a similar lineup, right?
This is a perfect lineup right here. Sculpture is going to be picked. Yes. Yes, Sculpture is going to be picked. We are going to get a mirror match right here. That is actually very nice because we can see different types of execution and strategy from both sides. So this is a very great time to learn from how both team plays. And I'm very excited to see that.
I am excited as you are, Rin, as we will be heading on now to the second half of our round number 1. Let's see if Yuki can also get a sweep against CZ. So right now into their respective places, we see Seer in the shack and the others into their respective areas. We do see in the middle side.
Hiding game.
Oh,
wow,
the stealth.
Look at her hiding game.
Yeah, the stealth keys. Oh,
wow, unfortunate right there. She does get caught out. Wow, that was good on the sculpture. But her hiding game in the beginning was actually very good. Ooh, barely misses that terror shot right there. Very nice. So Priestess will... it's in a difficult situation. Ideally Priestess wants to be in hospital, that's her greatest strength, but it doesn't look like she can make it, so she's trying the best she can at this point with this.
Yeah.
So she's doing a great job actually.
Yeah, but again, a lot of containment time right there, enough for the two ciphers to at least be more than 50%. So they are already here, knocked down the Priestess Ghost, but Nerukun might try to save the day right here. Furthen up the gap to potentially try and stun Yuki here. Let's see. But the statues is following
the tackle.
as well.
Ooh, the blink. That was a beautiful blink right there to juke the forward and hitting him. This is putting forward in a bad situation now because he can't save without tackling. So pushing Gravekeeper has to save instead. Wow, that was amazing from the sculpture. Yeah.
The flash also is trying to go in his way here. And of course, yeah, you mentioned that the forward was in a hefty position, so I guess it's more of a switch this time around, wherein Gravekeeper and forward will try to save the Priestess. But take note, it's almost half, so he has to be very careful in saving.
Oh, now it's after half. Very difficult situation. Will Gravekeeper body block after Priestess goes off? Does not. Probably an owl? Yes.
Yes.
A very nice owl coming in. Can she dodge all these statues hit? Or will Sculpture just mail it?
Yeah,
No,
I
it
guess,
does look like Sculpture is waiting. Very nice right there. from Priestess, just making it much distance as possible.
Trying to
Now,
use the terrains and holy keys for Jinx right here. Doing a good job in actually utilizing the hospital, because at least even if it was short, look at the decoding progress now for the other teams. 87% on the second one, and they're already going in towards the third one. But the thing that I worry here is that what if they were to huddle together here? Ooh, that stun!
Wow, the stun could not get that full stun in time. Sculpture answering back with that melee, very nicely done. You know, but it's actually very good. You know, although that stun was not a stun fully, it's still by time for Priestess to, you know, contain as much time as possible, and that's doing a very good job right there. That is the point of harassing, you know.
Yes, I agree with you on that. So right now, forward really goes down. I mean, goes back rather, to basically try and distract Yuki right here. So they are getting their information here that all right, the ciphers are in these decoding progresses, and Yuki here is still trying to chase out the members, but they are healing. If you look at the lower side of the screen, they were the forward was able to heal down the priestess.
That's a very nice job from the Priestess and forward combo. They did an excellent job, you know, communicating and helping each other out. Does look like, you know, Sculptor is giving up on Priestess at this point, going for, you know, that Gravekeeper. Very nice statue to get him out of it.
This is what you
going
mentioned
for that
earlier.
nice melee.
Like one of the areas wherein there aren't much terrains to work with, and if you saw the statues earlier, they were used pretty well enough to at least injure or incapacitate the Gravekeeper. So you see this, Rin, a switch of target now is going into play for Yuki. What do you think of this?
You know, this could be an advantage to the Survivor side, because, you know, there are only three ciphers remaining, and if he does dedicate on Seer, it could be a potential problem, because he has never been chaired before, and these two ciphers are almost prime, and they only need one remaining cipher. So she is probably going to have to scope out that Priestess as soon as possible, because she is dead on chair, remember, which she was saved after line. So if she can find Priestess again, that will be a golden point for her. But now it does look like she is dedicating on Gravekeeper. Very nice right there.
I think the Gravekeeper was planning to at least juke it out here onto the pallet side, but it was a good call for Yuki as well to just stay put for now and then wait for the moment to strike, and that was really worked in her favor here, taking the Gravekeeper in towards that chair. So a priority of target is to be changed here for Yuki, waiting for at least a potential jump down from the forward.
Yes, I agree. Like, forcing them to rescue. No, not letting them decode at all. You know, now they're going for double rescue. It looks like Seer is also here. There's a whole party here at this rate. Wow.
Indeed.
Very nice rescue from the forward. Can Gravekeeper juke out these statues? Nope. No. Very nice. Wow. He juked it out and got the vault in time.
Even in the most stickiest of situations, the Flash here still manages to make it through, and that's actually awesome. And
that was very impressive.
Yeah,
because,
I think they are willing to. I agree. I think they're willing to give up at least the forward or the Gravekeeper here, just so they can have at least a 3-man escape. What do you think?
Yeah, I definitely do agree with that. I mean, like, because, you know, Ford hasn't been on chair, but he's been taking damage. That's all that has been happening. And, you know, Gravekeeper can go for another chair, because this is going to be his second chair. As long as Priestess does not get scoped out and dedicated on, their team should be in a very good position at this point.
Indeed. And right now,
very nice stun from the forward right there. Helping
from the
that
back
Gravekeeper
side
transition.
well.
Yeah, that was really great. Because without that stun, he would have not made it, honestly.
Indeed.
So that was great from the forward. Does a very nice knockdown right there. But the Cypher is almost fine. Does go for that knockdown. Very nice pop right there from the Priestess. Now, we do have to recognize that Sculpture Teleport is up. So, she is going to try to, you know, chisel across the gate to see who is there. And if Priestess is there, she might dedicate and teleport and go for that Priestess.
Yeah, but right now Gravekeeper is already down back to the manor. And I like it how Yuki is just looking at the east gate right now, just waiting for someone to go in and, you know, really activate the statues. But right now, the tension and, as you mentioned, teleport is also in Yuki's hands. So it's just a matter of time because this is endgame, so the clutch is really, really possible. They haven't been in towards the gates just yet, so let's see how things go.
Right, they're stalling as much time as they can before, you know, they know she has teleport, so they have to be very cautious on how they react to her teleport. She is baiting it out. You can hear it. She's baiting it out. Chisel, seeing that it's just a forward, maybe getting him down with some statues. Very nice dodge from the forward right there. Forward doing a very nice dodge game right there. Ooh, very nice.
Oh, that was close.
That was very close right there.
You can clearly like say like at least the forward is doing some dance moves. You really know how to sidestep. But right now, Earth is the name of the game. I think what CZ is trying to do here is to at least wait for the detention to be you know, done. And when the detention is already out, that's the time where they, you know, they can go for the escape. But right now, Yuki's doing his very best to at least get, you know, 2 or more survivors on his arsenal.
Right, you know, Priestess still has to keep that safe distance until a gate is open. She does not want to take that risk of, you know, getting chaired and, you know, going back to the mansion.
Oh!
Very nice statues right there, getting that sear down. Does look like they are going for that tie right now. I'm pretty sure they are at the other gate already.
Yes, they were in the other side of the gate, so a sacrifice must be made, and that is going to be a tie right now, Rin. And with that, that was actually a good performance for both sides of our members. It just so happens that, you know, from the very start phases of the game, we did see that the sculptor, or Yuki, already has the strategy at hand.
Yeah, you know, both sculptors did a wonderful job hitting those statues, you know. But, you know, Priestess going to that Sacred Heart Hospital, like, once again, it's a very deadly combo with, you know, Priestess and, you know, the movement of those portals can give her so much distance from the Hunter. And then Ford coming into play to help her buy more distance, Sculptor had to give up at that point right there. You know, switching was a very good choice.
Like for a second there, I really thought that they were gonna wait for the detention to run out, but it appears like they are just gonna go for the tie instead. So the seer had to, you know, just present himself in towards the Hunter, while the forward and the priestess just, you know, go for the escape. So that was actually a good call, to say the least, for the side of CZ. So we are now down to 7-2 points at hand at the moment. So let's see how round 2 goes. Because take note, Ren, if ever there were a complete sweep for either one of the teams, or actually for the side of CZ, this could be a game for them. But at the same time, if Calm 2 was the one who has the upper hand into our round number 2, then maybe they can, you know, turn ties around.
Yeah, you know, if Calm 2 does do that answer back and does a sweep back, there will be a round 3, and that will be very exciting to see. Now, you know, both teams played very well. They did a mirror match, and, you know, we can see that their communication on both sides was very good. You know, their sculptures were very accurate on those statues. You know, these teams are very dedicated on practicing, and they are showing their skills and talents right here. So it's very nice to see that.
Yeah, and it's also nice to see that they're basically meta inclined in terms of their drafts. So it's really evident that, yeah, what you said, they really pouring out you know, the practice hours, and they really are, you know, doing the work that they need to really fight for their slots right here. So pretty excited to how things are going to turn out, Rin. But look, we shall see the match data in a bit. And what do you think about Yuki's or the Hunter's performance coming in from Calm 2? Do you think that Yuki seeing the survivors early in the game would give her an advantage?
Yeah, that would give her an advantage, and it was really important on who that she found first, you know, like, and maybe if she found Seer just like the other match of the first match, maybe it could have been a different story, because, you know, Sculptor has an upper advantage against Seer. So, you know, it could have been a different totally match right there if Seer was found instead of Priestess. But we can see that, you know, Seer was not found, and very nice decoding from Seer. You know, Seer did a great backup owl later on for, you know, Priestess.
But of course, this is a good job as well to come to having that 9 survivor hit, 6 pallets destroyed and knockdowns. No ciphers remaining here because they were able to at least proc the cipher, right? So 140% decoding progress now for the Flash. And look at that whopping containment, 149 seconds. So it just goes to show that, you know, the Flash really gave Yuki quite of a hard time, you know, trying to save, trying to contain, and as well as, you know, being rescued here and there with the help of Nerikun as well.
Yeah, showcasing Gravekeeper is a great way to show that, you know, Mercenary is a great hunter, great survivor, but, you know, Gravekeeper is also a great alternative, you know, like, this is showcasing that he can do amazing stuff as well. And, you know, we can see that, you know, Gravekeeper kiting was very fluid. You know, he was constantly transitioning, using his shovel actively, and getting that almost 150-second kite right there. So it was a very good part on Gravekeeper.
Yes, I agree with you on that. But let's see how things are going to pan out, Ren, because this is round number 2. Now we have a different map. We also, you know, we will go back. We do see CZ first into towards the hunters. So, what can you expect? Let's say if it were like a different map, like example, I'm just guessing. Okay, what if we go into Moonlit River Park? Like what type of you know, draft do you think Com 2 would do in terms of survivors?
You know, if it was Moonlit, we did not see the aggro early on, and I wanted to see aggro. So if there was a chance of putting aggro on the list, that would be very nice, you know. Then I would want to still see Ento, you know. Ento is still viable in, you know, Moonlit, and it's still a possibility, you know. With those transition areas, it could be proven to be effective. Now, the ban pick would probably be the same, you know, like getting rid of that Seer, getting rid of that 4, you know, early on, you know. Don't want to deal with that. And especially Priestess could be a very deadly problem because, you know, Moonlit is such a large map. Now, if she could put her global portal down, that could help the survivor side greatly and cause a really big problem for the hunter.
All right, so I did ask you about the survivors. How about the hunter? How about CZ? If it were, example, Moonlit River Park, what kind of hunter do you think it'll play? Because first, we did see an On to be used, right, in Moonlit. Right. So and a Wu Chang, right? So what do you think is a hunter that CZ can use for this match if it were a Moonlit?
You know, if it was Moonlit, in my opinion, I actually would want to see a Blood Queen. We already seen that Wu Chang already. Wu Chang is still a large possibility because many matches in Moonlit does contain Wu Chang because of his great mobility from his umbrella. And if you do pair that with like teleport or something, he can have that great map control. Now, Blood Queen is a great mobility character. There's not many elevation spots in Moonlit, so that would give her a greater advantage. Like, and compared to like Sacred, you know, could cause a problem. So yeah.
I see. So those are very, very interesting sites that came from you, you know, Ren. So let me change the map bit, right? What if it were a Red Church? Because that's the usual map that we've seen so far, right? If it's just going to Moonlit or Ever Sleeping Town, and then Red Church, and then Sacred Heart. So those are the usual maps that we're seeing right now. If it were, let's say Ever Sleeping Town instead. Okay, but let me change it to Ever Sleeping Town. What do you think are the respective survivors and hunters that these teams are going to pick? Because I want to see your insights, because we are to expect at this point that our teams may go in towards the meta. So I want to hear your opinion on how variety or what kind of change can a map really affect, you know, the overall draft of a certain type of survivor and hunter.
Right, so when we talk about, like, you know, these certain maps, it really depends. Like, is it a small map or is it a large map? So for example, like Dream Witch, you know, she does super well in a small map like Red Church, but it's kind of iffy on larger maps. So that does take in consideration how large it is, and we have to take consideration how many pallets there are, how many windows there are to utilize. like in Ever Sleeping Town, Breaking Wheel is a good hunter because there's so many open areas for him to utilize. In a crowded spot, he would not survive that well. So that's why he is picked in Ever Sleeping Town. And we can see in the previous match that, Breaking Wheel was picked in Ever Sleeping Town both times, very nicely sweeping that right there. So proven to be a very good, effective hunter for that map.
All right, so those are very thank you for your insights, Rin. See, you are sounding more like a natural right now.
No,
And
I should be
to
asking you this back.
Oh, you're gonna ask me back. Okay, ask me away.
Okay, so if you had to make your own team as a coach, right, who would you pick for Sacred?
For Sacred Heart? Okay,
Sacred Heart.
so I'll start with Survivors first. If it were not banned, of course I'd still stick with Mech and Merc. But if they are, I'd go with Prisoner Forward. And then I am a fan of a female dancer, so female dancer it is. And finally, I would add, let's say, if Seer were to be banned, I would add a bit of either a Priestess or another Harass. That could be, let's say, Prospector or Batter. Yeah. Or if not a Harasser, can be Contain type, which is Ento, because Ento is also really good.
Yeah, so let's say that Forward was banned as well. Who would be your alternative for that harassing?
That 4 as well is banned?
Yeah.
The one that I just mentioned right now? Okay, so if they were banned, I could go for Enchantress. This is for Sacred Heart, right? So Gravekeeper. And I could still go for I don't know, but I do like interesting plays, so I can go for what did I mention? Enchantress, Gravekeeper. I can go for, let's say, Embalmer, because I also like Embalmer for some apparent reason. And for the decoding, I'd go Explorer.
Yeah, I would make the most obscure team. I would just throw in really nice characters, just forget the whole entire meta. I would just throw in my Painter, my Girl Doctor, then my Gardener out here. Then you gotta season it by getting a Rescuer in. So I'm gonna make my Rescuer a Wildling, because we don't see that often.
Yeah. But sometimes Wildling, can also have those game-changing phases, right? So yeah, it's really interesting that you also added Wildling up. So I may have a sneak peek of the map, but I don't want to spoil it just yet for you guys. So while waiting for our round number 2, it's pretty exciting how things are gonna pan out, because we just discussed any potential survivors here. But how about hunters, Rin? If ever let's say Breaking Wheel were to be banned, or let's say On or Wu Chang, let's say to be banned as well into let's say Moonlit, like that example, which hunter would you choose?
I would honestly choose that Blood Queen still for that great mobility. The thing about Moonlit is such a large map that you need a hunter with mobility. Without a hunter without mobility, you are not going to be moving anywhere after you chair someone. You need to guard that person. And, if that's truly the case, you are going to get Cypher Rush. And that is not a great aspect that you want to live on, So it's great to have a hunter that has mobility to keep that constant map pressure. And that's really important.
I agree with you on that, Rin. And it's you really need to complement your picks according to the map wherein you can really thrive on, right? So yeah, that's really good insight from you, Rin, right now. And yeah, we're just really waiting for this pick and bans, because I'm really excited how CZ and Com2 are going to basically compose their lineup. So we're going to start it, I assume, with CZ being the hunter first. So it's going to be Seichu, if unless otherwise stated, and the other members of Com2 this time around. If it were to be Moonlit, I think they would still stick to the meta. Since this is already round 2, there will be more survivors to be banned, so it's highly unlikely that Mechanic won't see the light of day. mercenary as well, or maybe even priestess, because you know priestess is really a viable pick as well.
I mean, they could go for an obscured hunter. Like, they could try to go for evil rev. Great mobility right there. So many areas to go for. But I mean, it's very hard to control evil rev. You know, with that great mobility, it does cost. If he does miss a stop, it could cost him a lot of time. So yeah, I mean, if there was an evil rev, that's a huge respect to pay right there from me.
Yes, but we will still have to see, because yeah, like you know, we already like stated most of our you know predicted picks and bans, but I would just really want to like go back into our games from earlier, you know, while waiting for our draft. So both of our sculptors really did a good job in basically containing the hunters in a certain area, right? So I think that what differentiates them both the most is, I think, more on the timing and like the execution, you know. But you know, I guess it's here, it's already been stated into our screens. Ladies and gentlemen, we're already going in towards the round number 2, first half, Moonlit River Park, as stated. And yeah, as predicted, we won't be seeing
like you said, Mech.
Yeah, Mech.
Mech did not see light of day at all. And we will see that dancer, and see, I'm so excited for the dancer. If we see that dancer kiting, I'm gonna be so hyped. Oh, that mercenary ban right there, very nice. Mercenary has great mobility. Banning him would be a great option.
Yeah, so wow, so this is
wow.
Oh, this is whoa, this is actually a quick picks and bans for both sides of the team, and breaking wheel onto Moonlit River Park. So this is interesting. And checking it out, Rin, in towards the very first seconds of the map, we see that Seichu already sees
there's my girl dancer.
A female dancer, rather. Oh,
very nice right there. She does have her box up, you know, she's wanting to contain this area. Blowing down as much food. Ooh, unfortunately getting those 2 spikes in right now. Let's see how she deals with. Ooh, breaking the boxes early on. Very good.
Yeah, so that basically forced out.
Unfortunate right there. Wow.
Ooh, okay, nice timing.
That was amazing. Yeah, that was really good on breaking wheel. You know, without getting that. Wow, so many accurates. Blocking the way too.
Oh, and it forced the dancer to use the 3rd box. And you know, breaking wheels just using, you know, his amount of thickness, if you say, to basically block that passage and down, you know, into the rocket chair. Oh, basement
taking
party
her to
goes.
basement. Wow, basement party already. Wow. You know, something to note about breaking wheel is that the mind game was so strong right there, knowing that he will not hit her before she goes down there, so he blocked the way. That was
and look at that mobility coming in.
Look at that mobility flow. Yeah. Breaking wheel is
already injuring out or spiking the Gravekeeper by 1. So if it were 3 spikes already, that could have been an automatic knockdown. But look, spots out Shishi right now. Will be getting that spike onto him. So basically, Seichu is just placing his mark right here in towards our map, taking time, because look at female dancer already past half into the chair.
Yeah, it does not look like they are going for that save. They are trying to just, you know, simply buy time as much as possible. It does look like, you know, Wolf is trying to maneuver around, but won't make it in time. It looks like, you know, Breaking Wheel is doing a wonderful job keeping back pressure on literally everyone. You know, we can see that, you know, Breaking Wheel has the spike on, or has a spike on Gravekeeper. You know, this is like for like prep for later on. You know, preparing breakfast.
But look at the decoding. The ciphers are already down to 2. And so it only means that even though that the female dancer was taken first. Oh,
wow. What a blink.
That was
what
beautiful.
A blink. Breaking Wheel is doing such a wonderful job on those traps. You know, hitting the dancer with 2 of them. Or 3. But then hitting 4 with it as well. What a wonderful Breaking Wheel right there. Amazing plays.
Yeah, take note that the members are quite far, so Dark needs to do amount of effort here to rescue the forward. But going back to the point, right? I'm pretty sure that the female dancer bought enough time for the three to complete the cipher. So Gravekeeper is on his way to save the life of Sir, goes above and beyond, was able to rescue, but
Very nice body
injures.
block right there from Gravekeeper. Now
Yes.
Gravekeeper is trapped, so it looks like Breaking Wheel is gonna go for that Gravekeeper, you know. This area has no windows to utilize, so Gravekeeper only has to, you know, circle is his only option right here at this point. Very nice dodge right there. Unfortunately, going down right there by the ability of Breaking Wheel.
The timing, Rin, the timing of Seichu to basically use the skills to knock down Dark. So using Peepers as well to basically ensure it. But actually drops down Gravekeeper first.
Yeah, no, it was very smart that Breaking Wheel dropped Gravekeeper, because if he does share Gravekeeper, 4 will get that nice stun off, like easy stun and easy rescue. And Breaking Wheel does not want that. Dropping Gravekeeper, letting him stay there. Very nice escape right there from the forward.
Yes, but you look at this. Only one cipher remaining now, Rin, for the side of Com2. But we do see that CZ is slowly but surely taking down the members of Com2 here, having Gravekeeper in towards that chair. So Sir and the Seer, or Shishi, are basically forced to either go for the save or go for the pop, because that other cipher is 68%. Oh!
Yeah, Breaking Wheel is creating so much pressure for their team. It's so hard to complete that one cipher, you know. Gravekeeper, his guy got saved, but you know, now they're in a difficult situation. Who is going to save? Now, Seer does have that full health, but you know, they are near that cipher now, so it's hard to decode the cipher if, well, he's chair right next to it.
Yes, and she is to be spotted out by the Breaking Wheel right now. Is going to be in a bit of a sticky situation right now into the terrains, but traps are already laid across the floor, so need to buy a lot of time here, if you ask me, for Shishi, and he's doing a pretty
Seer's
good
doing
job.
a wonderful job on, like, you know, distracting the hunter. Unfortunate right there, Seer getting caught right there.
Oh, and as the forward goes back to the manor, we do see Seichu already catching Shishi and to be placed again into the rocket chair. But is it another basement party? I don't think so. Just going to stay here in the very corner of the building here. Cypher's already procced by
going for that pop.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Gravekeeper is going to try for that one man, trying his best for it. Oh, hiding right there too. Does Breaking Wheel see? Breaking Wheel does notice right there. Very nice.
Oh, a bit of a stuck here on towards the slide. Try going in for the save.
Oh, now Gravekeeper's in a difficult situation. Losing that pallet, has no resources at all anymore, trying to transition away. Will get hit by trap. Wow, excellent play by Breaking Wheel.
And because of that, it's going to be a sweep for CZ Seichu once again for this first half of round number 2. So it's again 5 points, if I'm not mistaken, for the side of CZ.
Wow, Seichu did an amazing job right there. You know, the Survivor did such a great job ciphering, you know, getting that last cipher left right there. But, you know, Seichu just did amazing mind games and traps. You know, the highlight of the game, in my opinion, was all his traps that he placed. You know, him getting a female dancer early on with those traps caused Seer to give the owl early on, you know, eliminating that owl already, then trapping her upstairs and then blocking her away from vaulting. What amazing mind games from Poland.
Agreed, Rin. And I think what started the chain of successes for CZ was, yeah, you mentioned female dancer. The first 2 boxes were already forced out to be used, right? So even if the slows were there, the fact that CZ was able to catch up and, you know, catch the female dancer is already a big thing. And then when the others actually tried to go for the save, we saw that there were a bit of mishaps here and there that eventually led to CZ, trying to identify which survivor to prioritize first. And that was a good job. But with all of that fiasco that happened, Rin, we still have to take, commend Com2 for actually having a fast, 3 cipher, decode, or they already proc that cipher, so that's already a big thing. I'm pretty sure that at a certain point, Seichu had to have a change of plan to, prevent the further ciphers from being popped off, right?
Yeah, Seichu did a great amount of map control right there, not letting them cipher, knowing that, hey, there is this one cipher left, if it does pop, I'll be in a very bad situation, so going for that forward chairing near that cipher, not letting them work on it, letting that gatekeeper go, it's fine, but getting that chair near that cipher and pressuring made it a wonderful sweep right there.
I agree with you, Rin, and it was really just good plays for both sides of the team. It just so happens that Seichu had the priority, right? The strategy coming in from Seichu really started off well when he first started to see the female dancer.
Yeah, female dancer did actually a wonderful job placing her boxes, but Breaking Wheel did also an amazing job hitting the survivors with those spikes. And we are with the details of the data right here. And Siri is doing a wonderful job decoding, actually 268%. Wow.
Yes. They were able to do the job well done in towards the decoding progress, but looking at Seichu having that 23 survivor hits, 4 pallets destroyed, and 6 knockdowns, and it's also understandable why Breaking Wheel was used here, because we mentioned that it's not really an effect if the pallets were not taken down yet or not. It can still pass through. So because of that, and a lot of pallets are in store for Moonlit, it's really a good choice because the mobility is not going to be affected. For the side of Com2, Rin, you mentioned that Shishi also did a good job with that 268% decoding progress, and kudos as well to Dark for having that 96-second containment. So it bought a huge amount of time for the others to go and decode, right?
Yeah, on top of what you said, like Poland was picked as an excellent pick on Moonlit, is because there is not as many windows as you would expect in that map, and those good windows right there, you're not gonna have preparation time for that, because by the time you notice him, it's way too late. He's going to get you, so you have to prepare it early on, and you just don't expect that. Getting caught in a bad situation is really difficult to come out of.
I agree with you, Rin, and I think for the side, we will be having a switch in terms of the roles. So this time around, we will be seeing CZ as the survivors and Com2 as the hunter. So we do have a sub player that's gonna happen here. So Jing Binks is going to step down, and Mion is the one to sub as the survivor. So it's pretty interesting to see, because I think you agree with me. If there is a sub player, there's also this also meant a shift in strategy, or a shift in a survivor that's chosen, right?
Yeah, it looks like they are trying to re-strategize and switching it up. Adding a different player could change the way the momentum that they do play at. Changing it up a bit.
Yeah, definitely. And right now, we for more updates and for the IVC League, join us on Discord. Scan the QR code that's indicated below, Rin, or if not, go to discord.gg/identityv for more information. And yeah, guys, this is really going into an intense fight, so a little bit of pressure that is going on for Yuki right there as their hunter for Com2. So I still believe in Yuki. So I'm sure Gambatte. Yes, it's the greeting for that. But for the side of CZ, for them to have their winning conditions, they need to either have a complete sweep, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, a complete sweep for that. And for Yuki, also a sweep to basically force a potential game 3.
Right, yeah, there's a lot of pressure on both sides for those winning conditions. So, they would have to push extra hard on this win right here. Going for that four swoop is difficult, but we've seen it many times already, so it wouldn't be surprising if it does happen once again.
And yeah, like going back into that first half win, we already seen some amount of calls that were done by Com2, which is really great because they were able to cipher rush it all the way to 2 ciphers, so that's already commendable itself. So I think that enduring into their end game or trying to close off the game is where the things started to really favor out Seichu, simply because one, female dancer was already taken out earlier in the phases of the game, and number two, I think it's because they were a bit of separated in towards the map that gave Seichu an advantage because of course the mobility and the stack of the spikes, right? So do you think that Com2 would also use Poland, or do you think that they have a different survivor in mind?
Well, yeah, I definitely agree that, getting rid of that female dancer was a great advantage for Breaking Wheel right there, getting rid of her early on. Plus, they were forced to use an owl. Not only they got rid of her, but an owl. An owl was super deadly if not used yet. Yes, I think they could go for that potential same hunter because, he'd been proven to, be in many maps already. And, in Ever Sleeping, Notorious right there. So also Notorious in Moonlit. So the same meta pick might be spotted as well for the opposing team.
All right. Yeah, I mean, at this point, they still will be sticking in towards our meta right here. It's just because of Mion stepping in towards our board. Let's see if there are going to be some changes. But right now, let's head on to the second half of round number 2. Mechanic and Forward is not going to see the light of day here as they are going to be banned. Once again.
Always, actually.
Yeah, like for the whole duration of our games right now, the common denominator is Mechanic is not going to see anything. But this time, we see Breaking Wheel.
Will we see a Sculpture? Will we see a Sculpture in return? I mean, he's banned, so, Breaking Wheel is gone. So, Sculpture could be into play at this point.
Yes, but for now, we do see the Flash and Nerukun hovering up Priestess and Mercenary because, yeah, you mentioned this earlier, Rin, right? That the global portal of Priestess can really narrow down the big or the wideness of this map, right? So this is already a good choice for the side of Nerukun. And following the Mercenary, because Mercenary is already open and not banned, this is basically the go-to pick for CZ, and the final ban for the side of Com2 is going to be the Seer. So they won't have a Seer here. So what do you think is the remaining 2?
They're switching it up. It looks like it's very nice. It looks like they're going for that Prisoner. Prisoner is a good pick, to make up for literally 3 negative decoders right there. We have that, Priestess does not have like the worst decoding, but she still does have that negative. But then there's that Gravekeeper and Mercenary right there that we have to take into account. So they need a decoder to make it up, or they need someone to kite very, very well to make up for that decoding progress. But yeah, it does look like they are gonna dedicate on that Prisoner right there. But yeah, these bans, the Forward and Mech ban and Siri, we might as well just take those characters out at these points. It's just expected.
I agree with you because they don't see. And yeah, you are correct, Rin. We are going to see a Sculptor right here onto Moonlit River Park because then again, a good alternate to the Breaking Wheel is also Sculptor because of the mobility. And Poch and you have mentioned this, that Sculptor is basically like your coffee, right? Your 3-in-1, that there's the camping, there's the harass, there's the sustain, and it's just Sculptor in one, basically sculpted to become the best coffee that there is. Sorry, I crave for coffee right now. But the point is there, yeah. So Sculptor is to be hovered here still by Yuki. So let's see, because to be fair, during the round number 1, Yuki also really did a good job to forcing a tie into them, right? So I think you can also do this pretty well, but it will depend on Yuki's map familiarity here onto Moonlit River Park.
Yeah, sure, you know, like her mobility is great, but she can't be at like 2 places at once, you know. We know that, but you know, her chisel alone is great map pressure, so that's why Sculpture is such a good pick. Like you said, she's a 3-in-1 package right there, so we did expect that pick right there, and it did go for it. Like, I mean, it's a safe choice, a consistent choice, and a strong choice. Why not?
Yes, and yeah, like basically, if it's not going to be someone different or someone extraordinary or out of our current meta, like for example, the earlier is Wu Cheng, right? But that's viable.
Right.
But at the same time, I think Yuki is going here not just because Sculptor is a great alternative for breaking wheel, but also it's a comfort, I guess, for Yuki, since Yuki also used this into the previous round. So we are going to start it off right here, and ooh, nice deny of that portal from the priestess.
Yeah, she is just buying as much time as she can with those portals. She's doing a very good job right now, you know. Just 2 portals already, wasting some time for their team, you know.
And I think... yeah, go on.
Oh yeah, it looks like she is probably going to dedicate, because Priestess is out of portals at this point. She cannot keep up this rotation forever. And you know, she's not in the best area no longer, so you know, Sculpture may just go for Priestess, but we don't know. She does have teleport up already. She could be switching, trying to find that prisoner, you know, just trying to buy time and pressuring. Will teleport right there for the prisoner. Very good job.
Yes, and that was also a good call for Yuki to switch into a target, because the priestess will just buy a lot of time for the others to really go and decode. So prisoner is the name. The game uses the roller coaster to distance or further the gap. I don't. Yeah, I think
did
so.
He? No,
I think
unfortunately
so.
he did not press that button. It's okay.
Oh yeah, he did
though,
not. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, like you said, you know, Yuki switching is a very good thing, you know, because, you know, Prisoner could be a pest on Cypher rushing, you know. Taking him out early on would be a good option right now.
Yes, so going in towards the second floor of this building, but was stunned by Prisoner.
Yeah,
that was a very nice timing.
Yeah, you know, he might have not made it in time without that stun, so not taking any chances with this amazing Sculpture right here, so... going for that. Wow, what a great planning strategy, you know, rotating out and rotating back into the roller coaster. This prisoner knows his craft right here. Very excellent stuff.
Definitely. And of course, one Cypher's already down here by the mercenary, and of course the others as well, having more than half of the percentage, 91% on one and 71 on the other. And again, Yuki is still really dedicated on getting Earth right here, because you mentioned Prisoner can be really tedious to work with, especially for those Cypher rushes, so she wants to get that out of the equation. So right now, the chase is really on, but of course, Earth buying a lot of time for his teammates to really decode the ciphers, right? So this is already 3 ciphers down, only 2 more, and this could be a potential, you know, escape from them. But Yuki, really commendable on trying her best to escape as much, or not escape, but mostly hunt as possible. Finally,
something. Yeah, that was an amazing statue from Yuki right there. That was like a very nicely timed statue. But something to note about, you know, Prisoner Kite is that he kite away from his teammate. You know, he dragged himself all the way to the final stop, so he doesn't apply pressure to his teammate, which is a very good aspect to consider. You know, if Sculpture does have that map pressure, it could be a huge potential problem. But you know, kiting away like that is so good.
Indeed, I agree with you on that, because you want to at least, you know, further away your team members while decoding. But that was a nice save coming in from Narrow Spoon right here.
Using save right there.
Yeah, using the advantage of Yuki being idle and looking at the other sides of the map into saving will just leave another time for the 2 remaining ciphers to be decoded. So look at this, a lot body block may happen. Nice portal though.
That was an amazing portal to help Prisoner out right there.
Oh,
unfortunately getting down. Oh, very nice pop right there. I did not even notice that it was Prime. I was so focused on the Priestess assisting the guy that I was like, ooh, Prisoner's going back down. But that's an excellent assisting from Priestess right there. Sorry, So do you think Prisoner could, try to rotate all the way over there to the other gate?
Basically, at this point, Earth would just try his best to try and distract. But look at this, not getting detention as well, and spotting out Narukun in that gate will force the teleport, and it's going to force the other members to go to the other side of the gate. But that portal, though, is really tedious, so still gets the knockdown.
Okay, so now Prisoner just needs to make it to the other side, but we gotta remember, Sculpture does still have her chisel. If she chiseled perfectly onto Prisoner, she could get that potential down. But once again, Mercenary is not leaving, so if she does decide to leave Priestess, Mercenary will save, putting Sculpture at a difficult situation right here.
Oh, but the Flash gets spotted out, tries to be contained with these statues. But so Flash, I guess best case scenario is to just buy some time. And into the other members, I think they are already making their way to the other side of the gate.
Yeah, Flash is making great time, like you said, and getting pulled off that rescue as well. So that's great stuff right there. That's really risky right there. Almost got it.
Definitely, and that was a good save for the Gravekeeper, saving on the Priestess here. So right now, Yuki's still trying to catch Narukun, but that was a beautiful...
That was amazing catching right there.
Definitely.
That was really good because she took the great, placing of the statue to cancel that global portal.
Truth be told, it's like a Priestess here maybe be the one to go back to the manor, but the other two members, actually make it 3, are already out of the map, and we have our winner here in CZ is to close it out with a 2-0 if I'm not mistaken here, so congratulations. But still, Rin, we still need to give kudos to Com2 for really fighting their best and their hearts out up to the very end.
Yeah, Com2 did such an amazing job. They were fighting all the way, they're not giving up. They did such an excellent job as Survivor and Hunter as well.
And yeah, that was just I understand that Yuki really tried his best to go and contain some of the hunters here, but the call wherein it was really good was in she decided to let go of the Priestess, because we already know that Priestess will really give a hard time for Yuki, right, for all of those kitings and waiting for the portals to go up. So that was a good call for Yuki to transition to Gravekeeper instead. So Yuki was able to at least get some knockdowns for himself, but the fact that the other members were able to get that cipher done before Yuki was able to change target to Prisoner this time. So that means it was just, the prioritization of the target and the timing is what basically led CZ into really going for that 3-man escape.
Yeah, Sculpture did such an amazing job. Knowing when to let go is very important, because if you dedicate, and it could go badly if you were already on the chase and you cannot catch them, knowing when to drop and going for someone else, finding the weakest link, not particularly because they are bad players, because you can catch them in a bad spot, which will give you an advantage. Any advantage for you is a great thing. So when she does teleport to that Prisoner, getting that hit in was very good.
I agree with you, Ren. I'm pretty sure that Com2, it's not yet too late for you guys, because we still have the wild cards that's gonna happen next week. So guys, I'm pretty sure you will be watching this once again. Oh, excuse me. And you will come back really stronger. And I'm really looking forward to our wild card matches, Rin, because these teams are really doing the best they have. But for now, we will congratulate CZ for a job well done as well, and moving forward into our preliminaries.
Yeah, they did a wonderful job, giving them that second chance to prove themselves and pulling them back in is a great chance, because, maybe that was not their case for now, but, maybe their second chance could prove that they are a top team.
Agree. And in a bit, we will be seeing the match data that has happened earlier, but looking back into their fight right now, it just goes to show that both of the teams really know how to prioritize their cipher rushes, and they are basically willing to kite their way just to buy a lot or huge amount of time for their members to do their jobs as well. And with this Rin, this is going to be the match data that is what we witnessed earlier. So why don't you start it off, Rin, with Com2's Hunter Yuki?
Yeah, Yuki did 12 survivor hits. Very nice right there. 3 pallets destroyed and 4 knockdowns. Mercenary did a wonderful job on decoding because he got the most decoding with the worst decoding. That's actually pretty funny.
Yes, like usually we would expect that the mercenary would, go and save, go and kite, but I think it was just a matter of who was spotted first, right? And apparently it was Mion first, but he still did the job right. He was able to decode to compensate, and also the other members as well. They really did a good job, and this is the match result: 7-2 on the first round and 8-1 on the second. And again, congratulations to CZ for a job well done, and GGWP as well to Com2. You guys really did your best, and I'm looking forward to you guys on the wild card.
Yeah, both teams did an amazing job on their part. Another funny thing I found was that Prisoner did the least amount of decoding. That was pretty funny.
Yes, they kind of switcheroos in terms of their roles as well. But the best deduction Rin is gonna go to Sei Chu, having that 2 ciphers remaining, survivor hits with the 748 terror shocks.
48 terror shocks. That's this
amazing.
Correctly. 48. What am I reading?
Yeah. Right?
Wow.
So apparently you see it right, Rin. And of course, eliminations 14. So basically he was able to go for some sweeps here and there, and it really a job well done.
I thought the survivor hits was 48 and the terror shock was 7. Now I had to read that twice. 48 terror shocks. This is not someone you want to mess with. It's like when you see someone on the street like this, you want to turn the other way.
Yes. Like if it were me there, competing, and then Sei Chu happens to be the hunter, okay, Sei Chu, please do get my deduction points right now. But then again, to those, especially Com2 right now, we will be seeing you once more onto the wild cards, which will happen next week. So guys, I'm pretty sure you will tune in there, because I know that there are a lot of people who are tuning in to IVC, right, Rin?
Yeah, they are. Many people are, and they're expecting great gameplays, and they are delivering many great gameplays. They are.
So with that, Rin, we are going to go on a quick break right here. This is Sei and Rin, and we will be right back for the 4th match.
美的化身，圣洁的海中女王，人们把你视为恐怖的灾祸。然而美，无人可以立下善恶的判词。光鲜的皮囊下，是一个个污秽而自以为是的灵魂。让我记上这份小小的晚餐。来了，请享用吧，让我一睹您的真容，洗净他们的罪恶与污浊。
愤怒让星火点燃，让黑烟飘散，也让绅士们明白，在化成灰之前，有足够多的时间可以体面的忏悔。爱、快乐、希望和尊严，都因为这个运动，我才能拥有它们。然而，被带到这里后， 我明白，绅士们只是需要一个体面的玩具罢了。可笑的是，他们根本没有风度，永远只渴望更多的臣服。滚烫的巨浪似乎在告诫我，不要再对任何人好脸色。我需要一个新的身份，我想要回家，或许只有那个地方才能带来希望。
Did you get the invitation? Up for a transaction, trick, or treat? A zombie, a witch, a vampire. You can be whoever you want to be. Are you ready for the dance?
Here's the deal, it's Halloween. You can choose to be anyone you see. Laugh or scream or dance with glee. It will cost your life, nothing comes for free.
You can impersonate the disguise you seek for a trick or treat. Let me hear you shriek.
You can trade your soul just for a thrill, chasing down a kill till midnight, ready for a celebration filled with ghosts and ghouls. No one is herself now.
That's our only, listen closely, most importantly, one and only.
But remember, every wish comes with a price.
Now it's Halloween.
Happy Halloween. Are you ready for the dance?
古老的炼金术从未湮灭，它是智者的迷思，是愚者的狂欢。愚者们从废土中攫取虚假的财富，在躯壳中催生畸变的形态。这些狂妄虚浮的技法，亵渎着炼金术的名号，却忘了精准的调和搭配艺术的重塑，才能绘制超越自然的奇迹。 然而，这扭曲自然的代价，又有谁能承受？
这个世界上美好的一切，曾经都是我绘画的灵感。可是，它们都慢慢变得不可爱了。
哼，平凡人呢，他们才不敬畏艺术呢，因为他们永远得不到它，表里不一，贪婪无厌，聒噪无用，根本没有人能与我讨论艺术的真谛。当这里已经无法给我带来新的乐趣时，我只希望那个乐园能带给我前所未有的灵感。
哦，我亲爱的孩子，欢迎来到理想世界。在这里，金钱、权力、爱情，就像缤纷的糖果，唾手可得，满是甜蜜。
请问，你们见到过我的朋友吗？
朋友，在这里，你才能找到真正的友谊。这啦啦，这啦啦，在这个世上，又有谁能够拒绝这热烈又甜美的芬芳呢？
清醒一点，不要沉溺于假象。
我亲爱的孩子，瞧瞧你都在说些什么？这里难道不是世界上最美妙的地方吗？这是一场神奇的运动会，获胜者将获得一次抹除人生遗憾的机会。比赛吸引了来自世界各地的选手。
比赛即将开始，请各位选手做好准备。
Let's go. Flying so high in fantasy, healing all the pain, dancing on the ring. Yeah. Enough of the dark hunting me down. I am gonna chase that all in this game. Yeah. Richard stormy night, been searching for light. Now I can see the glory in the sight now. I'm flying so high in fantasy. What you're waiting for? We can beat it all, yeah. No more survivors, unless someone to break me down. Yes, we're gonna rock this town. Look to the players. Come on, first follow me. Break on forward to me. Ooh, I love this feeling now. Only like the winner. Nothing else is better. Don't you realize you won the crown? Only like the winner. Nothing else is better. Ooh, I love this feeling now. Only like the winner. Nothing else is better. Don't you realize you won the crown? Only
EN-IVC. Shoot it up, Kevin Uso. This year I fear no fear, bro. That's the deal though. There's no clues to being a survivor. Die hard, trying eye of the tiger. Run away from hunters. That's our job for now. Don't be scared, my dear. Together we run us in the darkest town. But I got you, and you got me. Teamwork is the key. Identity V.
A lesson learned to bring me down. Let's break out and rock this town. Look to the players. Come on, first follow me. Break out and fight till we say, ooh, I love this feeling now. Only like the winner. Nothing out is better. Don't you realize you won the crown? Only like the winner. Nothing out is better. Ooh, I love this feeling now. Only like the winner. Nothing out is better. Don't you realize you won the crown? Only like the winner. Nothing out is better. Ooh, I love this feeling now. Only like the winner. Nothing out is better. Don't you realize you won the crown? Only like the winner. Nothing out is better. Ooh, I love this feeling now. Only like the winner. Nothing out is better. Don't you realize you won the crown? Only like the winner. Nothing out is better. This is me, Nana, and Gabin D. With Identity TV. Come on. 1, 2, 3, let's go. Flying so high in fantasy, healing all the pain, dancing on the ring. Enough of the dark hunting me down. I am gonna chase that all in this game, yeah. Richard stormy night, been searching for light. Now I can see the glory in my sight now. I'm flying so high in fantasy. What you're waiting for? We can beat it all, yeah. No more survivors. A lesson learned to bring me down. Let's break out and rock this town. Look to the players. Come on, first follow me. Break out and fight till we say, ooh, I love this feeling now. Only like the winner. Nothing out is better. Don't you realize you won the crown? Only like the winner.
And we are back.
Congratulations, Rin. That's the intro.
Oh, that was,
Rin,
no.
Rin, you can do it. Do it again.
Okay, I'll try again. Okay, welcome back, guys, to the IVC Southeast Asia 2021. I am Rin, and amazing co-caster right here. Wait, wrong way. Xeaora right here. I didn't know it was mirrored.
Okay, it's okay. Nice job, Rin. I am so proud of you right now. Like also your supporters. Like, yeah, did you know? Like I scrimmed through the chats and then they're saying, Rin, don't worry, it's the last match. You know, take a rest after. Okay, that they really care about you, Rin.
Yeah,
So,
they are amazing people, you know. But it's okay. I got that 5-hour energy go. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, yeah, Rin got that 5-hour energy. And speaking of that, guys, why don't you go and scan the QR code for our Discord? And if not, you can always check in discord.gg/identityv for more updates for this IVC. So, guys, I'm pretty sure you are well worried for Rin, but I'm pretty sure he has strained for the last few days of this 5-hour energy that he has. And yes, he will do his very best, of course, alongside with the co-casters to give you the best of course, what we got, right? So, Rin, we are down to our last match of the day between GS and KCN. What are your thoughts?
You know, my thoughts are that, well, you know, it seems like the left side has been winning all the matches. If you look, it's like, yeah. I'm not saying anything, but it's a very interesting pattern going on. But yeah,
yes,
no,
it's
my thoughts are like,
a coincidence, right?
Yeah, very odd. But yeah, no, I think they will try to go for the same meta. You know, these teams probably watching in the back, they're like, wow, these are consistent and possible potential ways to win. And you know, they might adapt and try to use the same thing.
Yes, and of course, with that being said, Rin, we are going to go for the player versus here. So we see both of them using Breaking Wheel with Moru and Fearless. And I'd like to highlight the normal attack hits here. A bit of an advantage by 1 for Fearless, having that 7.32. But a win rate is also 95% for the side of Fearless. But of course, not saying Moru still has, you know, a high percentage of wins in his arsenal here. And a quick trivia for you.
The Prospector.
Ooh, yeah. I think you're liking Prospector as well, right?
Dude, we haven't seen this the whole day. Now we're seeing it, and I'm expecting it. Don't tease me.
well, we did see it earlier during match number 2, but I think you were resting that time. So we do see here on the next one is Windy and K2 having that mechanic and entomologist. So a bit of a highlight here in terms of win rate, 47% for Windy and 37% for the Ento. So basically Ento was mostly used here, so I guess I can understand the percentage behind it. So, and the next one is going to be Sugar with Edgar here, you know, the ones that you guys see on the advertisements. There you go. And Faye Jinx with the Mercenary. So a bit of a highlight here, 47% win rate for the Mercenary and 52% for Painter. So Rin, I think we can assume that the Painter here can be used for a situational pick, right?
Yeah, no, we seen that Painter was a really good versatility for their team. Oh, even Explorer right here. Have we seen Explorer today? When I was
not so far. Not so far.
I see.
Yes.
Maybe Explorer can be played, you know, switching it up. That would be actually really amazing to see.
Yes, I am excited as you are. But a quick trivia right here, Ren. Did you know that GS is basically what you know as the 7DS from before?
7 Deadly Sins?
Yes. They're now a GS right now. So, guys, I'm pretty sure you know that familiar face and is very, very excited to, you know, witness this battle out. And if I'm not mistaken, KCN is also a Thai member and also has, like, Conan there in Arsenal. If I'm not mistaken, Conan was one of the top teams as well from before. I think it was VX. Please correct me if I'm wrong, chat. And there you go. Anyway, and because of these lineups, Bryn, I am interested to see what the both sides can bring. And I have casted some of the games of 7DS from before, and they are really one interesting group because sometimes they have this certain force of unpredictability that, you know, they're good with the games on the early game and at their end games as well. So, Rin, what are your expectations for this match?
you know, seeing, you know, like Prospector in there, that's getting me really excited, you know. But we once again, we're seeing that Explorer, you know, for that potential play, you know. Maybe they are trying to mix it up to get that surprise element in. So I'm very excited because, you know, Explorer is a good decoder as well, you know, great alternative from Mechanic right there. We already seen Dancer quite a bit now, so if they push in for that Explorer, that'll be a great, amazing match to see. But, you know, once again, you know, both teams possessing Breaking Wheel as their hunter, so we may be able to see Breaking Wheel once again.
Yes, I agree with you on that. But of course, it still depends on the map because you mentioned earlier, right, that if a map tends to be small or compact, Dream Witch really will have the time of its life, right? So let's see if both of our teams would, you know, go into that direction. But if I'm not mistaken, this is Arms Factory. And what a quick pace right now, Rin. We are heading on to our banning and picking phase here as we see once more, Rin, we are not going to see Mechanic in the no light of day. So for those Mechanic mains out there, yeah, we apologize, but they're the ones who's banning. So yes, we see now, Rin, for this first two picks, Mercenary and Seer. What are your thoughts?
You know, honestly, this is actually a safe pick, you know, in case like someone pulls up with like a Dream Witch or something, you know. Seer can see it early on, but they do have that versatility because, you know, Seer and Mercenary are strong characters, you know. We've seen many times before where they've done stuff that can change the tide of game. You know, Mercenary can pull that save even if he's injured. Seer has that out to help himself or his team. So these are great picks, you know. Getting a secondary rescuer is also great, you know. But their problem right here is that they don't have like fast decoding, you know. Like they don't have that decoder on their team. So someone on their team has to kite for a large amount of time because we see Gravekeeper and Mercenary, you know. So could be a problem right here. What are your thoughts on this?
To me, I would like to say welcome back, Perfumer, because this is the first time I'll be seeing you quite a while, and of course the first in this day that we have. So yeah, I agree with you. They will take time in terms of basically decoding the ciphers, because if you notice, they're quite versatile here. They're morally kiters, they're morally containers, and for them to basically have that quick of a cipher rush, someone or one of them needs to basically have that diversion play against this potential sculptor that is hovered by Moru. So yes, in terms of your ideology there, I agree with you wholeheartedly, because anyone can be the target of the sculptor right here, except of course the Mercenary, because the Mercenary, given with his elbow pads, is really tedious to work with. But if it were the Seer or the Perfumer, or even the Gravekeeper, that could be you know, on an edge for Moru here. But at the same time, we've also witnessed, Rin, a series of survivor picks that, even though there's no specific cipher a decoder per se, they were able to work it out. I think that was the moment where the batter or Hata from the previous matches from GH was able to contain the hunter, right? So I think that's the play that they want to go here as well for the side of KCN.
Yeah, I know they will have to pull off those amazing plays because, you know, Gravekeeper and Mercenary does have that negative decoding. But like you said, you know, it was pulled off with that batter match once before. So, you know, with this match, there is, you know, still that momentum and potential to do the same. But they just got to be careful, you know, on top of what you said, you know, if, you know, Seer or Perfumer gets caught early on, it could be putting them at a disadvantage. But, you know, if they're finding like Mercenary or Gravekeeper, that could be a good thing for the survivor side.
Yes, and with that being said, this is going to be the first half of the last match of the day, Red. And we go see here onto the map real quick that Moru, and if I'm not mistaken, that was Aleo. Okay, let me see your name later. Ali one. There you go. Thank you. Is going to be spotted out first, but you mentioned this already, Rin, that if the Mercenary were to be spotted out first, this could be, you know, a bit of an advantage for KCN since the Perfumer and the Seer weren't spotted out in the early stages of the game. But the interesting part that I'm seeing herein is that this is Arm's factory, so we know it's quite small or quite compact. So I guess for the later phases of the game, Sculptor might be in an advantage because of all of these statues.
Yeah, I definitely 100% agree with you. I mean, like, such is a compact place, giving. Oh wow! Had great patience right there. But yeah, you know, Sculpture in a compact place is very strong. You know, they can pull off this statues very easily, like that. Wow, wonderful perfume timing right there. But something to keep note is that, you know, Mercenary. Oh wow, amazing Terror Shark right there, building that max presence already with 1 down. That's insane.
As the moment that you were about to talk to your point, Rin, you know, Moru here did not want anything. Did not want any of it and just, you know, really maxed out his presence back there. That was a beautiful blink, you know, 180 then pack in the head, you know, giving a bit of a bonkers to the perfumer, right?
Yeah, that was insane. Getting that max presence and Terror Shock. That's great on Sculptor's part. Something to keep note that we should mention probably later on that, you know, Mercenary is chipped now. So him resting is kind of hard, so it's pushing for that Gravekeeper rescue instead. Or maybe Mercenary is going, but it doesn't look... Mercenary is having a hard time rescuing.
Yeah, I agree with you.
You know, now he's fully half. So Gravekeeper have to go save instead. But he does have Wanted Ore, so that does cause an unfortunate problem right there.
And take
Looks
note
like
that...
they might drop it.
Look at Gravekeeper is being detected by you know, Moru here, so I guess it's just a matter of a waiting game for him at this point, because I think Moru wants to secure this perfumer take first before hunting down another survivor. But in the process, however, Rid, we do see that 2 ciphers were already done by Team KCN, so that's a good hindsight to look into this, right? So Gravekeeper here is the one to create the diversion play, or try to kite as long as possible to stall some time, because I think this could work, but into a place like this with a lot of terrains and the statues can just go on those corners and nooks and crannies, I think K2 would have a little bit of a disadvantage. There you go.
Wow. you just proved your point right there. That was an amazing job for Sculpture. But the thing is that, you know, now it's really difficult situation that they are in. You know, actually, Gravekeeper transitioning away from Arms Factory is a great thing, because Basement was there. Having that knowledge that Basement is there does not want you to take that risk, which is an excellent move from Gravekeeper. But now they're in a position where someone has to save Gravekeeper. The question comes down to who is saving that Gravekeeper. Seer is chipped, you know, so Mercenary has to pull the save off without getting, you know, double hit. And that's scary, because if Mercenary gets double hit right here, it takes him a very long time. We all know it takes him a very long time. Ooh, getting that. Ooh, Terror Shock. Oh my god, that was an insane Terror Shock from the scope, teleporting right away. Wow.
The Terror Shock, the timing, and another one for Moru. And take note that Moru and Kodan are far away, Rin. So that means even though that Mercenary will go up, maybe going for the save Gravekeeper here, but look at this, Moru already marching down towards their area here.
Yeah, that was an insane timing from Sculpture right there. Moru did an excellent job. Wow, that was so unexpected and so good at the same time. You know, like getting those statues hit. You know, pulling a Terror Shock. You know, Mercenary was probably expecting like another statue, but no, Moru just went for that melee, getting caught off guard. Excellent job. Then straight up teleporting and chipping Sia right there and getting that amazing stuff from Moru.
I think that was one of the fastest games that we had this match, Rin. And take note, Moru getting a sweep in here. Like, it was just literally speed, you know, like 0 to 100. But then again, Rin, I'd like to commend KCN. Even though that they didn't have a decoder in their arsenal, they don't have a prisoner, they don't have a, let's say, an explorer, because mechanic is banned, they still were able to at least, you know, decode 2 ciphers. So you have to give it to them as well. And to to Ali 1, if I'm not mistaken, with the pronunciation.
Right.
The Seer and Conan and of course the Mercenary this year. They also did a good job, and Gravekeeper trying to contain. Unfortunately, it was a matter of timing. We both were shook in that terror shock, right? That came in twice already in the same area. So I think it was just more on timing, where KCN really had where GS rather Moru had that into his advantage and basically swoop this with complete sweep. But what are your thoughts, Rin?
No, I am baffled. That was so good. Like, I was not expecting that. Okay, I was like straight up expecting, Mercenary coming in, he did get that half damage, so he will go down, having a hard time getting back up. But I was not expecting that Terror Shock at all, Then switching right away to Seer, not even like a second after, switching and teleporting to Seer, chip and knock Seer. That is amazing strategy and awareness from the sculpture right there.
Definitely.
But something to note about the Survivor side is that they did a wonderful job on making the hard decision not to save Perfumer. They're not taking that risk. They're playing that safe card. So props to the Survivor side right there. What about your thoughts on it?
Like, basically, let's start with KCN first. Yes, I agree with you on that with the call. It was a hard decision, especially to let go of your member. But, sometimes those kinds of calls are necessary to at least try to move forward into your strategy. But, yeah, kudos to KCN as well for doing that. But for the Sculptor, well, Rin, let's look at the match data, in a bit.
Yeah.
Right now, we do see here Survivor hits of Moru is 19. Palette destroyed 3, knockdown 4. Remaining ciphers is 2. I guess you'd agree with me, or maybe I guess is more on my part because I'm not really that good of a kiter. But this could be the scariest Galatea or Sculptor that I would see right now. Right?
I 100% agree.
Right?
No
so
questions asked.
But for KCN, we do see Conan having that 200% decoding progress and 100 for K2. 82 for Ali 1 and Faye Jigs 27% because unfortunately the Perfumer was caught off first. But still kudos because even though that Ali 1 was able to contain Moru for 37 seconds, at least it bought a certain amount of time for those two ciphers to be popped off.
Yeah, no, Moru did an excellent job. That 19 Survivor hit 2 Terror Shocks, which is not in the data, but we saw it. It was amazing. The thing is that if you blink during that timing, you would have missed the whole thing, honestly. Yes. It was so quick and like consistent and fluid at the same time. It was very nice.
Yeah, you know that childhood, cartoon movie or animation that you saw when you were young. It's like Speed, very fast, and I think Moru just really hit this to the next level. And I think what also gave away that certain speed that we're talking about right now in terms of the match is because of the terrains. The terrains apparently. Initially, it's supposed to work with the survivors, but with Sculptor's kit and with those statues, it basically turned the tables around. So that terrain just basically helped Moru into cornering out our survivors. So I think that's the thing that is commendable for Moru here. He knows which area to basically try and hunt these survivors down.
Yeah, Moru did an excellent job, pushing the Perfumer away from like the arms factory and getting her into a location that it's very challenging. So that was a very great, job on Moru's part. But, once again, we've seen so many Sculpture in these matches and they all did a wonderful job, like every single one of them. So big shout out to all the hunters that were playing Sculpture. I'm very impressed, Yeah, Moru did an amazing job right there.
Yeah, I agree. And of course, I still do not want to, give up hope for KCN because I know that they also will do their best to fight it until the very end. And, do not fret because whoever is unfortunate to, not be able to move forward, they still have the wild card. But right now, KCN, I know you can do this gambatte to you guys. I'm sorry, I'm a bit of a weeb right now, but I know that KCN may be able to, shed some light here once we have switched up our roles, because at the moment we do see GS really really on the groove. You know, they have their momentum going.
Yeah, you know, KCN does have that comeback potential. We haven't seen anything from them yet during this tournament, so you know, their first match must be like, maybe an amazing match as well, you know. So we should not, you know, underestimate them at all, because they are once again a top team right now.
Indeed. And like this is you know, sometimes with KCN, we mentioned that they are a Thai team, so there is this element of mystery, right? So maybe that during their survivor phase, it was a bit of an iffy situation for them, or they were in a bit of a tight spot, because GS basically did his performance really well for Amoru, but maybe on the Hunter side, you know, maybe they also have those secret strategies up on their sleeves, or maybe they too have a very good sculptor, right? So you can never know, because it's still anyone's game.
Right. You know, maybe they have that secret weapon that we have not seen yet, you know. Yeah, I'm preparing for it. But, you know, maybe they will go for Sculpture, like you said just now, you know. I 100% agree. You know, Sculpture is a good choice, and, you know, they could go for it. Or they could go for that Dream Witch, but, you know, Sculpture is a very good choice for chip damage.
Yes, I agree. And yeah, but sticking to the meta here, I'm pretty sure Sculptor could be the pick for KCN's Hunter, but I'm not still neglecting the possibility of, you know, seeing a different face of a Hunter, because during the player versus in towards GH, we see God J with the clown or smiley face, right? So even if smiley face wasn't used, the odds of, you know, choosing a different type of Hunter is still there. But of course, like going into priority, we still go in towards the meta. So I'm excited, and I'm actually curious, you know, to see what type of roster or what type of Hunter will KCN bring out to the table, because we've seen Sculptor, we've seen we've seen Breaking Wheel, we've seen even Dream Witch, right? So I don't know, maybe they would also go in towards that certain pattern, or yeah, it's just about, you know, me just being thrilled to see the draft that we'll be having right now.
You know, Axeboy is actually not a bad pick for Artist Factory. Yeah, you know, if they do decide to go for Axeboy, it's not a bad pick at all. I think that would be a potentially good pick, you know. I mean, that is if they are not going for that Sculpture pick, or, you know, that Dream Witch pick at all. But, you know, seeing an Axeboy would be excellent as well, you know, because we've seen many great Axeboy plays, you know, with those Fireball and Mind Games. And, you know, that would be really cool.
I agree, because Axeboy as well also have this certain amount of mobility, especially if the max presence is already there on his arsenal. And yes, I agree. I've also seen some amazing Axeboy plays here, especially in Arms Factory. Considering that Arms Factory is one of the smallest map that we have, many hunters are actually open for the taking, right? And considering that this is round 1, there is not gonna be any bans for the for the hunter, right? There's no bans for the hunter, so a lot of possibilities are open for side of KCN. But let's talk about survivors this time. So Rin, we saw the welcome party back of Perfumer earlier, right? So do you think that GS is going to do something similar, or maybe they will have, you know, the more well-rounded composition because they're going to be survivors now? So what do you think?
I don't think they are going for that Perfumer. I think they will probably try to pick another character, probably maybe a harasser on their team, if possible. We can see that, you know, they have a setup already, and maybe they could go for, you know, they could go for that Prospector, anticipating that Prospector still.
Yeah, or could be the Explorer, because we did see that on the player versus, right? And what better way to use Explorer, because Explorer to me is also really good in this type of map. And of course it depends, because I'm pretty sure Mechanic will not, you know, be chosen anytime soon. And so
going back to the shadows.
Yeah, as always, because like Poch and I had this certain equation into the meta, and do you want me to share it to you?
Yeah, I'm ready.
It's called.
The math is coming
It's called PM squared S. You know what that is?
Is it Priestess Mechanic Seer?
A Priestess Mechanic Merc and Seer, because they're squared in M. So.
Oh,
yeah.
square because wow, that was very clever.
Yes,
Okay.
see, I told you that's why it's a mathematical
Once
equation.
again, back in the shadows. Please help my daughter out, mechanic.
Yes. Unfortunately, to those mechanic mains out there, we won't be seeing any plays for today because I'm pretty sure you guys understand the logic behind. But looks like Rin, they will be going for a prisoner gravekeeper here for the first 2 picks that they have now.
You know, something notable is that Gravekeeper has been in many matches, and
yes,
and it's a very great choice. Honestly, every Gravekeeper match is the great alternatives. Like his save is really safe, and it's proven to be really good for the team. Explorer ban right there, denying it before it does happen. Very smart of the Hunter.
Yes, I agree with the that very smart play. But at the same time, though, they do have the prisoner to work with. So I guess a mercenary or a seer, either one of them could be a better denial. But I think the plan for KCN here is when they deny the explorer, I think they might target Luca. Prisoner first. Sorry, I'm low key simping for Luca here. So the prisoner. So I think that could be the play. But wait, this is interesting. Breaking wheel to be used once more in a
that's
compact
actually
map.
very interesting. This is a very interesting pick on my end right now because I'm not processing this. I'm very excited to look forward to this map, because there are windows that, these survivors can utilize for their advantage.
Yes.
There are many windows that are good. So Breaking Wheel has to be very precise on these rolls to hit these survivors before they make it to these great windows.
Yes, and with that being said, Rin, we are going to start our second half of round number 1 right here. And look at this Fearless already spotting out one. Nice. Okay, getting Shinichi into his eyes. But I don't think he should really focus on the mercenary right now because we did mention that it tends to be tedious. But here places the traps. We see him. Oh, okay. Destroys the electrocution that came from the prisoner here. So uses the window. Oh, okay, this is it. Rin, what do you think of this?
Wow, that was actually a very great save for the traps. Actually, Breaking Wheel, they were just pressuring that mercenary to use his elbow pad. Now, then we see that mercenary only has one elbow pad, Wow, very nice. Ooh, barely makes it. Wow,
nice
prisoner did an
sidestep.
excellent job.
Yeah, nice sidestep away from the trap and that, electrocution from Sugar. And Sugar is just going to use the utilities here. And knowing that it takes time for Fearless to hover up Breaking Wheel, just uses that really tight spot, and entering through the window.
Yeah, that was a great play from Prisoner, knowing that these windows area are great for him. So he's constantly looping it. And, Breaking Wheel is trying to deny it as of now. Trying to set up traps very nicely. Ooh, missed time tower right there. But still Prisoner does have that owl to use to transition if he wants to. Just decides not to transition.
So that was a bit of a late owl for Windy, right? But at least it gave protection for Prisoner, so it forces Fearless to change target. So at least, Rin, we got one thing right, that for now, that Prisoner was the target lock for Fearless here, considering that they denied another decoder for themselves. So again, he went back to Sugar, as you can see.
Yeah, no, Prisoner is, chip damage at this rate, So we are seeing that, trying to go for that full. Ooh, blink right there. Ooh, another electrocute right there. Prisoner doing a wonderful job stunning. That was very nice.
I agree.
Going for that. Wow.
Oh, whoa, what was that?
Yeah, I don't know what just happened. I was
a bit confused as well. But look at this, Rin. Because Fearless is really focused on Sugar. Okay, down we go to the basement party. It gave at least an ample amount of time for the Seer and the Gravekeeper to depict or to actually decode the 2 ciphers. So technically dungeon is open, but that would matter for the later parts of the game. So because Sugar is already in the basement, what do you think is the game plan now for GS right now?
You know, they just gotta go for that save to, you know, so as much time as possible. Oh, Gravekeeper did a wonderful job dropping down without taking a hit. Very nice job body blocking right there. Wow, very good timing from the Gravekeeper to take a, going for another body block for Gravekeeper. I mean, for Prisoner. Does not get it. But good job on the Gravekeeper on rescue. That was amazing.
Yes, really prioritizing Sugar there, but because Fearless knows that the last effort is going to proc and knock down Prisoner, now he's on his way to his next target. But I think sooner or later, if he gets Gravekeeper, he needs to actually get Sugar into a chair once again if he wants to secure it. But right now, he spots out Shinichi here, and I think uses the peepers though to see if someone is going to decode that said cipher. So he goes back to Sugar and will be putting in him a chair. Oh, actually no, goes to Windy instead.
Yeah, no, trying to keep pressure, not letting them have a chance to finish that last cipher, which is great, you know. Breaking Wheel has that mobility, so using it to the maximum potential is once again a good thing. You know, but no, Breaking Wheel is having problems with. Ooh, does get it. Wow, very nice right there from Breaking Wheel. Wow.
Oh.
They will not pop it in time because it's almost prime, but just not there yet, you know?
I think they
so
might go
someone
for the
does
save
have
first.
Yeah, they're probably just gonna force the save at this point. It is primed at this moment, so they are going to try to push for it. Now, when he just needs to pull off that save, gets away from Prisoner, you know, pop that cipher. Oh, Prisoner will go down. Oh, they popped it right away. They are not waiting for Prisoner to go down. Very great communication from the Survivor side. Do you think Breaking Wheel will switch?
I think Breaking Wheel needs to go into that exit gate that Seer's already doing onto the other side of the map, but really the priority for Sugar to be taken down. So Sugar is basically containing Fearless at this point. So Rin, if Fearless does not stop the other members, I think this could be at least what, like a 3-1 man down. But look at this, Sugar is also not giving up, but is captured and is going to be knocked down. And there you have it. The Survivor will be winning for this second half of our round, and that was pretty interesting for its sake, because at a point I did see that Fearless had the game going, because especially when he prioritized Luca, but apparently the other members were given enough space. They were given enough time to decode the ciphers, so that is actually good synergy from the team.
Right, you know, they had a good composition and knowing what to do at the right time. Like at the end, we saw the pop right away. Did not wait until, you know, Luca go down, because, you know, that would be not a good position they would be in, because, you know, Holland does not have to hit Luca for him to go down. Just needs to use ability and he is already down. So great thinking from the Survivor side right there.
I agree, and like it's really interesting right now. So we do see the scoreboard into the lower side of your screens. 8 points so far for GS and 1 for KCN. So winning conditions for GS is basically they just need to win the first and second half of round number 2. For the side of KCN, as much as possible, you need sweeps for both sides of the halves. So this is a bit of a tricky situation for KCN, but let's go back into the round earlier. Rin, what are your thoughts about that game earlier?
You know, in the beginning, Breaking Wheel did an amazing job. And when I say amazing job at chasing that Mercenary, it seems so simple, but if you look closely, he made Mercenary use 2 elbow pad. And, you know, Mercenary elbow pad, even just 1 elbow pad could change the tide of game. You know, making him use 2 already puts him at an advantage, you know. maybe if he gets the third one, that would be amazing as well. But we saw that 2 wasted already, and that was great. It was not wasted. I mean, like, it was used to ensure the safety of Mercenary. So good job on both parts.
Definitely. And again, the call for Fearless to switch into a target from Mercenary, as you mentioned, to Prisoner. So it basically denied a further Cypher Rush that can happen through. But the fact that Luca was able to contain Fearless there was also amazing. So let's look at the quick stats right here, Rin. Fearless having 18 survivor hits, 2 pallets destroyed, 4 knockdowns is actually not bad of a situation here. But the thing that differentiates is Sugar having 184 second containment. So that's basically most of the game. Windy, Senichi, and HQ Pat already did their decoding progress contributions, and the other members like Senichi and Fat was able to contain it alongside when they were trying to save Sugar. So yeah, that was basically a good job for both sides of the team. But Sugar really know how to really know how to contain, or really know how to really do that diversion play.
Yeah, like Sugar utilized that one Widow in Arms Factory for such a long time, giving a hard trouble for Breaking Wheel, and he used it so well and to contain the Hunter, even making Breaking Wheel switch target at a certain point. So Prisoner knows his craft to stall that Breaking Wheel there.
I agree. And like this is at this point, I think it's more on draft, Rin, because
Right.
like most of our teams are just basically sticking to the meta they're prio, so it's already evident because
Right.
both of them really used a hunter that's in the meta. But what caught my interest was really the Breaking Wheel onto awards Fearless, because I would expect a sculptor as well, like you, right? Because you said earlier when it was a time GS, they really used sculptor in the fastest way possible. So we assumed that they were trying to do the same thing, since it was also meta and the map is compact. But Breaking Wheel, the fact that Fearless was able to use it, and still at least was able to get one from his 8, was really amazing. Like the timings as well.
Yeah, I would say that, Breaking Wheel pick was actually really unexpected for that map, but, did a wonderful job hitting every single survivor right there. So, great control and movement from Breaking Wheel. So, pulling it off really nicely. Yeah, although not getting that 3-man or sweep at all, but still getting that 1 point for the team is still a good thing.
And for this second half that we have right here, so basically GS is going to be the one who's going to be the survivor side this time, right? So I think they would do a similar thing. It's just that maybe they would still, well, I guess an Explorer might pop off, or again maybe a Luca would also pop off, or maybe the forward, because I haven't seen the forward here just yet, right?
Yeah, but it seems like they are probably going to try to steer towards Mercenary and Seer if possible, because of course they're always great picks, But yeah, both teams are utilizing, Seer and Mercenary to their fullest potential. But, the other two are, unknown, like uncertainty right now. So we could expect like unexpected picks, probably Prospector. No, I'm kidding. Maybe could get in there. Maybe my Gardener. No, I'm kidding. Okay, definitely not.
Maybe
there.
Maybe one of the players, or great fan of yours, and hey, let's do this for Rin. Let's pick a Gardener and a Prospector. But of course we will be seeing that because sometimes cheeky picks like those tend to be sometimes useful if the rounds are very close, or in a situation wherein you want to keep your enemy team off guard, right? So maybe maybe if it went down to that situation, maybe they'll listen to Master Rin and use one of your favorite survivors, right?
Yeah, but I mean, like, they could utilize Batter there as well. With his strength, he could stun the hunter very well. Ento is actually a great option as well with that mobility, setting her up a beast in many multiple locations. So yeah, there are many choices here. Explore is a good choice because fairly small map, could find the treasure very easily. So yeah, there are many great picks for them to choose from. So like I said, the two characters are very uncertain, but probably will go for that Gravekeeper for that third pick again if possible. Gravekeeper is just an excellent pick, honestly. We've seen it multiple times, and it's just really satisfying because he's so safe on his rescue and his maneuvering, and every team know how to utilize him to the fullest potential, and that's always great to see.
I agree, and if the timing is really right, that his technically extra life from being hit underground is really useful because it still gives you full health even if you went back up and in time to actually save your teammate. So that alone really gives a lot of advantage for survivors, and Gravekeeper really is a good alternative for Mercenary, especially if Mercenary is to be banned. And yeah, for the side of Decoder, Prisoner is also keeping up the ranks right here because again, mechanic, not gonna see any plays for the day. And I think the common denominator of our survivors and hunters for our team matches is it goes down to the other two survivors that they choose, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm just really excited to see how this is going to go.
Yeah, something to note about that Gravekeeper gameplay, it was that he used that shovel to drop down to basement, showcasing that Gravekeeper can be play in creative ways. It doesn't need to be very straightforward. That breaking wheel was expecting to take that hit, so then he goes safe, but no, he drops down right away and directly, getting that safe really quick, and body blocking for the Prisoner as well. So great stuff from that Gravekeeper.
Yes, like those simple call outs, those simple strategies that body blocking and then going down by the Gravekeeper is even those small things can really give a big difference to your game strategy. Like let's look at the odds. What if the Gravekeeper did not choose to go down using the shovel and just jump down, right? So that could have given Fearless a time to actually hit him. And what if the body block didn't happen? So it could be an earlier pace wherein Sugar would have been taken down, but no. So even those simplest of things can really change your gameplay, and that was really kudos to GS. But not denying the winning conditions for KC, and they can still do this. It's just that in terms of their winning conditions, it's expected to be slim in chance. But if they do manage to have that synergy that we're talking about, then maybe it could be a way for them to force a round number 3, because we're in a different map now, Rin. So let's say it's a whole new dimension. So map mastery again is the play here.
Yeah, refreshing that whole entire setting. So now we are going to that band pick.
In a very short while, and we're already having a sneak peek of what the map is like. So what do you have to say about this? Without technically exposing the map yet.
I don't know. It's great. I would say that it's a great map for many hunters and survivor. Now there it is once again. Like you said, the mechanic is not gonna see any of it. Sadly, banning that forward as well. Very nice. Eliminating that amazing harasser.
Oh,
banning breaking wheel this time.
So basically, this is the first respect ban that I have seen towards this match, because usually in round number 2, what they do is they still ban those priority ones, right? So here they banned out Fearless Fearless's breaking wheel because I think they paid respect to it from earlier. So mechanic forward not going to be seen here. GS basically had their decisions on point. Gravekeeper, you were mentioning the prowess of their Gravekeeper from earlier, so I guess they will be using it once more because your usual term, why fix something that isn't broken? So they are going to hover that up. Plus a Priestess ban here for Moru, which is a good call as well, so that it can deny any potential global portals here and there, especially for the end game.
Yeah, Priestess, it can utilize the Red Church very well with her portals like we've seen before, and Moru does not want to take any chances with that, which is a great pick ban. Once again, we are seeing that Gravekeeper and Mercenary, and going forward, the Sculpture right there. Very nice pick. I feel like we've seen this before somewhere, but
so
I could be wrong.
basically, the survivors of GS from round 1 second half is now the survivors of KCN for this round number 2, and Sculptor is what's more going to use once again here because Sculptor was the one he used during round number 1. So this is interesting because for Moru this could be a same mechanic since Red Church is slightly bigger than Arms Factory, but not as big as Moonlit River Park. So it's a bit of something in between. So this is interesting. A similar case for Moru that, okay, will be containing the survivors using the terrains here. For the side of KCN, Rin, what do you think is their game plan here?
Their game plan is that they need to keep that prisoner safe. And if Seer gets spotted early on, it's going to be hard on, that. I mean, if Prisoner or Seer gets spotted early on, it's going to be hard on them. So ideally, we want to see, Mercenary or Gravekeeper taking that position of being spotted first and stuff like that, if that's the best choice. And now we see that, how Moru is an amazing sculpture, like earlier, showing that she is a dangerous character right here. So they have to be very careful on how they play this. Because once again, it's a very small map, and Sculpture can take over the map pressure very easily once you get her chisel.
And yeah, you did mention that with the chip damage that can come from Moru as well with the Sculptor here, it really leads to a lot of the game makers or the game makers here. So again, it's a similar scenario, and I think, Rin, I would just like to give this time for this amazing animation, this amazing production quality. So shout outs to the ones at the back end.
Really
you guys are really doing a top-notch job. So right now, Rin, we are gonna head on to the round number 2 first half here, and looks like our decoders are already making some progress.
Yeah, it's finding that Mercenary early on, trying to get that chip damage so, he can't save later on, or having a hard time saving later on. Very nice early hit already on Mercenary, meaning that someone might have to heal him if he decides to save later on. So great start for the Sculpture right here. Now Sculpture is trying to probably to find that Seer or Prisoner.
Definitely,
so,
but
Sculpture does not have teleport, so she has to maneuver around. She has that blink ready almost. No, it looks like she is going to dedicate on the Mercenary instead. She already has that hit on Mercenary. Getting him down would not be a bad option at all. Forcing the rescue. Very nice right there.
Indeed.
No, is she dropping the Mercenary for the Gravekeeper right here? Ooh, very nice dodge.
I mean, dropping the Mercenary is a viable choice because it'll take so much time to get one. But look at this early blink knockdown.
Wow, that was an amazing statue and melee at the same time.
That was chef's
He went from
kiss
like
if you were
100% to nothing.
Yeah.
Absolutely destroyed right there. That was amazing.
Yeah, that was a chef's kiss of a combo right there coming in from Moru, and it was well timed. So right now, because Gravekeeper, basically took the hit and is now seated in the rocket chair. Now Moru goes into the second target, but this is a different kind of sculptor. Usually the other sculptors go for the camp, but Moru is here all around across the board, and still going back in towards Alley 1, but still you know, the fact that Moru really is giving off a lot of map presence here is just a threat at this point. So look at this. It's more than a half already, Rin. So it means Moru is determined to really take Gravekeeper down in the very early phases of our game.
Yeah, you know, like, it is after half at this point. I mean, like, will, like, Mercenary go for that body block or, you know, just hope that, you know, Gravekeeper can make this amazing hideout for that time being.
Oh!
Does try to go for the body block and does get it for the Gravekeeper. Does a very nice job body blocking too. Does not get double hit as well. Keeping in mind that, you know, if Mercenary gets double hit, that's a very bad thing. But he does escape with the body block and the nice rescue. So Gravekeeper is in a good position. Oh, wait, I mean, Mercenary is in a good position. Harassing the prisoner too. Very nice.
Yes. So after that knockdown, Wade uses his chisel to see any other survivors and deny the prisoner from at least Conan for that matter, to at least you know, really pop that cipher out. But now that Gravekeeper is already out of the bat, now we do see Moru trying to get the next target, which is Cannon, which he was able to see earlier, right? So he's already on his chase here, and Mercenary only down to one elbow pad. So this could be a very risky play moving forward.
Well, now the Mercenary, it has to be very careful. Any chip damage would take him down. So very careful gameplay from him. Oh, very nice owl. Very nice owl right there. Seer timed that very well, you know, helping Prisoner escape that corner area. Doing a very nice, nice. Once again, that blink, almost a terror shock. Wow, Prisoner, great patience on taking the hit and just running.
Definitely. Now
with that chisel, gets the Prisoner down. That was so good. We're doing an excellent job on those accurate statues, the timing, the placement, all insane right now. Playing no games with them, honestly.
Really? Oh, but right now, at least for KCN, they were able to decode two ciphers already. But this is the problem because they're slowly getting dwindled in numbers. Prisoner or Conan is supposed to be their decoder here, was already caught by Moru, and this forces now both the Seer and Mercenary to go into their aid. And this is pretty interesting because onto the lower side of the screen, Moru was able to hit Mercenary with the statue, so with the borrowed time delayed effect, but there you go. Kato is already injured.
Yeah, more what you said, you know, getting that Mercenary injured now, making him a very hard save at this point, maybe having to drop the save at this state of the game. So, you know, I don't think Seer is going for the save either, not in time at least, so putting this in a very challenging situation for KCN. But will almost get... Wow, very nice picture. And Jukes from the Seer gets it off nicely. I honestly thought Seer was not going to make it, but that was a great play.
Yeah. Okay, so again...
Ooh, once again, very accurate statue. Could not get away from it.
And you notice that Conan was also knocked down in the very same spot where he was knocked down the first time.
Oh yeah,
so,
that's true.
Yeah, so you have to take consideration to that. But even though that Conan was going back to the manor, they were able to pop up another cipher. But Moru already knows that both the Seer or K2 and Fei Jinx is already injured. So it's just a matter of a little bonks right here before they are captured by Moru. But they are trying to make a diversion play here, trying to separate each other. So
nice.
But look at that, Rin.
Wow,
Another
could not
knockdown.
escape those statues. Moru's statues are so accurate and very nicely timed.
Yes, definitely.
You know, now KTN are trying to push for that one-man dungeon, but you know, it's a matter of time to see how this plays out. But you know, we can see that, you know, Mercer is spotted now, so you know, Seer has to get up, to try to do as much as he can, as while Mercer is hiding right here.
All right,
using that final elbow pad.
Yeah. So it means he has no more chances to further up the gap right here. Let's see if another... Oh!
Wow. Very nice hit. Does go for the teleport right off the bat. Does not teleport to the right place, but finding the chisel for Seer. Oh, very nice dodge from the Seer right there.
Right, and Fei Jinx right here may go towards the dungeon, but because Moru did not pick up Mercenary just yet, there is some time to bleed out. And right here, Moru's just really on the hunt for Fei Jinx. I reckon that maybe Moru will try to get Fei Jinx first, put it in a chair, then go for Mercenary.
Right, wow. You know, yeah, Seer can no longer get up. That's a wonderful statue. You know, Moru had a great way of controlling this game with that map pressure. Amazing placement as well. You know, Mercenary will get back up once again. And now running for his life right there.
Oh dear.
One more chip damage could cost it.
Just furthering up the gap.
Oh, very nice
no.
juke. NBA. Wow. That Mercenary should join the NBA. That was actually really good.
Actually,
Wow.
I agree with you on that. That was,
Yeah, that was an amazing juke.
Only here in IVC detectives that you get Rin to to really have that amazing call. But you know, Rin, you are right. That was a very nice juke coming in from the Mercenary. But unfortunately, you know, those statues were really on point. We're really in time with what Moru has to really, you know, execute. And with that being said, Rin, what are your thoughts about, you know, let's go with the hunters first. So what do you have to say about them?
You know, we can see that how strong Moru's sculpture is right off the bat. You know, it's not just the map awareness. The timing of those statues are so accurate that it's so hard to escape and dodge. Sure, maybe you can dodge them, but the next statue is gonna cluster you and you can't go through that pallet. If you vault that window, Moru's already on the case, putting that statue between those vaulting areas already. So, you know, great stuff from the sculpture. But once again, you know, KCN did a wonderful job keeping themselves composed, trying their best, healing each other from the chip damage. But yeah, amazing stuff from both sides.
Amazing stuff indeed, Rin. And of course, looking at the scoreboard, but right below us is we do see 13 points already gathered by Team GS, and unfortunately still 1 point for KCN. This is their last line of defense if they really want, you know, to force a game number 3. So winning condition for KCN, or to at least force game number 3, is to have the sweep. For the side of GS, they just need 3 survivors to survive. And that could be game for them.
Yeah, Moru is such an excellent hunter, carry all the way with those statues, and it's just an amazing thing to see. But you know, both sides has amazing hunter and survivor as well. So you know, KCN does have that potential to do a comeback, because you know they do have that hope for this match right here. Because if they pull through, they can't go for that round 3.
I agree with you. And let's go back into the game earlier, right? So okay, we do see that Moru earlier spot on Mercenary, correct? So it was already a good call of, okay, let's say Moru was already injured out, K2 or the Mercenary. So it was a good choice that he already transitioned or changed his target. But before anything else, let's look at the match data right here. And so let's see, for the survivors first, we do see that Fei Jinx was able to get 200% of the decoding progress. So that's a lot already. And for the other members, they were able to at least tap in to the ciphers, but unfortunately were catched by Moru in the process. Conan as well with 131. So at least there was an enough contribution. K2, however, was able to get to contain Moru at least for 114 seconds. Rin, why don't you give me a bit of a summary for Moru?
Yeah, Moru does 25 survivor hits right there. Amazing, right? 8 knockdowns. You know, did not need to destroy a single pallet, but getting all those survivor hits. The funny thing is that the Mercenary became the kiter. You don't see that in the data often, but it's really interesting to see.
Yes, and sometimes it really, you know, it's really based on the conditions of the game. So basically, to go back into that, so Moru did a good job in shifting his target from Mercenary to Seer, then eventually to Conan or to the Prisoner. So But the thing is, Gravekeeper was also earlier denied in towards the game because he was also taken down or taken back to the manor early. And the next target that he did was basically Conan, who was basically the decoder for their side. And basically it escalated from there and then. But KCN though, at least kudos to you guys for forcing out a 2-cipher decode from all of that fiasco. But we do have some information here. GS Daddy, ooh, another daddy, is going to sub out for Shinichi. So this is into the Survivor side grid. So what do you think are the possible picks that they can use, especially if GS Daddy is already here?
Well, they probably will try to switch it up with a different survivor. Maybe not for the same survivor pick that they are going for. I mean, if they are switching a survivor in, maybe they are going for a new character right now. Because they wouldn't switch off for the same strategy. It has to be a different strategy. Maybe more creative way to get this 4-man right here.
Yes, and for this, I think for GS, because they're sometimes known to really use if not something very cheeky, sometimes really in the meta end, or sometimes full harassers or full rescuers or full kites or some sort. But right now, with GS Daddy being sub, I think they might go for a well-rounded composition this time around. And for the hunter, it could be Sculptor once again, or maybe someone different as well, because
I mean, I mean, like, they are probably going to try to go for those safe picks again, if possible. Gravekeeper, Mercenary, or Seer. I mean, they could be banned at this point on, but I mean, you know, Mechanic is not going to see that light of day ever. So, you know, but yeah, those are great safe picks right there. Gravekeeper, Mercenary. But yeah, we will see how this turns out because they're switching in. So maybe a creative play will come into play at this point. Maybe a character we haven't seen. Explorer, maybe?
Could be, because we did see it earlier into our player versus segment. But for KCN, for their hunter, if they have any hunters that they can use to at least try to get their sweep, or really do their best for the sweep, now is the time to actually dish it out, because this is like, again, their last line of defense, into forcing the third round. So in a bit we will be going in towards the draft pick and ban, but at this point I think it's just really going to stick to the meta, especially with Red Church. Most of our pro players here already know the nooks and crannies of Red Church, right?
Yeah. Many great hunters can exist at Red Church because it's a fairly small map and pretty nice to utilize for many hunters. So there are many great picks, like the Dream Witch pick obviously could go for the Blood Queen, because there is no other elevation besides the playing field already, so that could come into play. But once again, if Sculpture is readily available, they will probably go for that, because consistency is key and it's always been working. So Sculpture is that key favorite pick right now. But once again, great stuff from both sides.
Definitely. And of course, at the end of the day, whoever wins, of course, congratulations, and we'll move on to our preliminaries. And for those who haven't, guys, do not fret just yet. We will still be having that wild card that is going to happen next week. So I'm pretty sure you guys from the community, viewers, players of all ages and sizes, guys, I'm pretty sure you are going to tune in to that, because I know you guys want to see still those teams who may have fallen today will still have their shot next week. And yeah, I'm pretty excited for how things are going to pan out herein, because potentially this could be match point for GS. So them being
Oh no, go ahead.
Okay. So then for GS being known in this tournament as well, they do have their own fair share of experiences. Do you think these experiences that I am mentioning would have some at least an upper hand or advantage into their gameplay coming in here?
yeah, with many experience with your team, it means that you have more of that practice time. Communication is key in this game, which is the big thing. If your communication is not right, it could cost you the game dearly. And we can see that GS have an amazing skill with communication, getting those calls very nicely as survivors. The format of the tournament is actually very nice, giving the runner-ups, giving that second chance. I really like that. I want to go back to because it's really nice to give them that chance to play once again, to prove themselves that, hey, maybe that first time was not it, but maybe with the second chance I can grab that opportunity and go to the top.
Yes, as you have voiced over into our rules book, that is to heighten up the level of integrity that we have into our matches. So yes, you are right, maybe the first time is not going to be so lucky, but onto the wild cards. Let's see if this is the very, very, very last line of defense that they can go for a spot for our IVC. So we're just going to wait a bit for our draft pick and ban here. So we already know that they're mostly gonna go and linear towards the meta. So asking you, Rin, do you feel any more at least of a play that may come from KCN? Because basically KCN's Hunter really needs to step it up if they want to move forward for round number 3. So do you still feel that any strategy that can come to mind at this point?
They would have to switch up those strategies and make it more creative, like pushing that for that aggression. Maybe that is the way, like pushing fully for that aggression for maybe a Dream Witch, or Dream Witch is great for map pressure. Blood Queen, switch it up. It does not have to be the same pick over and over. So if they switch it up, maybe that could be the strategy that they need.
So switching it up could be the name of the game. So for GS to basically maintain the spot, or to basically lock their spot here, they just need like 3 survivors to escape. So knowing actually for GS right now, since you mentioned that experience really also gives upper hand, because there's the synergy that's going on, and with the experience that you have in the tournaments, it's like you already have a grasp of what you can do. So if ever GS were to win, let's start from GS, okay? If ever GS were to win, who do you think, if you were on their shoes, right? Who do you think would be one of their threats moving forward towards our matches?
Honestly, their threat would be like going for a mercenary or a gravekeeper, because they're so good at that safety net, because when you pick that mercenary or gravekeeper, it's for that safety position, because you don't have a great rescuer or a backup rescuer, it could cost you the match. Getting stuff on a rescue literally will change the tide of game for the hunter, and they do not want that. So this safety net is a very positive aspect to their team composition. So once again, like if KCN wants to switch it up, maybe their old strategy isn't working. Maybe if they implement a new strategy, it could spice things up for them.
I see. So yeah, like basically your safety net is what you have to ensure at this point for the side of KCN, since they are the one in the other side of the spectrum. What do you think are the potential threats that they need to overlook and oversee, especially when the draft is going to come up pretty soon?
Well, they have to be careful. Like, Moro, we can see that, like, very great sculpture right there, accurate statues and timing for everything, so they have to be very careful on that. And if they don't want that to happen again, they would have to probably switch up their survivors in a way that they can counter sculpture. Enchantress is a good pick, but I mean, like, that's gonna be out of the blue, but I mean, could be a cause. Stunning the sculpture out of those statues could be very nice as well.
All right, so okay, let's give it into a bigger picture, right? So we've seen from the matches. Do help me with this one. For match number 1, Emcee was the one to. Whoa, actually, let's you know, let's take it back to later.
We are going
because,
in.
Yeah, we're already going in. And
Percy, they did switch it up right there, like we talked about. You know, they're switching up that strategy.
They
Very
really
nice.
did, you know, switch up the strategy here as Prospector and Mercenary, the GSI is already knocked down.
Wow.
So,
Impressive
wow.
stat. You know,
This
like we talked about, if something doesn't work, just ditch it and try something new. And we see this Percy already getting those 2 knockdowns. Very impressive plays already.
Yeah, I mean, we weren't actually able to go to the draft pick and ban anymore, but look at this. Prospector was able to be healed by the priestess, so at least there's that. But oh, look at that!
Wow, what
down.
a greatly nice time.
What a
dash
dog.
right there.
Indeed, by Fearless. And look at this though, there are still almost three snipers remaining right here. So okay, so we do see Fat will be the one to try and hide away Fearless. So I think someone needs to help Prospector up to this point. So right now Fat is doing a good job in hiding. Ooh, but the range.
Very nice from Fearless. You know, something to note is, like, you know, even if Prospector gets up, it's gonna be a huge disadvantage because he can't stun Percy in certain modes that he is in. During the melee mode, during the breaking mode, he can't do it. But you know, could turns out differently. But yeah, someone definitely, like you said, has to heal that Prospector, or he is going to be sent back to the manor. Priestess is trying to heal that Gravekeeper, but getting pushed away already. Oh, very. Oh, could it? No way. That's amazing. That was so insane from Fearless. Getting that hit even through the portal and still hitting after. Amazing stuff right there. Great stuff from Fearless already. Switching up their strategy and teleporting.
And I think this is the first undead that we've seen today, and look at how powerful Fearless really is, you know, inflicting these threats. And like literally they took it to heart when we said that they need to, you know, really give everything that they got. But look at this knockdown for Sugar, and oh no, doesn't need it to be shared. Yeah.
Bullying Prospector to the very end. You know, Percy woke up, ate breakfast, and got busy right off to work. Great stuff right here. You know,
look at the
taking that hit for the pop. Taking that hit for the pop right there.
Oh no.
Very nice. Percy does have the tension. Ooh, trying to beat out that dash. Pocket Walker terror shocks him right off the bat. Mercer is gonna go down and most likely will bleed out. Ooh, will they open that gate in time?
Well, they have
Percy
to at
is
this
coming
point.
through. Very nice escape. That was a nice tie. You know, they switched it up. It was great though.
Okay,
you know,
that
till the
was a bit
very
of-
end. Till the very end, they did put off a very great show. You know, like changing up with Percy, it was amazing.
Honestly, I am still, you know, speechless. Even though I'm saying some words, but I'm speechless. But, you know, that first it came into a shock because, you know, the sudden pick of Undead is something. Oh, hello, nice meeting you. Already into the battlefield, and we already see 3 ciphers are remaining, and it's already on the chase between Mercenary and Gravekeeper. So. Wow, like, even though, let's say, okay. Firstly, congratulations to GS for moving forward into our preliminaries. But KC and you guys are new. You guys are a Thai team that's you know, a recent team for this IVC. But you guys, you really leave the threat into the very, you know, last line of your rounds, and you did amazing there still. Especially for Fearless, even though that Fearless only took 2 for that tie, the fact that huge amount of threat You know, by injuring everyone, like hitting them with the skill sets of undead. That was just, you know, that was amazing as well.
You know, coming in, like, it was like randomly coming in and you see 2 players down already. That was really amazing stuff already. You know, he got to work with Prospector after leaving Prospector, going back to that Gravekeeper, then going back to harass that Priestess, and going back to the Prospector, destroying him absolutely. It was amazing stuff from Fearless. Hopefully we can see some more of that later on. That was great. Indeed. Percy right there.
Yes, but you know what, Rin, good news for you. I'm pretty sure you can sleep in sound today because that concludes the last match of our day today. Congratulations once again to GS for getting that first 15 points. Yes, and later on we will be seeing... Oh yeah, there you go. And of course, before we go and see the match data, I would like to basically give this, you know, shout outs to the teams. You guys were really, really awesome, especially for the first day of IVC. Of course, Turin here, you know, really took the time and to, you know, to stay awake into the early, you know, at dawn, just to be with us today. So shout outs to you, Rin. Also for the back end over there, you guys are awesome because of this production quality. You guys are amazing. There, of course, shout outs to Poch as well from our earlier partner. You guys, you amazing job, bro. Yeah, and of course, congratulations to our winners of the day. Later on, we will be, you know, giving you a quick peek of the winners that have won for this day. But do not fret to those who were not able to be in victory. You guys still have your last shot at the wild cards. Again, that's gonna happen next week. So, Rin, again, on that game earlier, how did you feel?
That was amazing. That was so unexpected, you know. Like I said, you know, like the meta's like changing, and you know, we see different characters, and that's really nice to see. You know, when the match opened up, I was like, is this gonna be like the same sculpture? But no, that was a definite Percy. Did an amazing job, you know, kept fighting and fighting to the very end. You know, so big shout out to all these teams. You know, they came in with many different characters to showcase both for the Survivor and Hunter side, making very impressive plays, you know, terror shocks everywhere actually. And that was really cool to see. But yeah, big shout out to every team. You know, they did a wonderful job. That their communication was amazing, and their Hunters was absolutely stunning, especially Sculpture, their key player right there. And Paulin as well, of course. But yeah, definitely amazing stuff from everybody. Very happy to see this.
Yeah, and biggest shout outs to the viewers out here, the players, guys. Without you and your loving support, the teams wouldn't be, you know, motivated as well. Because, you know, this is a quick trivia. I'm pretty sure you guys know this. If the teams like find out that their supporters are there for them, you know, it really gives something in their hearts, you know, that it motivates them. And that's really similar to, you know, to us casters, to even to those at the back end. Guys, your support is, you know, really meaningful for each and everyone that's here. So guys, really quick shout outs to you. And for those who are in Asia, guys, I hope you ate while watching the stream, right? I hope you ate, because it's already here in my area, it's already in the evening, like 10:42. I'm pretty sure Rin, it's already morning for you, right? So I hope you eat a plenty. I hope you eat a plenty for later, and of course for the viewers as well. So right now we are going to look at the match data. Rin, why don't you start it off for me? For KCN.
Yeah, KCN does a wonderful job on, you know, the undead, right? 11 survivor hits, 3 pallets destroyed, and 6 knockdowns. The unique thing about these survivor hits that 2 hits considered is a knockdown, you know, so him hitting 11 times is really amazing stuff already. You want to take over the survivor side?
Oh, sure, I would love to. So right now, we weren't able to see much of the game, but we do witness that Windy, Fat, and actually most of them did their job in terms of decoding progress. Pallet strikes were 1. So we can assume that, you know, GS were able to pallet stun Undead back there earlier. So this is going to be the match result right now. 8-1 on the round number 1, 7-2 into the next one. And that basically gave GS their 2 wins and no ties But still, KCN, do not fret just yet. Wild cards still have your way. So I'm pretty sure you guys, you can go back into the VODs right now and, you know, come back really, really stronger. And the best deduction, Rin, do the honors.
The best deduction, GS Moru right there with 44 survivor hits, 2 Terror Shock, 12 knockdowns, and, you know, 8 eliminations. 8 eliminations, so nice right there, you know. Moru does not miss a single statue. But, you know, shout out to, you know, KCN for their Percy right there. That was unexpected and a very deadly matchup. So, very nice stuff.
Truly.
Yeah,
Moru
both sides
supremacy.
showcased their best.
Yes, Moru supremacy right here, ladies and gents, and honored guests that are currently watching right now. So yeah, with that was really, really, you know, amazing, because Moru also had a sweep during their playtime, right?
Right.
So yeah, really kudos to Moru. You are an amazing hunter right now. Of course, with the other teams as well. Congratulations once again to GS for winning our match for today. KCN, don't fret once again. I know that I'm saying this over and over again, but you know, I really believe in our teams. You know, I know that, you know, they can really make this work, and I know they're just really doing the best they can during that time.
Yeah, great stuff from GS. You know, definitely congratulations on winning. Very well deserved, especially GS Moru dedicating that time. You know, we can see that practice paying off into actual gameplays, right? You know, Moru hitting all these statues very nicely. But yeah, congrats to GS. You know, KCN, very great plays. You know, runner-up still can make that play.
Yes, and again, that is what you know, the IVC is promoting right now. You mentioned it. I mean, okay, shout outs to Rin for being the voiceover of our rules book. You know, the integrity of our, you know, of our tournament for today is really heightened. You know, so like it's you know, giving really a chance for those who are unfortunate to move forward today to really prove their best shot. But you know, this is the light of defense, Rin. I'm pretty sure they will be watching this again. And what are your thoughts so far, Rin? Because I know that it's your first time casting. This is your first time, you know, being in the scene. So I want to know your thoughts once again before we end this segment.
You know, coming in, I was expecting like really top-notch gameplays, but I was not expecting these unexpected events out of nowhere, you know, like these terror shocks, you know, for like the dancer, or you know, baiting out that priestess. And you know, that Percy gameplay was actually out of the blue, but it was amazing. You know, these teams are amazing. You know, they utilize many hunters. It's not like they're one-trick ponies. You know, they can pull out different hunters to their arsenal and proven to be deadly with any hunter that they pick. And you know, same for the survivor side. You know, they do have that variety, but you know, they want to keep that consistency, and that's absolutely fine, because if that consistency is strong, why not keep it, you know? But definitely amazing stuff. I am actually happy and grateful for this opportunity to cast right here. So thank you once again, guys.
Aw, that is so sweet.
Yeah.
You know what, guys? I'm pretty
Shout
sure.
out to everybody.
You know, those your supporters in the comment section, you know, really actually is really worried for you right now, because they were wondering, hey, has Rin eaten? Has Rin, you know, drank some water or something? It's already, you know, morning on his timeline. So I hope you do. I hope you listen to your supporters.
I will. Don't worry.
There you go.
We gotta provide this entertainment. It's amazing stuff that we do not want to miss, and you know, we don't want to miss again. Definitely join every Sunday, every weekend, you know, right here next weekend too.
So like, yeah, to me, I guess one of the highlights of this game is basically having undead. You know, it was really, really sudden. That hunter pick was literally the newest one above all. But right now we are going to have a summary of today's match results. Why don't you do the honors, Rin?
Well, we can see that the full left side has won like we predicted. I told you that pattern would pull through. But yes, definitely round 1 MP, you know, 4-4. Then round 2, 8-1. Round 3, 5-3. Very great stuff, you know. Then, you know, GH getting that full sweep in on the second round already with that 10-0. And, you know, CZ did the same thing. Very nice. 8-1, 7-2. Very consistent, strong wins right there. And the same for GS, similar results. G1, I mean 8-1 and 7-2, which actually is switched with CZ right there, which is actually kind of funny, but very nice stuff from all these teams. Great stuff.
And right now for the match schedule for tomorrow, all right, so the supporters right here, get ready for your, to raise those comments. NR versus ZK at 14 o'clock, ETR and CTS for the next one, R versus Fave, or FAVE if you guys want, at 18 o'clock, and of course IVS, I'm pretty sure you guys know that, IVS versus
Famous.
KCT. Yes, on the final matchup of the day. Take note, this is preliminaries. So, to those who were not able to win for today, can still, again, I'm repeating this again and again because I want you guys to know that they deserve that second chance, right? So
right, believe
they
in the
will
heart
be
of the
having
cards.
Yes,
You
definitely.
gotta believe in that heart of the cards and keep going and pushing. They will make it to the top.
Yeah, and don't worry about me, guys. I'm okay. I'm basically used to like talking nonstop, so I am okay.
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah.
But yeah,
so I got
big shout out to everybody.
Yeah.
For coming to support the team, support the caster, whatever it may be. It's a big shout out to the community as we come together and do this big event, and it's very nice to see.
Yes, so right now we are going to proceed towards the highlights,
we'll see you
of
next
all of today's matches. Check it out.